the winds are beginning to pick up again. Just within the last few minutes, the gusts really have started to kick in. Let me get out of the way and give you a better view. Last time we were here on the ground, you've seen about 10 different homes disappear since that time. We have also been noticing a lot of the propane tanks have been going off. I'm sure you've been seeing that type of a shot when Bob was overhead. But on the ground here, you really get that concussion when these tanks explode and start taking off. The explosion sending the tanks maybe 15 or 20 feet away from the trailers that they were attached to originally. And then the tanks are continuing to burn like a blowtorch on the ground. We have seen maybe 10, maybe 12 trailers go up just within the last few minutes. As we mentioned before, we're starting to get that domino effect. They're starting to go right down the line from what you're looking at next. Probably within the next 2 or 3 minutes, the trailers to the right, on the right bottom part of your screen, will probably start going up in flames as well. We haven't had a propane explosion for the last few minutes. I'm anticipating that. And if it goes off, it may affect, in fact, the next couple of trailers down. Again, for those of you who didn't hear it the first time, this park was evacuated about 2 hours ago. But there are still a number of people in here trying to do whatever they can to save their homes, save their possessions. The heat, we're up on the hill about 150 yards from the flames that you're looking at, and the heat up here is getting awfully strong. The smoke is still blowing across the PCH, but we're also getting some of the ash is starting to rain down on top of us. We've got some loose brush to our feet. I don't know how long it'll be before that starts to go up as well. That last group of trailers that you're looking at right now, that was the most, I guess, the closest road to the front of this trailer park. There's a little grassy park area in the front of that. So when we switch our attention, we'll probably switch back to the side that you're looking at now. This is the back side of the El Morro trailer park. You can see a number of the trailers continue to go up there, and it's starting to affect the next couple of trailers down the line. Firefighters have had to pull back. They're back out on the PCH here. It just got too intense for them, and there was no telling when the explosions were going to occur. We can only hope that most of these people are insured.
There went another propane tank right there, Rick. But of course, you can't hear me.
Trying to look in the foreground here as you look at the flames. I'm trying to pick out people who may be trying to get out, maybe trying to pick up some of their belongings.
I don't know if Rick can hear me, but we're seeing another propane tank, obviously, with the
some of the bigger trailers are.
Yeah, he can't hear
really
me, so I'll be quiet.
The one trailer you're starting to look at, if you can zoom in there, you get kind of that blowtorch effect again. That's one of the propane tanks that is really going up there, right in the middle of your screen. You can see the real intense yellowish orange flame. That's one of the propane tanks that exploded earlier, and now is just fueling the fire into the trailer next door.
Rick Chambers cannot hear us. Cannot hear Bob or
go off again pretty soon.
Okay, just back on the north, or excuse me, the southeast side of the fire, where TV4, the helicopter, is. You're still looking at Rick Chambers' ground shot, but back where we are, the fire now has turned a corner. What you're looking at is the homes on the edge of a ridge line that, if you look to the south, you'd see the coast, and if you look towards the to the west, you'd look down a Laguna Canyon road. So it's sweeping around a corner that appears to be just off of Skyline Drive, Bermuda Drive, and those type and Mystic View and Mystic View Court. It looks like right in that area. That court is now being affected by the flames as it turns the corner and starting to sweep down the south-facing slope that faces the ocean, headed towards the southeast. And as I look up through the smoke, it won't do any good to pan up because of the dense smoke, but with my naked eye, I can see through that smoke literally 40, 60 homes and a line burning. And then in the dense smoke where I can't see, I can see glows through it that something in there is burning, whether it be heavy brush or more homes.
Bob Petty, I'm going to give you a couple of moments to rest your eyes and rest your voice and let you concentrate on flying that chopper.
Well, Paul, I'm going to have to go back for fuel here momentarily. We're trying to get Helicopter 2 out here to take over my position. But, yes, please, give me a rest.
Paul, it's John here. We just got word the Laguna Beach Police Department apparently is catching on fire. That's the latest word we have. They're going to stay there as long as they can. They don't know how long they can stay in the building. And they've issued what they call a 999 call, which means they're requesting assistance from other departments. We understand that the Orange County Sheriff's Department has about 80 deputies, 80 additional deputies down there are on the way to help Laguna Beach Police. Now, that's a small department, as you know, and they were on their way already to help with traffic and evacuations and road control. But now it's going to make things even more complicated because, as you know, the police, if they lose their station, they're going to lose their communications, and that's going to complicate things tremendously down there.
John Beard, thank you. You know, you wonder when we listened to you just moments ago, what next? What can happen next? Well, it's happened. The police department's on fire. Bob Petty, you got enough fuel to head down there and get a shot of that?
Let me see if I can turn around and try to find out exactly where that is, but it's got to be beneath this heavy column of smoke down south of where Laguna Canyon Road comes down.
All right, well, while Bob Petty is trying to find the police department, the Laguna Beach Police Department, as John Beard told you, is now on fire. Let me introduce to you, by way of the telephone, Dr. Alan Kurlman, who is a therapist, I will put it. The slang is shrink, Dr. Kurlman. Being married to one, I must differentiate between psychologist and psychiatrist. Which one are you?
I'm a psychiatrist.
All right, thank you, sir. We reported an hour ago that Laguna Beach Fire Department is telling us now, Laguna Beach Fire and Police, that this fire is the work of an arsonist. This fire is the work of a copycat arsonist. The question I want to ask you is, who in the world, what form of being in the world would watch this on television and do this?
That's a good question. Fire setting occurs for many reasons, but when it occurs in adults, it usually follows one of three different patterns. One is the so-called hero syndrome. These are individuals who sometimes set fires to place themselves at the center stage, at least for a moment. They are often men with limited success in their work, limited success in their social lives, but with very grandiose and expanded ambitions, which are never met. They sometimes set fires and then are the ones who discover or report the fires, and then have the, quote, pleasure, unquote, of watching them, knowing that they are the hero of the day, as it were. Some people fall into what has also been called the fire buff syndrome. Fire buffs are enthusiastic fire department groupies, if you will, who affiliate themselves with firefighting and have often inspired to working in the department but failed to do so. They're often immature, inadequate, and underachieving individuals who affiliate with the fire department and with the fire itself, and in a way enjoy some of the power of the moment as they set the fire. I guess the third pattern that we see with any frequency are individuals who set fires as part of a delusional disorder, people who have a form of thought disorder and are driven by distinct and purposeful delusional beliefs that their actions will have some type of end to them. Often these individuals will derive their delusions from religious beliefs, such as the apocalyptic end of the world or purification by fire and brimstone. In either case, it's really a delusional disorder which drives them.
Dr. Croman, how does a community like Laguna, like Emerald Bay, and the communities that are affected by this disaster come together and deal with this? What do you tell people that are going to have to deal with this in the next months of their lives?
Probably the first thing for them to know is that they need to talk with each other. They need to recognize that this is an event which has not separated them.
In front of you?
The ocean would be to the left there, on our screen, I believe.
Oh, I see.
The
okay.
ocean is actually behind us. The ocean is to the left on your picture as you see it.
I see. Okay, now we see where we are.
Well, we see a number of mobile homes that have not yet caught fire. That is somewhat surprising to me, although the ones to the right of your screen there are downwind from the ones that are burning, so maybe there is some hope in saving those. And you see all the water, at least some of the water in the picture to the left of your screen there, being dumped on those burning mobile homes.
You know, we have several horizons within our bird's eye view here, and there are hot spots and fire lines in several different horizon spots beyond the trailer park as well. It appears that this fire is broken off into two branches, and the branch that's heading south is the one that is headed toward downtown Laguna.
So it is moving south.
Two branches of the fire. The one that is northerly in its direction, has engulfed the trailer park, the one that's heading south and is branched off.
Well, as I recall the way that area runs, there are a couple of very nice restaurants along that stretch of beach right before you get to Laguna Canyon Road, which is 133, and just beyond Laguna Canyon Road is where the downtown section begins.
Clearly these businesses have to be worried now, Mike.
Oh, you say it is moving south down there?
Yeah, it's heading in this direction. It is still it's still a safe distance away from downtown. Looks to be maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles away from downtown. But we're not in a good position right now for me to describe that.
Yeah, the one thing we have learned today, Bree, is in the face of these winds and these unpredictable conditions, we're not exactly sure what a safe distance is anymore.
That's right. We've got hot spots everywhere. This is incredible. They're popping up just as if they burst into fire, which is exactly what they're doing. We're still trained on the trailer park.
Now the flames seem to be blowing, as we look at this picture, from right to left out toward the ocean. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's blowing in a southwesterly direction toward the ocean from the north.
Okay, and the downtown area from there would be in a southeasterly direction.
Correct.
All right.
Southeast from the trailer park.
And at least if there is any hope, those flames are blowing in a southwesterly direction, although it's not that's certainly not good news from people who are living on the other side of the place.
The concern has to be that southernmost branch of the fire that has consumed houses that are just to the east of downtown.
There is no rest for the weary in fighting this series of blazes. And indeed, one of the horrible decisions firefighters have to make is where they make their stands.
Exactly.
And wherever they make their stand, that means, for the most part, they're going to have to ignore some other areas.
Absolutely, and when it's this massive and in so many different spots, and you don't know where it will crop up next, I don't know how they choose to fight.
No, I don't either. And our hats off to that people. They've been going round the clock. These fires, if you'll recall, the Thousand Oaks fire started early yesterday. We were covering that all day long, which of course meant even more importantly, they were fighting that all day long. They fought it all night. The winds kicked up last night. When they kicked up, the fire in a matter of hours had doubled in size. It was phenomenal. And now you see that mobile home park there with the inferno behind it, with the towering black smoke billowing upward. And there you see a premature nightfall on the City of Laguna Beach.
Mike, a lot of these chopper pilots have been up for 8, 9, 10 hours without an opportunity to take a rest or eat a proper meal. And of course, the firefighters have been doing yeoman's work since yesterday.
Yeah.
You start to really appreciate the hard work they do.
You start to really worry too. I mean, those people who are literally at this point in the face of fatigue, risking their own lives to continue to take water. They'll very shortly be, they will cease their aerial operations of dumping water, but then it becomes a trench war. They'll be down on the ground entirely, hoping to get an upper hand. Steve, sometime around 6, you expect the winds to quiet down a little bit?
I've already been clocking some drops in the winds. I've pretty much stopped looking at the winds in the northern part of the area. They've died down considerably. Down in Orange County, in the last hour, winds have dropped down by about 10 miles an hour, and the pressure is steady, or at least starting to fall somewhat. That's good news. However, just upwind from this area that we're looking at right now, I do still have gusting conditions up above 35 miles an hour. That is a concern and will be a concern for the rest of the night. You talk about fatigue as we look at the history of these fires in the Southland. The Bel Air fire raged for 3 days. These fires don't go out on a clock. I mean, these guys can be out here for a number of days trying to put this out. So there's going to be a lot of fatigue. So if you've got the ability to help some of these firefighters in any way that you can, even if it's just to give them a glass of water, because they're working hard.
You know what they'd also appreciate is if it's in your neighborhood and they warn you to leave. They'd appreciate it if you did.
Just go. Don't argue. Don't argue.
Yeah. You look at that scene. This undoubtedly is what Dante envisioned.
As some folks are watching this scene, they should also be doing what David Horowitz spoke with that insurance investigator about earlier. This is once it's happened, is not the time to start thinking about that home inventory. This is the land of disasters. In other parts of the country, they get a hurricane warning and watch. They get a tornado warning and watch. They know the disaster's on the way. We don't know these fires are on the way till it breaks out. We don't know an earthquake's here until it's shaken.
Mike?
This is the time to take those plans.
Yes, who's talking to us there?
It's Harvey.
Mike, yeah, I just want to show you something else. There are more firefighters who have come here, and this is pretty much, it looks like a lost cause, though there are a few structures that are still intact. I just want to show you something over here. Marco, take a look. More flames have jumped the highway over here. So this is a very dangerous situation because, you know, there are some areas that have homes or have structures on this side of the highway, others that don't. But it's kind of dangerous driving around here, and what's happening is that the fire department is opening and shutting the roads based on the current conditions. But as you were saying, the problem is things change so much that at one moment it may be safe, and then suddenly something happens, and it's becoming very dangerous. But we're seeing flames now jumping the road. I've seen 3 instances of that, and the one that I just showed you seemed fairly significant.
Yeah, what is still somewhat amazing, Harvey, is that there are a number of homes in there that haven't caught fire, considering how quickly it was spreading earlier, but those still, from here, appear to be doomed homes.
Well, yeah, notice you see the firemen up on the roof there. I don't have a monitor, but do you see the firemen up on the roof there with the water?
We're on aerials right now, Harvey.
Yeah, is this an exercise in futility? I don't know, but it's certainly David versus Goliath. There's no question about that.
Yeah, fire completely out of hand. It is blowing, as you look at this picture, it is blowing toward the ocean.
Mike, this is a perspective you see from over the ocean now. We're about a mile out from the coastline. So we're looking inland. Oh, I just got a big gulp of smoke there, sorry.
Well, it just engulfed you. A big cloud came up directly in your path.
Excuse me.
That's a tough vantage point in a fire such as this, where you are.
Mike, if you can take our picture, that's Bree's helicopter.
Okay, yeah, we see that from the ground. We see them right there in the path of that oncoming smoke.
Yeah, there have been moments where the smoke has just caused the choppers to disappear around here. So it's difficult flying, Bree, I'm sure.
We have an army of helicopters up here, not just rescue helicopters, but of course it is a media event of major proportions, and everyone's choppers up here. They have a protocol, of course, where they ask us to stay out of the way of fire-dropping aircraft, and our pilot is very careful about that. Craig's doing a wonderful job up here, trying to keep us safe and keep us out of the way of the fire-dropping choppers and the fixed-wing aircraft, because they got a big job to do.
Bree, as you watch this fire, is it expanding laterally along the coastline?
I'm sorry, Mike, I missed that. I had other transmission coming through. Can you repeat it, please?
Is it expanding along the stretch of the coastline with the coastline?
No. We've got what appears to be that pocket of the trailer park fully engulfed, and then just up the coast a bit, there's another pocket like a ring of fire where it has jumped over PCH, and then we've got quite a bit south of us where that south fork of the fire has spread and is endangering downtown Laguna, or looks like it will be endangering downtown Laguna if they can't stop it. And that is a huge flare-up. These were the houses that we were showing you about 15 minutes ago.
Bree, it's been our observance here that you're in a lot better position and that we can get a much better view if you'll swing around out of that plume of smoke and maybe take a side viewpoint from the fire, because once you're out over the ocean, the smoke has you. So there you see, you have flown out from there.
Yes, we're going to try to do that now. We're circling around now out over the coast.
And now we're looking down at the south branch of the fire. Are you pointing toward the south branch of the fire now?
All right, so we've got... We want to be pointing at the south branch of the fire.
Yeah, that is a southward view. They were out over the ocean, so moving from left to right, that would be south. Let's break away from this for just a moment and go to Penny Griego, who is now set up in another neighborhood where still more homes are burning. Penny?
That's right, Mike. In fact, we moved to south of Laguna Canyon Boulevard, Laguna Canyon Road, where the fire had jumped the road. Remember, we told you we wanted to move to this area, and indeed, it is burning hot. You can see homes up on this hillside here that are burning out of control. We came and stopped as quickly as we could and where we felt we might be safe, although I don't know how safe we are. If you can see right up here, the smoke is so thick and black, visibility is at zero, about a half block up the road from where we are right now. A police officer just drove by here a short time ago and he was yelling at people, get out of the area, the fire is moving this way. We can indeed tell that it's moving this way. If you look at the smoke, it's coming right above us, moving exactly in our direction. It is black. Now, if we move back down to where the fire is, you'll see there are people here also on their roofs with hoses. Larry, are you showing this man with the hose? Right behind us also, there's a person here with the hose. It's just amazing, Mike. This is a beautiful area. If you look down the road, Larry, there is the ocean. It's a beautiful shot. They live in a view neighborhood here, and yet the view they're getting is fire trucks moving up the hillside to areas that are burning out of control. I have a woman with me here, Sandra Longnecker, who lives up in an area called Temple Hills. Sandra, tell me what happened to your house.
The fire jumped over the canyon, over Park Avenue Canyon, and just came up the hill. We had no water pressure. We tried to hose down the roof, and there was just no water. The trucks went on up the mountain. The fire was racing up the mountain, so we were sort of last on the list.
They told you to get out?
The fire marshal came down and evacuated me in the car, and then we all got out. You couldn't even see in front of you. There were embers flying. We walked back down the street, and the whole street's gone.
Including your home?
Including my home.
What were you able to get out?
My kids, my animals, and me. We're safe. That's the important thing.
But at this point, you have no idea where you're going?
No, just trying to find out where she went.
You say your daughter, that she got out before she went to the high school where that was an evacuation center, but you said now
the high school was evacuated. Now the high school is under siege. There's only one way in and out of Temple Hills, and that road is gridlocked. The fire engines are going up, and it's totally bumper to bumper coming down. We tried to reach the high school, and the whole area is blocked off. So apparently that has been evacuated.
You said the whole area up there is gone. How many homes are we talking about up there?
Temple Hills is probably the largest hill in Laguna, 400 or 500 homes. I don't know how far the fire went up.
Okay, well, we're glad that you got out safely and wish you luck as you rebuild. Again, we're not sure that we could even get up to that area. I told you there's just a thick wall of smoke here in this neighborhood. As you see up on the hillside, homes are burning. Mike?
Thank you, Penny. Lady just referred to something that we had feared, that people were waiting the last minute to evacuate. There are very few evacuation routes now, and now, bumper-to-bumper traffic, it is jammed, people trying to escape. Let's go back to Harvey Levin, who is down on the ground. Harvey, you still in front of that mobile home park?
Yeah, I am, Mike. Take a look at the wind. It's really gusting like crazy now, and you can see I'm hearing kind of a weird siren there. It's getting very dark. The firemen, it's hard to tell whether they're losing a little bit of ground. It looks like the fire's coming a little closer right now to where the firemen were holding the line, but they are still trying to save the remaining trailers in this what appears to be doomed trailer park. Did you hear that, Mike? That was another
blast.
Another blast. Maybe a propane tank. We're told that there is propane here. That's what the fire department told us. Still, we haven't seen any Edison trucks around. And again, the fire department was very concerned. They wanted Edison into that area before they ventured in. And Edison has its hands full right now, and it's hard to be everywhere at once. So, they're trying, but it sure doesn't look very good. Black.
You're watching our special coverage of the fire disaster in Southern California. You're looking at the flames in the Laguna Beach fire that has now consumed over 100 homes, and the toll is going up. We will continue now with the Channel 4 News at 6.
Where are you located right now? Where are we talking to you?
I'm located in my residence right now, watching your same newscast.
Okay, and where is your residence in relation to?
In Hermosa Beach, so it's quite distance from there.
Okay, I see. But what you're doing is you're watching the video.
Yes.
Okay.
Your live newscast.
Right. A lot of smoke up at that part of the.
Fires, and this again is the mobile home park in the Laguna area, the El Morro Mobile Home Park, which was evacuated. And of course, Joe McMahon has been down there throughout the last, there's that map, which just gives you, it's just amazing to look at that map. And I don't remember, Harold or Ann, when anything was so widespread. We talked about Bel Air, there was some 500 homes in 1961, but that was one area.
Yes, we were all saying that earlier. None of us can recall, and we've been covering the news quite a long time, this many separate fires.
No, it's astounding. I can remember looking at little maps like this and seeing 6, but not a dozen or more. And actually, there are some smaller fires that may not have made this map. We got a phone call some time back. People were telling us that they thought they had seen a fire in the Whittier-La Habra Heights area of Los Angeles County. There were reports that the fire was burning dangerously close to Rio Hondo College, but as you saw on the map, it's been everywhere today. It's just been everywhere.
The loss of homes, of course, the number of homes coinciding with the growth of Southern California over the years. Those were once vacant hills, and people come to California, they're born, they're raised here, and they want the California dream. They want to look at the Pacific Ocean, and in other areas throughout Southern California, people build houses in the most desirable areas, but those areas have been wide open spaces, and while many of the counties require the residents there to put a fire break around their homes anywhere from 10 to 15 feet out, on a day like today, that isn't enough. It doesn't matter one hill of beans.
Doesn't matter.
And the flames go into these areas, and because of the large number of structures, we're seeing far more damage and far more destruction than we've ever had.
On the positive side, there have been no deaths reported. There have been injuries, and they have been primarily firefighters, and some of them have had some serious burns. One firefighter, 40% of his body was burned. He's at the Sherman Oaks Burn Center, as some other firefighters are. They have been on the front lines of this, and again, thankfully, no one actually seriously hurt. They are all expected to survive, and no deaths reported.
Which is a mercy, and on a day like this has been, as you said, it's a surprising mercy. Captain Ron is giving us the pictures that we're looking at right now, and why don't we go up to him and see what he's got to tell us. Ron, how's it look from in the sky?
Okay, and before we lost our signal, Joe had been talking about how fierce this wind is, and we can sure tell it from here. Right ahead of us, we can see to the north as this wind funnels down this canyon at a very, very fast rate and ends up right here at this trailer park. And from this aerial view, we can see exactly what Joe McMahon is talking about, how quick this wind is moving across and fanning this fire. Now, just a few moments ago, we heard another loud explosion from another tank that was going off. I had my eyes somewhere else and didn't see it, but I heard this explosion, and there is no danger of us falling asleep up here. You can count on that. And I know
the fire department car going through, the pink color of the fire retardant.
Yeah.
The planes have been jetting past here, dumping that fire retardant. As you told people earlier, it also has a fertilizer in it and red dye so they can mark the area where they're going, where they've been. So now, a lot of people may be wondering too, earlier 3 elementary schools were evacuated. I hope people have been able to come in contact with their children if they were in one of the schools evacuated. El Morro was one of them.
Leslie, you've been doing a really good job of getting around the area. What is traffic like? What kind of problems have you encountered in trying to maneuver your way through the area?
When the flames finally wrestled their way over the ridge and into Laguna Beach, the evacuation became imminent. Traffic became very, very congested on Pacific Coast Highway. It's bumper to bumper right now. I talked to Dan Young from the Orange County Fire Department. At one point, they'd considered opening Laguna Canyon Road, and I cannot tell you whether they have followed through with that or not. We have been going from spot to spot. We watched the fire consume 2 homes in Laguna Canyon Road. We've seen it consume parts of Laguna Beach High School, homes in the Village and the Top of the World area, and we're moving from place to place. I mean, I see all of this happening, but as far as the factual information, I mean, I don't think you can be any more factual than what you see in front of you right now. Thousands of acres have burned, hundreds of homes have been completely destroyed, and other than going to every street in every residential area, It's just out of control.
Leslie, this seems a good time to urge people that, and believe me, I understand the passion a person would have about their home. I live in Laguna Beach. I'm naturally worried about mine as well, but people have got to get out. You have got to follow the fire department's instructions and evacuate. Your property can be replaced, you cannot. So if you're sitting in Laguna Beach waiting it out for the very last moment, get out now, get out while you can, and please don't take any risks.
Not only that, Brooke, Dan Young from the Orange County Fire Department also told me that he pointed to some people on their roofs hosing them down, and he said when the fire's getting that close, you might as well get off the roof, take what is very important to you and go, because he says they end up spending their resources trying to recover people from the tops of the roofs instead of actually fighting the fires.
Okay, Leslie, we just got word that you mentioned you did not know if Laguna Canyon Road was open. We just got information that Laguna Canyon Road is not open.
Okay.
So anybody trying to get through that area, you cannot go that way.
That explains why Pacific Coast Highway is congested right now.
Laguna Canyon Road is not open. Leslie, we want you to stand by. We want you to stay right where you are because you're at a very good vantage point, and we want to come right back to you. Right now we have a live shot of the Ortega fire that is currently burning out of control. We want to take that shot right now, and I understand, do we have this shot of the Ortega fire? Do we? Oh, this is the shot. Okay, this is the shot of the fire burning out of control in Ortega. Near the Ortega Highway right now on the Orange County border. Residents say or tell us that these flames are now moving toward Coto de Caza. Right now on the phone we have Cameron from Mission Viejo. Cameron, are you with us?
Yes.
Can you see these flames?
Yeah, I can see the flames. They're coming from Coto de Caza.
From the direction of Coto de Caza?
Yes, I can see they're large flames
okay,
right now.
So what are they moving toward?
They're moving towards Crown Valley right now. So that would be
toward a
south.
Populated area?
Yeah, a very populated area. I'm in a tract of homes, of a lot of homes.
How close would you estimate you are to these flames?
I'd probably say about 3 miles. It's hills behind our house. And I can see at the top of the hill, there's large flames.
Have you been told to evacuate yet?
No, we haven't had any word.
Well, do you think you might want to soon? I'm just worried about you. If you're only 3 miles.
They're not that close. I mean, we have a, let's see, it's like, it's a weird kind of tract of homes. There's homes nearer than I am.
Okay, so you're telling me that these flames are coming towards you as we speak. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you first notice them?
About an hour ago.
All right, and
they came up real fast.
Do you see any firefighters in the area?
No, we see. I see a couple of airplanes we saw earlier. I think they were water planes.
Mm-hmm. All right, and of course we have received word. We got word about 20 minutes ago that at least 14 homes are engulfed in this fire that we're looking at right now. And so, Cameron, as best you can tell, this fire is coming from the Coto de Caza area, moving toward the Crown Valley area. So it's moving toward an even more populated area.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's between Crown Valley and Oso.
So it's moving south, in other words?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Cameron, we thank you very, very much for calling in, and please be safe. Get out if you feel you need to, okay?
Yes. Thank you.
And now we're going to go to Terry in Dana Point. Is that correct, Terry?
Yes.
Are you with us? Okay.
Yes, I am.
What's going on in where you are?
Okay, where I just spoke with my parents. They live up in the Ortega Highways in a little community called Rancho Carrillo, which is approximately 80 to 100 homes. And they said that they're completely engulfed in flames up there, and everyone is trying to evacuate and get all of the animals to the fire station, and they have no idea how they're going to get out because there's only one roadway that's a long stretch that goes down to the Ortega Highway, and that everything's in flame. It's approximately an 8-mile one-way road.
Okay, so are your parents okay? I mean, they're evacuating, right?
They're evacuating to the fire station, and the whole community is, and they're trying to get all of the animals to the fire station that they have up there.
Okay, so this thing kicked up very quickly, it sounds like, if people are still scrambling.
Yes.
Okay, and is this road crowded? Have they said whether they've seen the road?
They said that everything is completely on fire all the way around them.
Structures or brush or what?
Brush, and also the homes are starting to burn.
Oh dear, boy, that sounds like a really tough time. And we know firefighters are on their way. What firefighters can be spared, and we have a crew there on our way there. So Terry, we thank you very much for calling in. We hope your parents get out safely, and we thank you very much for calling. By the way, are you still there, Terry?
Yes.
Okay, what's it like in Dana Point? Is the Laguna fire affecting you at all in Dana Point at this point in time?
No, we could just see all of the smoke and everything, but other than that, there's some ashes falling and stuff like that, but other than that, it's just the gray clouds of smoke.
Okay, all right. We thank you very much for calling, Terry. We're going to take you back to the Laguna fire, and of course we have... All right, and before we take this next call, you know, everyone's doing everything they can to help out with this fire. Now, our very own crew, OCN, we saved an abandoned basset hound, and he's here at OCN. I heard him bark just a minute ago in the lobby. So we have an abandoned basset hound. Not that he was necessarily abandoned, but he was evidently scared, running around, and so our crew saved him. And Emerald Bay 927, what does that mean? That's the ad. Oh, they found this dog, this basset hound, at Emerald Bay 927, at a home 927 Emerald Bay is the address where they found the dog. So if you are watching and you are missing your beloved basset hound, we've got him here at OCN. And come on down, because I love dogs. I might take him home with me. Okay. Not to make light of it. We've got Judy Inaconi right now on the phone from the Red Cross. Let's check in with Judy. Judy, what is the latest as far as rescue efforts go?
Hi, we basically have two shelters open, as I think you've mentioned, at Dana Hills High and Corona Del Mar High. And we do have a number of people at the Dana Hills location, and there are people arriving at Corona Del Mar. Basically, if people are wondering what they can do to give us a hand, at this point, what we really need above and beyond anything else is financial donations.
Okay.
We know this operation is going to be very costly, and anybody wanting to offer their support can do that by getting in touch with the chapter, and we're at 714-835-5381.
In and around that area now see smoke approaching the Malibu area. So far, no evacuations have been ordered. And a new fire to tell you about as well, Lake Elsinore, fast-moving brush fire about 6 miles west of Lake Elsinore, causing big concerns for Riverside County firefighters. It broke out just about an hour ago, has now consumed over 1,000 acres already. Lots of equipment heading that way. That fire is in a rugged area with extremely heavy brush, so it's going to be difficult to fight in the Ortega Mountains. Now, that is off of Highway 74 in an area known as El Carrizo.
They can drop donations off also at the OCN studio. We'll be happy to take
indication of where we're seeing fires today, and of course it started in Thousand Oaks. We also had that fire in Chatsworth this morning.
33 Golden Lantern, okay? We advise you Corona Del Mar High School or at Dana Point 3333 Golden Lantern.
We are looking at scenes from an inferno, looking at the burning mobile home park in Laguna Beach, but we have another helicopter up, and Richard Soto pilots this other helicopter. He can't hear us, but he's going to give us another picture and another look at this fire. Look at this picture.
That's along the Ortega Highway near San Juan Capistrano.
Wow.
And Richard Soto?
Good evening, everybody. Right now we're over the Ortega Highway, which is located in the Cleveland National Forest. And right now we got a wildfire that's been going on since early this afternoon. Approximately about 500 to 700 acres are burning at this time. What the problem is out here is the winds have died down a little bit, but there is no aerial support. No one is fighting this fire this time. Most of the aerial tankers and aerial helicopters have been diverted out towards Laguna Beach. But this one is just raging out of control with no one out here at this time.
What a
picture. Right now, I don't see any structures threatened. It's just mostly a sparsely area, and it's just a lot of dry bush out here and heavy terrain.
Yeah, that area has not developed so much along the Ortega Highway, but what a spectacular picture as we watch yet another fire front developing and continuing to grow. interesting, Richard said the winds are dying down, but from this vantage point, we can see they are still strong enough to push those flames forward.
Paul Dandridge, you got an update on that highway?
Well, that highway has been closed for some time, and probably at about the time that the fire started, it's Highway 74, the Ortega Highway, closed from Interstate 5 to Grand Avenue. And to put it simply, all of the, I think we can safely say, all of the roads and highways that are near any of these fires are closed, as they should be.
Certainly.
And you should not, as some people will want to do, travel down to any of these places. Stay at home, and if you're interested, watch it on TV.
That's the highway for most people when we head south on Interstate 5, and many people like to pull off on San Juan Capistrano, right by the Mission there for gas or food. If you were to make a left when you come off of the freeway heading south, that's the Ortega Highway, and you head out to Lake Elsinore, just to give a perspective on that.
When you see the size of this particular fire here, and Richard Soto tells us 500 to 700 acres burning, and nobody working it, and you think about all the other fires where structures are threatened, when do we begin to see people coming in from Idaho and Oregon to help us fight this thing? We've talked about Tulare and Kern counties, but for heaven's sake, this is way out of hand here.
Well, the first step was when the governor declared a state of emergency, and it's my understanding that that could
hopefully that will be the engine
allow
that gets
funds.
this thing.
Everything takes money, and you go to your neighboring states and you bring them in, but somebody has to pay the freight. And so when you declare a state of emergency, you free funds from your budget. Where we don't know, but
federal money, I would expect.
Well,
that
too
interstate,
hopefully
perhaps?
would be brought into play. But here's Dallas Range. Dallas, Richard Soto tells us that the winds in that part of the Southland, right around San Juan Capistrano, are diminishing somewhat, but what's the overall picture right now?
Harold, that's the same thing we're getting here in the Weather Center this afternoon. It looks like winds generally now beginning to decrease, which is good news. El Toro in that general area would be a good representative wind report, is northeast at 14. Earlier this afternoon, just a couple of hours ago, they were in the 25-mile-per-hour range. Santa Ana northeast at 23, Riverside north at 10. Ontario has dropped off considerably. They were at about 40 to 50-mile-an-hour gust during the afternoon, and now they're down to northeast to 21. Still gusty, but we do anticipate that the winds will subside a little bit, and then probably one more little blow here early in the morning, which is typical of a Santa Ana condition when the temperatures over the Nevada and that area begin to get cold at night. It cools off, then that cold air rushes toward the ocean again. That's the reason this morning we had very strong winds early in the morning. And then after that, this high pressure area is weakening. It's showing signs now of breaking apart. So I think during the day tomorrow, we'll see a significant drop in the winds. So winds diminishing this evening a little bit, still a little gusty, then another blow in the morning, and then I think we'll be in pretty good shape. On the long range, we're showing that the general pattern that produces this hot, dry condition is going to stay with us at least through Sunday. And I was looking at one of our long-range numerical models, which is kind of a way to help us forecast the weather. On Saturday, there could be another possible burst of Santa Ana winds on Saturday.
So long range, we pretty much stay in the same thing
long
through
range,
the weekend.
we stay dry and warm, and we don't see any changes in that. Let's say at least through Sunday, and then we'll take another look at it at that point. So, but for the short term, breezes beginning to diminish below the canyon, still a little gusty tonight, but overall a better pattern. A little gust of wind again tomorrow morning, a little Santa Ana tomorrow morning, and then during the day we'll see a definite diminition in the winds everywhere by tomorrow afternoon.
The problem is, of course, even though they diminish, these so-called hot spots are activated with just a little bit of wind, and again, embers get up into that stream, and before you know it, bingo, we've got another fire going in a spot we didn't anticipate.
And also these canyon winds, even tomorrow, we'll still be looking at canyon winds 15 to 20 miles per hour in the canyons. So most of the LA basin will be in pretty good shape, but still the canyon winds will be gusty, so. But improvement.
But the kind of weather that would help to put out this sort of fire, we are not going to
We
have.
don't see that. No, what we need is a reversal of the flow, bringing in some cool ocean breezes.
What's the humidity
Well,
now,
the
Dallas?
humidity is very, very low. Let's see, El Toro at this hour, I just reported, has a 10% humidity reading. Very, very low. Santa Ana's only 17%, and I'm sure around those fires. it's even lower. So very dry, and we're still in that Santa Ana condition.
Once again, if you just joined us, we are focusing on the Laguna Beach area, but we want to keep you posted that there are at least 17 fires by Paul Dandridge's count just a short time ago, burning throughout Southern California, all the way from Point Mugu down to San Diego, all the way out into the Inland Empire right now. The efforts of many of the fire
Read through it yet, but I tell you what, I'm just going to read it to you live. It's just 3 short paragraphs. Senator Boxer says that she's deeply concerned about the terrible fires now raging in 8 California counties. My heart goes out to the dozens of families who have lost their homes, and I'm grateful for the
to do something.
You don't want to take any dares right now, do you?
No, I won't look the gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, well,
I can tell you, though, that it doesn't look like it's going to hit the downtown Laguna district.
Oh, from that vantage point, you can see that.
Yes, I'm looking down on that area.
Did you say it does not look like it?
That's correct.
Very good. What makes you say that? Because you've got a better view on it than we have from here in the studio. Describe the scene to us.
Well, my elevation is just about the same as the fires, although the Laguna Canyon Road is across the road from me. But as I look to my right, which would be toward the water, it is black, but the winds are going toward the water, but I don't see any flames going anywhere near it. There's one house that is down just a little bit lower that's beyond Mystic Hills in the Temple Hills area, and it's fully engulfed, but it doesn't look like anything has sparked that's going that far. I would say it's probably, a half a mile from the downtown district, but it's up high, so it would have to really blow to get caught, as opposed to going uphill.
Yeah, of course, it well might look that way at the moment, and we're glad to hear at least that it does look that way at the moment, but we've been talking all afternoon about just how unpredictable these winds are. They swirl, they go in different directions, they change all the time.
Absolutely. In fact, we thought that the fire would go by us, which it did on the north side of us as it went down to El Morro. And then all of a sudden we were looking out straight north, and it was coming right toward us, and we were all about ready to leave at that point. And then it forked and went into this Mystic Hills area, which is south of Laguna Canyon Road.
Did some people leave your neighborhood?
Pardon me?
Did some people leave your neighborhood?
Yes, a few, but only 10 or 15%.
Okay.
Most of us stayed and just fought it. We did put out one fire. A neighbor put out a fire that had just started under a tree, and fortunately that was the only sparks we got. It's a good thing he was there at the time.
Well, we wish you and your family good luck in your whole neighborhood. You have been spared, and we hope that holds. We hope your luck holds there.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. We should point out to our viewers that normally at 6:30 we would be going to the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather and Connie Chung. Tonight, however, we are going to stay with this scene here. We are witnessing a disaster of major proportions, and we're going to continue to cover this as long as there is this kind of threat to life and property in Laguna Beach. Bree Walker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mike. It was heartening news to hear that man say that it does not appear that downtown Laguna will be engulfed in flames. Let's hope he's right.
Yep. What are we looking at down there now, Bree? Is that a home?
Yeah, we're still looking at the same development of homes. These are the hilltop homes that have the wonderful view of the Pacific Ocean. And I'm guessing this is Mystic Hill.
Okay, back down to the ground we're looking at right now in the city of Laguna Beach, and Penny Griego is down there somewhere. Penny, tell us about it.
Well, Mike, this house that you're looking at is one that we've seen earlier, and I'm sure you've been watching it with Bree above. I think you saw, the picture was on when we saw this house actually collapse on itself as the flames just continue to engulf it. A little bit farther up the hill, you've probably been seeing this home from the air, but this house was not on fire or was not visibly burning when we got here. It is now completely engulfed. It's hard to tell now just how much it's burning because the smoke is so thick and black right now. But every now and then we get this burst of very red flames from it. And that was a new house that started burning after we got here. We've been wanting to show it to you for a while, and other things were happening. Now, just across the canyon from it, if you'll go all the way to the one on the left, you'll see another house. This one above the big house that we were showing you first, but all the way forward, is probably the closest one to the downtown Laguna area. Again, we hope that that man was right also and that it doesn't move in that area, but the winds are still moving down the hill actually more toward us than they are toward the downtown area. They are moving toward us. You were mentioning earlier the trailer park that had burned, and as you look at this beautiful sunset here in Laguna, I'm not sure that anybody's taking a look at this. We have a victim from that trailer park earlier. Susan, if you would come up and talk to us. You lived in the trailer park up the hill. Can you tell us what happened? I know you were not there, but they wouldn't let you go back up.
No, I went out to pick up my daughter so we could get her daughter from the high school where they evacuated El Moro School. And when we tried to go back out, we couldn't get through. The smoke was so thick, the flames were coming down the side of the hill. They were already down to the canyon road. There was no way to get out. We don't even know at this point whether the house is still there or not.
We know that the trailer park was heavily damaged, I believe. I'm not sure the extent of the damage at that point, but you got all of your family members out of there?
We got all the family. We got one cat we haven't picked up, which we're kind of worried about. The kids are. And we're staying here with a friend temporarily watering down her house as the flames move down. We're hoping not to have to leave it. It's been quite an ordeal. I've lived here since 1949. I've never seen anything like it.
This is the first time. At this point, you don't know if you've lost everything?
We don't know, but the main thing is all the homes for people. You know, it's just devastating. Going up to the high school and seeing the children waiting for their parents, and some of them were in tears. They were so scared.
How were yours when you?
They were great. They're little foragers. You know, they managed fine. We didn't feel the impact. Now they are, as they think about their friends and their children.
All right, thank you very much. And I think everybody, as they see these flames moving closer and closer, and more homes being engulfed in flames, they're all getting nervous. Everybody here is wondering what next. Will it be enough if I hose down my roof? And if not, when do I need to move out of the area?
Yeah, that's very good questions, Penny. Thank you very much. Let's go back to Harvey Levin. Harvey, you still outside that mobile home park there?
Yeah, Mike, I am. I have a little bit of an update for you. I just spoke with two firefighters who told me that they had been inside fighting this blaze. They said that the problem is that the explosions aside, it's just an inferno in there. It's really, really hot, and you can't get in there far enough to fight it effectively without getting trapped, and they're really afraid of getting trapped. There's nowhere to go. There's just mountainside. So he thinks, frankly, it's just a matter of time before this place is a total loss. The good news to report is, Mike, can you hear me, Mike?
Yes, I can.
If you recall, an hour or so ago, I showed you the El Moro Elementary School, which was threatened by flames twice. So far, they have been able to save that school. However, a fire official up there, which is about 200 or 300 yards from where I am right now, told us that there is still a brush fire raging out there, and it could burn down as far as the hills of Newport. He's not saying it's going to threaten the homes necessarily, but he says that thing is really burning. So, you know, this is not an area that's under control at all. It's very volatile.
Let me get a location where you are. You are, as best I read you, just on the northwest side of the Pacific Coast Highway, just across, right near the ocean, but you're on the wrong side of the highway from the ocean. Is that correct?
No, we're on the ocean side of the highway right now.
You are on the ocean side. The mobile home park is across the highway from where you are.
Exactly.
Okay, and you're also, it looks to be, from the map I have, a couple of miles northwest of the 133 of the Laguna Canyon Road?
Exactly. Well, no, wait a minute. Yes, we're northwest of 133, which is Laguna Canyon Road. That's correct.
Now, up above you there, above the mobile home park, I see on my map a number of little streets, but not a whole lot. Certainly, this is not the populated area that would find southeast of you around the heart of Laguna Beach.
That's correct. There are homes around here. In fact, if you remember, when I showed you, when I first arrived here, I showed you kind of a perspective shot of what it looked like on the northern edge of the fire. And we pointed down into a canyon, which is not too far from where we are right now, which does contain homes, but not a lot of homes. And I think if you noticed a little bit earlier, when we pointed up on the hill here, there are homes on the ridge near the trailer park. Marco, I don't know if you can see this, but there's somebody walking up there, walking up on the ridge, and I saw that fellow near his home a little bit earlier. Mike, do you see that shot?
I don't see how anybody could be walking from the shot we're looking at. Harvey, we're looking at an aerial shot right now. Now we see a gentleman with a baseball cap walking along that ridge. Where is he in relation to the fire?
Well, he's looking right down at it, basically. And you know, if this fire goes up that hill, or if the fire on the other side comes down, he's in some trouble. So this man is in a real precarious situation right now.
Okay, Harvey, have to interrupt. You got to go back upstairs to Bree Walker with some new information for us, Bree.
Well, actually, we don't have any new information. We're listening to numbers. Is this correct? We've got over 250 homes burned to the ground here in Laguna. And I understand that over 4,000 acres. Can you check those figures for me, Mike? Okay. We also would like to show you a wide shot because you can't get a real good overview of just how much is burning out here until we show you a real wide shot, because you're looking at every spot of fire is a home either burned to the ground in ashes or going up in flames now. But then just over the ridge, you'll see another one. So we'd like to show you the wide shot so that you can get an idea of just how massive these fires are. Literally in every direction we turn, we've got fires, except off to the south.
Bree, are you out over the ocean now?
No, we're right over the houses that we have been hovering over for the last few minutes.
But certainly you just gave us a...
We're just 2 miles east of Laguna right now.
You just gave us a camera pan there that showed that is several miles wide, that stretch of fire and destruction. Let's look at a map here and you'll see what we mean. Emerald Bay there on your left, that's where Harvey Levitt is. That's where the mobile home park is, just on the north side of the highway, and of course the fire has jumped the highway. Now you move from left to right, you see 133. That is Laguna Canyon Road. That's the main artery into that area. The fire from where Harvey is has stretched left to right, has jumped 133 there, and is on the right-hand side on your screen. That's where those expensive hilltop homes have been burning that Bree was showing us just a while ago. Now, all in those neighborhoods down below that, also below and off to the right a little bit, that's where Penny Griego has been earlier today. A number of fires in that area as well. And the one thing they're trying to do is establish some kind of line around the downtown section and keep that fire from spreading there. Penny Griego is down on the ground in one of those neighborhoods to bring us up to date there. Penny?
Mike, we're in the same area that we were earlier. You can't see it, unfortunately, because of just the way the wind is blowing. There are flames about a block up the street where you see the emergency vehicle up there, and there's a stop sign. There are flames heading this way. Police department just passed by here and is yelling at everybody to evacuate this neighborhood. We're probably going to have to move very shortly. From this street where we are, Park Avenue, and about 6 blocks south of here, they are evacuating from the base of the hill all the way to Pacific Coast Highway. These are new homes that are being threatened at this point. We are still burning way up on the hillside that you told us, and actually to about 500 yards from us. They say that's about how close the fire is to us at this point. And again, it is moving in this direction. We have seen fire crews go down these side streets all around here, and we can see the red smoke behind these trees. And again, flames just about a block away from us.
Penny, have you been seeing a lot of residents evacuate that neighborhood and drive by you there?
I haven't seen any yet, Mike. I've been watching. Earlier in the evening, there were people evacuating from higher up in that Temple Hill area, and they were coming down with carloads of their goods. But since this police officer just went by with his bullhorn yelling at everyone to evacuate the area, I have not seen anybody come out of their home. There are still some people who are working on the roofs, hosing them down, and I don't know if they think the fire isn't moving fast enough. Larry, I don't know if you can see the flames now. If we look...
Well, here's what we're seeing, Penny. We're seeing 2 shots right now down there where you are, and we don't see a lot of flames there, although we don't doubt it's a highly dangerous situation because we're looking from up above. And Bree Walker, you have the vantage point from there in that same neighborhood where Penny is, and this is what's all around her.
Yes, and this looks like some new involvement that you're looking at right now. We say that because this appears to be where the fire crews are concentrating their efforts right now. And this looks to be about 1.5 miles, 2 miles east of the Temple Hills involvement. And it looks like it's consuming homes now that were just a while ago not in flames. They're concentrating their efforts right now with 1, 2, 3, looks like 4 fire trucks and another one on the way.
How fast does that fire appear to be moving, Bree? Is it moving?
It is moving, and it looks like it's moving in a westerly direction, but it looks like it was a separate offshoot of the fire from the Temple Hills involvement. So it's very hard to see where it originated, because it looks like it could be from a different offshoot.
You know, we heard a gentleman a little while ago who lives somewhat near the area where you are. He had a good vantage point. He said the fire does not appear to be heading toward downtown Laguna Beach. But I look at the map here, the Temple Hills area, and you say that fire is moving westerly. Westerly
Well,
is.
this is a new involvement that is east of the Temple Hills involvement. So this would be much farther away from downtown.
Okay, but if it is moving west, eventually, if it continued to move west, would be downtown Laguna Beach. As far as I can tell, I could be off. I could be looking at this map wrong. At any rate, we see a very wide band of fire. It is moving west. There are a number of houses in its path. And Bree, you say the firefighters have set up lines there. They're going to try to make a stand.
They're surrounding the area. They've got the roads covered with their vehicles, both to the south of that line of fire and to the east of that line of fire. So they're attacking it from above where they can with their hoses.
Okay. I want to mention to those of you who tuned in hoping to see the CBS Evening News, we are staying with this situation here. We have covered it since early this morning as these fires continue to burn out of control. And in fact, in the last 4 or 5 hours, when the Laguna Beach fire that you're looking at right now has gotten so terribly out of control, now they're saying well over 100 houses, perhaps 150 houses have burned or are burning at this very minute. It is threatening still many, many more widespread evacuations. Most of the town, as far as we can tell, has been advised to evacuate. Many people waiting till the last minute. Earlier we heard how some of those who waited till the last minute for their neighborhood finally did get out, and they were bumper to bumper in traffic. Jose Sanders at the update desk. Let's go to you and get some late information from you.
Yeah, Michael, I can tell you about another new fire being looked at right now. It is the Ortega Highway fire. That is Highway 74, a new fire burning east of the 5. Fires being reported all along that. We can't confirm the extent of the damage. This is near Rancho Santa Margarita. This information coming to us from the California Division of Forestry. Meanwhile, the Altadena fire continues to spread destruction. That brusher is now engulfing the area around the Pasadena and Sierra Madre border. And in Laguna Beach, meanwhile, we are told Laguna police have evacuated their own headquarters and are now setting up an outpost on the town's main beach. Laguna Police Department now operating on the beach. Plus, the Red Cross is now set up in an evacuation center in Malibu as the Thousand Oaks fire heads that way. Evacuees should go to the Malibu Community Center. That's at 6955 Fern Hill Drive in Malibu. Run through this right quickly just for you again. The Red Cross now set up an evacuation center in Malibu. That is at where the Thousand Oaks fire is heading that way. Evacuees should go to the Malibu Community Center. That is 6955 Fern Hill Drive in Malibu. That's the latest from the update desk. Mike, back to you.
Yeah, Jose, that wide stretch of sandy beach there in Malibu may well be the only truly safe part of Malibu, and that's where the police department has now set up its mobile headquarters. Okay, back up to Air 2 and Mark Dunn. Mark, what's your view?
Mike, we're on the backside of the Ortega Highway, the fire that Jose was just mentioning. This is about 6 miles east of Interstate 5, about 15 miles southeast of the Laguna fire that's burning out of control right now over on the coastline. We took a look over here. We could see the flames from Orange County Airport as we took off. We're going to do a pirouette at the end of this fire, and you can see that it's probably engulfed about 100 acres so far. There's really nothing out here right now. It's a pretty rugged terrain. Just on the other side, between this fire here and the Laguna Beach fire that's burning now, about 4 miles from this location, there's several different groups of homes that could possibly be endangered if this fire were to burn for a long time unchecked. Of course, we know how that can change after we watched what happened this afternoon with the Laguna Beach fire, how it was miles away from homes, and within 20 minutes to a half an hour, it was right on top of them. So this is a situation definitely worth watching. As you can see as we come around now, off in the distance there, those are the lights of Laguna Beach. We're kind of over the inferno exactly right now, Mike. We're looking right down into it now, and you can see that this fire has a potential for disaster also. Mike, back to you.
Yeah, you say you're quite a distance away from those homes there, Mark. Do you have any idea about how far it is and which direction that fire is heading? Is it heading toward the homes?
Well, right now, you know, I'm going to pan up to the top stack of this smoke. This smoke is rising straight up. I think this
Mark,
has...
interrupt you just briefly for our viewers, and we'll go back to you there. The Laguna fire on the right of your screen there, you see burning homes. You see the rugged terrain burning there on the Ortega Highway fire. Now, Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you were telling us how far this fire on the left in this rugged brush is from those homes.
Well, this fire is about 4 miles from homes that are on the other side of this wall of smoke you're looking at now.
About 4 miles away?
Actually, I'm being told right now by our pilot, David Gibbs, that we have some homes burning right down below us now. I'm trying to look down through there. Maybe I can zoom in a little closer and distinguish those structures.
Yep, that looks like a house fire right there.
I think we have found one. So this has already destroyed, as David says, at least 3 structures that he spots from the air. I hadn't seen those yet, but
okay,
so far we do have 3 structures engulfed.
We'll check back with you, Mark. Thank you very much. Back up to Chopper 2 over the Laguna fire and Bree Walker.
Again, you're looking at the Temple Hills involvement here, where the homes are just devastated. And we see that we've got fire crews attempting to do some rescue. No, let me see if I can get a better shot. We can't see what they're doing just below us, but we see a couple of fire trucks just at the bottom of this swath of destruction. We can't tell what they're doing.
Yeah, the Temple Hills fire would be just east of Laguna.
Yes, this is the fire just east of downtown Laguna Beach.
Bree, we have seen how quickly these homes burn. From the time a fire starts till the time the home is gone, sometimes is under an hour. Now, we have seen steady. If you panned right now, I'm not suggesting you do, but if you did, I know from what you're seeing, you see the entire horizon aglow with fires there.
Yes.
Obviously, constantly, new fires are breaking out.
That's why you begin to feel kind of numbed to the whole scene after a while, because you don't really know where to look. You can't tell what was burning an hour ago and what's brand new now. It's just everywhere. So it's very hard to decide what's the most recent development. They're popping up everywhere all over the area. So we're trying to give you a bird's eye view of where it's most involved here.
Bree, along these same lines, even as we were saying this, I was just handed a piece of information. Emmy Day, whom we spoke with earlier, spokeswoman for the Orange County Fire Department, says the estimates of 100 houses destroyed in that Laguna Beach area, her words, are meaningless now. They have no idea how many houses involved.
Frankly, when I heard that figure, I was shocked. I thought that is way too low.
It's got to be at least too low by half.
More. Yeah, we can count many more than that from the sky. And again, some of these houses are quite large. You can't tell where one begins and one ends, because in some cases the involvement really is a swath, a path of destruction along a row of homes, and then it might skip a home or two. But you can't begin to count how many from the sky. It looks like there are several hundred.
Yeah. A telling quote from Emmy Day again, this is a terrible, terrible fire with no handle on it yet. Not even beginning to get a handle on this fire. The wind's still blowing out there. Bree, are you being buffeted around by those winds quite as much as you were?
Only when we dip into some heavy smoke, then we feel it.
Around
but we're
the fire,
higher than that right now.
Around the fire, it's generating its own firestorm and its own winds. But when you're up at higher elevations, you don't feel as much wind as you did earlier in the day?
Right. And we try to get out of it when we know that we've got fire tankers coming from a direction that we don't dare obscure. So we're paying attention to that as well. When we move our position, sometimes it's because of that.
Well, the hope was that those winds would die down at least for a few hours. Steve Rambo says that they're going to kick back up in the morning pretty early.
It feels windy up here now. How high are we, Craig? We're at 2,000 feet, and it feels quite windy up here.
And there you see the panorama of destruction, one fire after another, one home after another, one dream after another, going up in flames on this night.
Well, it's frightening stuff.
All right, Mark Dunn in Air 1 now has moved to Santa Margarita. You're over some activity there. Mark, tell us about it.
Santa Margarita, that's correct, Mike. Actually, it's the Ortega Highway fire. There are several different names for this fire. We haven't been able to narrow it down yet. We were looking at now in the center of your picture are 2 different homes that are totally engulfed. We've counted up to 6 or 7 different homes now. They seem to have the same propane attachment that the trailer park had. We've seen this house here now totally engulfed and burning for a good long time, longer than the fuel of the house itself would probably allow. So we're thinking that there might be some sort of a gas source there. As we come around, you can see that this is just an inferno inside this, what would be like a little basin of mountains. It's all enclosed in here. A wall of smoke, as you can see, climb. I think what you referred to, what Steve Rambo mentioned, that in the evening the winds die down and we have a little bit of a false calm. I think that's what we're experiencing now. Of course, right down in the firestorm, weather all of its own is being created. Mike, back to you.
And what we can't see there, Mark, because the sun is set, we see several burning structures. We can't see how many other structures are around them, how many others might be threatened at this time.
That's correct, Mike. We really don't. It took another set of eyes to find these houses that were on fire, because all I could see were the flames and the orange coming up at me. Craig, with his trained pilot's eye, was able to pick those right out of the ground immediately, although in the black areas it's very difficult to see what kind of other structures might be down there, what kind of other structures might be in danger.
Yeah, okay. From this Orange County fire, from the Laguna fire at least, we were told earlier that a couple of firefighters suffered minor injuries. We are so lucky that toll is not much higher, considering the staggering toll that fire is taking on property, and how much land has been burned and how many houses are just in full conflagration right now. We are lucky more people haven't been injured. Looking at the Santa Margarita fire, going to be moving now, I think, back to Laguna Beach, which is not too far away, 7 or 8 miles as the crow flies. Still hanging with the Santa Margarita fire, surveying that situation. This is not just a line of fire there, Mark. It seems to be just real hot spots. Now, when you first approached the Laguna Beach fire today, what we saw was a solid, continual line of fire that was several miles long. Here you see a hot spot here, a hot spot there, a house on fire here, maybe one on fire somewhere else.
What we have going on here is it's almost like a volcano cauldron. It's round in its shape. It's a circular fire. There's not a line of fire. You can see the golden embers as they glow over property and ground that's already been burned over, and the fire line seems to be coming up under larger growth. But if you look into the picture, you can see the fire burning everywhere, all around us. We're kind of circling around in the middle of the fire because we want to keep a picture with you, and we're having a little bit of wind problem up here.
Mark, thank you very much. From Air 2 to Chopper 2 we go, and Bree Walker. Bree, are you still over that Temple Hills area?
Yeah, actually we're just a little bit north and east of it now, Mike. We're hovering above this latest involvement we talked to you about, where you see a jagged line of fire, and we're trying to figure out if this is along El Toro Road, although it looks like it's an east-west road. So this is off to the east of the Temple Hills involvement, and it looks like more recent fire devastation here. This is where there are still fire crews trying to fight from the ground and save some of the homes there that have just gone up.
Does it look like there have been some new fires there? More homes have recently caught fire?
Yes, that's what this looks like to us, and we're trying to figure out what the road is where the fire crews are lined up and fighting the fire. We're trying to figure out which road that is. It looks like it could be El Toro Road, although we can't be certain. So we're trying to check that.
Yeah, I'm scrambling to check my Thomas guide here too, and I'm trying to find out where El Toro Road would cut into that area.
El Toro Road connects with 133. Oh, I just lost my flashlight. That's not helpful. Okay.
All right, well, we'll try to get
Try to find where Laguna Canyon Road and El Toro Road connect. Okay, so this is off. No? Yes, it looks like it's an offshoot.
Yeah, and there, Bree, we're looking from the ground at the real danger of and just how these fires spread. We're looking at white, hot, glowing embers shooting skyward, being blown, heading towards somebody else's roof, and that's right in an area where Penny Griego is standing by to bring us up to date. Penny?
Mike, the fire is now less than a half block, maybe a block away from us, I guess, really. We've moved about a half block from where we were so we could get a better vantage point of this area. We're kind of blocked again by the homes that are right in front of us, but you can see just That one house that's still up on the hill. This tree in front was completely on fire. It seems to have burned itself out. But there are flames. I think Larry's showing you some that are burning. The smoke is going up into the sky. Again, this is just about a block from us. This is this area that is supposed to be evacuated, but if you look down here, there's still people in their homes. No one is evacuating. There's still a man up there on the roof hosing down his house. It's just, it has moved, and how stubborn some people are that they don't want to get out.
What an eerie scene you're bringing us right now, Bree, almost a scene out of Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, it is incredible. This man, you see him right in front of these flames, and literally from him, it's about a half block away. Just say he's like on the alley, and the homes right on behind him are on fire.
Now, have the authorities asked that gentleman and other people of the neighborhood to get out of there, to evacuate?
What we've been seeing happening is the police department going by with a bullhorn, just yelling out, everybody out, everybody evacuate the neighborhood. And they're doing this for a 6-block area from Park Avenue southward, from the foothills all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway. Again, after I talked to you the last time, I did see a couple of cars go down. They were asking, where do we go, where do we go? And they had their cars loaded full of their whatever they could able get up their home. But again, most people are still staying here in the neighborhood. You see these people right here across the street. I saw a woman just walk out of this house, and she looked like she was putting out the trash or something, and then walked back in. And then again, this home, there's people in the front part of the house. I think this is like maybe a duplex or apartments. Somebody's walking out the front kind of casually, and the other man is up on the roof, still wetting it down.
Penny, I don't know what legally police can do to make people leave. I know you talked to that one gentleman earlier who said the cops came by and told him either get out or we're going to arrest you.
Right. That was the only one I've ever heard that happened to. The police officers that we talked to here quickly couldn't even really stay and give us much information. They just told us quickly what the area was, and then they continued on their way with their bullhorn working the area.
All right, we're looking at a view from Chopper 2 there, the conflagration. I can't tell exactly how many houses are involved there. They all blend together. It's so hot. It's such an inferno. Bree, is that several houses we're looking at?
Let's see, you're still trained on Temple Hills. If you pan to your right, Marika, we can show where we're seeing some new involvement that is threatening homes where there are still some attempts being made by firefighting crews to save the homes. And we figured out that that has to be Club Road, an offshoot of El Toro Road, where El Toro Road tees at the top just before it turns into like wilderness area. So this looks like some new involvement to us.
How far are you from the ocean there?
We're about another mile inland from where we were just showing you the Temple Hills involvement, where the hilltop homes overlook the ocean. That's fully involved. Those homes are gone. And now we're just east of that, maybe a mile. That's what you're looking at now, this most recent involvement. So we're a little farther inland from Temple Hills. This is still Laguna Beach.
A long line of fire there, and there's not a whole lot they can do in a case like that. I don't think they're setting backfires at night, are they?
It doesn't look from where we are that they're doing that. We can't tell for sure. We're a little too high now. We can't tell for sure what the fire crews on the ground are doing, but they've fanned around El Toro Road. They look to be on Club Road, if we're right about that location. That's a small road offshoot from El Toro Road. They look to be lined up on both El Toro Road and Club Road.
All right, Bree, throughout the evening, we have been trying to talk to residents of the area. On the telephone, I believe we have Mary Rutkowski on the telephone right now. Can you hear me, Ms. Rutkowski? Hello, can you hear me, Mary Rutkowski?
Yes, I can. Can you speak up a little louder?
Yes, I certainly will, and I'll try to speak just a little bit more slowly, too. Can you tell me where you are in relation to the closest fire?
We're just south of it. The fires are surrounding Laguna. The North Laguna, as you know, we've been watching TV, went this afternoon, and then it jumped the canyon, the Laguna Beach Canyon 133, and came across and is up above Laguna, which we call the top of the world. We've lost the elementary school up there, and that's what's so scary for the rest of Laguna, because the wind is blowing from the top towards the ocean. And I am about a mile from downtown. I live on the ocean.
You live on the ocean?
Yes.
And you're how close to the fire? You're a mile, wait, you're a mile
Well, I'm
from
a good mile south of the downtown area.
Okay.
So I'm not actually in the fire, but the whole sky is, we could see flames earlier. Now that it's night, there's more smoke, and the sky's all illuminated. Looks like fire, but I don't actually see flames.
So you're not far from the Surf and Sand Hotel, would you be?
No, we're just south of that.
Just south of that?
Right.
And your neighborhood is not in imminent danger?
Not at this, right at this moment. People are coming here to see what's going to happen from the hills. I have my daughter here. I have two of my daughters here and the children that came down. Their houses have been evacuated.
You haven't had any word about evacuations though where you are?
Not this moment.
What have you done to take precautions in the event that word comes?
Wait, someone walked in from right up there. If you want to speak with him. I've loaded the car and have things to go, just taking pictures and a few clothes and a toothbrush, and we're just waiting.
All right. So many people are, Vera Witkowski. We hope your neighborhood is spared, certainly your home, and good luck to you and your daughters there as you watch what's happening to your town.
All righty.
Thank you very much. Jose Sanders
bye-bye.
at the update desk right now. Let's go to you, Jose.
Well, Michael, I want to update you once again on the suspect in that big Altadena fire we've been covering all day. The 35-year-old transient is at the County USC Medical Center jail ward being charged with setting that brush fire. His name is Andreas Wine. The police say he was hiking in the hills above Altadena and he lit the fire to actually keep warm earlier today. He got caught in the flames himself. He was described as a transient who fell down the hill in that area, and the police picked him up. He'd been hurt from the fall and also being treated for smoke inhalation, dehydration, and cold exposure. He's been charged with setting an unlawful fire, which of course is different from arson. This was not deliberate, but it is unlawful. No word yet on when he'll be transferred from the
fire down. Well, right now we are looking at aerial video, so just to let you know, that's what we're seeing.
Okay, where I am now, no more homes have burned up at the ridge where I am, but down below there is total devastation. Skyline Drive, Mystic Hills Road are completely consumed by fire. More than 200 homes were burned earlier today, and that fire continues. The wind has shifted though, and it's not approaching up the hill anymore. Everything is just aglow down below me. But this aerial fire is quite impressive. 200 homes burned, thousands of acres.
All right, we're right now looking, I believe, in the area close to where you are. We're looking at aerial photographs of areas that were burning not too long ago. We have to assume that they're still burning. Homes just absolutely going up in flames, and right next to them, homes that haven't been touched yet. So as we were talking earlier, the fire seems to be a bit selective at this point. It's not destroying everything in its path, but it is certainly, the wind is certainly carrying sparks to homes and just igniting them quickly and devastating them very quickly. What's the latest number from the firefighters on number of homes? Do you have anything?
Nothing official right now. Everyone is going about the business of actually fighting the fires, so they're not able to count at this point. But as you see from this footage, it would select a home, burn it completely. When I would stand in the middle of this going on, you'd see huge flames going on in one area, and you'd turn around and you'd see it behind you, and you'd wonder which way you were going to get out.
Now, if you have suffered damage from this fire, there are a couple of shelters that you can turn to. The Dana Hills High School, the Red Cross has set up a shelter there. That's at 33333 Golden Lantern in Dana Point. Or you can go north to Corona del Mar High School at 2101 East Bluff, and Red Cross can help you out there as well. And if you would just like to help, if you're watching all this devastation and you would like to help those in need, the Red Cross certainly could use your cash donations. You can call them at 835-5381, that's 835-5381. Or you can bring donations by the OCN studios. We're taking food, clothing, bottled water, anything you can bring to help out the victims of this fire. Everyone is jumping on the bandwagon and getting help to these people right away.
Devastating as you look at this. Burned today, if you're just tuning in, getting home from work and you're not sure what has happened today. Emerald Bay, hundreds of homes there.
Thurston Middle School completely burned to the ground. Laguna Beach High School has also burned. Not completely, though. Some of the classrooms are still standing. Portions of Top of the World, the downtown village area. However, none of the businesses actually were burned. Brooke, you mentioned a little while ago that the police department itself was being evacuated.
All right. Leslie, what is the situation where you are? When we took a live shot from you earlier, firefighters were not having a lot of luck. It doesn't look like they're
Well, you're looking at the live picture where we are right now. We're at the top of Alta Laguna Park, and this is a ridge below Alta Laguna Road. This is brush you see burning, but if you pan to the left a little, it's kind of dark to see. There are homes just a couple yards away from here, and they are advancing. The firefighters burnt a line in so that the fire would be prevented from coming up here. Now they're standing by to see if it's going to jump over that line. The flames you saw before, you know, have pretty much held that line for the past hour that we've been here.
And we are looking now off into the distance, I see. What direction are we looking in, Leslie?
We're looking toward the ocean right now. The glowing you see below us is Skyline, and Mystic is Skyline, where the homes, you might remember back when the rains fell, these homes suffered a lot of extensive damage. These homeowners have gone through a lot in this past year, and this is certainly the ultimate. Also down there is the Thurston Middle School that's burning.
All right.
This is looking toward downtown Laguna Beach. We're at Top of the World. You look down the hill and over the village.
Now, are these firefighters going to stay on the job through the night? Have they told you what they're going to do?
Well, I haven't been able to talk to the firefighters right now.
Yeah, I understand.
They're kind of busy.
Yeah, well, we know it's much more difficult to fight the flames at night, and we'll just have to see what they decide to do. A lot of them have been on the job for, what, a couple of days now. They've got to be tired. And
they have, exhausted. And everywhere you turn throughout the day. We should go to some video now of Laguna Beach High School, and I'll show you just an example of everywhere you would turn, there would be something new burning. This is...
Yeah. You know, it almost leaves you speechless in a way. You just look at the devastation and the hopelessness of what these firefighters are trying to do. The wind is just carrying these embers and destroying everything in its path.
What you're seeing right now is the vantage point where we are now about an hour ago. You see how much of an impact the wind has if it's coming towards you. The wind has shifted. It's headed west out toward the ocean. Earlier it was headed more in like a southeastern direction, and it was coming up the hill toward us. It's now shifted away from us, which is good for us, of course, but it's not good for the people who are headed out, who are in the western part now of Laguna Beach.
Leslie, just a note for our viewers, we've been telling them of a basset hound that we rescued out of Emerald Bay. A caller has called to say that the basset hound's name is Spencer, and it belongs to the owner of the Black Orchid Flower Shop in Laguna. So hopefully this person will watch and know that Spencer is safe, and Spencer would like to be reunited with his owner. Spencer is a little excited and would like to be reunited with his owner, so if the owner of the Black Orchid Flower Shop in Laguna is watching, please, or someone who knows him, please call us and we can get Spencer to you.
One little bit of good news coming out of this. It's surreal standing here on top of the world, Laguna Beach.
The flames are still not disturbing the home that we're having to look over. That is very good news. Are there homes below that that it's engulfed at this point?
Pardon me?
Are there homes below where we're seeing the flames that are being engulfed?
They are just a burning ember at this point. They have burned already. They were engulfed about an hour ago. The video that you see here, we have an aerial view of this too to give you an idea of what it looks like.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
You can see the line now. To get the bearings, you see the tennis courts over to that's where we are right now, right near those tennis courts, okay?
Yes.
That's where we're standing. Right below, you see this line. They burnt that line in where the fire line is. They burnt it in to try to prevent it from coming up, from advancing. It has jumped a little over it to the right of where we are, but it hasn't hit the hills.
When you look at from the air, you can see the perspective and how devastating this fire truly is.
What you're looking at right now is Aliso on the other side of the ridge. And you can see where the magnitude, the expanse from downtown Laguna and thousands of...
Apparently they're in good shape up in this area. Again, we're flying just about 3 miles north of the Pacific Coast Highway.
Then, of course, you mentioned, you told all of us earlier today that some of the helicopters, because of their close proximity to the Pacific Ocean, they were actually going out and dipping into the ocean to get water to bring back and fight the fire.
Exactly. Great work done by the pilots. In fact, our pilot, Ken Williams, is doing just an outstanding job, and Martin, the cameraman, he's had a camera on his shoulder for over 10 hours today. They've worked so hard in trying to give you these broadcasts, and all the people involved here fighting these fires are doing an incredible job.
Jennifer, all you guys, you, Martin, our pilot, everybody have done a fantastic job. And I know you got to be tired, and you've been eating that smoke all day long, so you've just been terrific.
Well, again, you can't help but have your heart go out to these folks that have nothing to show for their hard work and all the time and money they put into their homes. It's just such a sad situation. We are traveling now, again, back towards the other edge of the fire.
Jennifer, while you travel back there, we want to cut away from you just for a moment and go to Linda Moore, who is on the ground, probably not far away from where you are, in the midst of that inferno, and she has I was just informed that Linda Moore is down there in Laguna Canyon. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, we will be coming up on Linda. She has a report. She said she was right in the midst of an area that was burning, and we want to go to her, but we are going to look at a tape here in just one moment to give you an idea of what's been going on in that area. Okay, this is the area of Laguna Canyon that was taken just a short time ago after the sun set. And we wanted you to be able to see this in order to contrast what Jennifer York showed us just a short time ago. You can see the tremendous line of fire that existed there along the canyon, and how that was fought, and perhaps the battle won, with fire units that were up on the ridge trying to protect those homes. However, this was just one small battle in a tremendous war. We've been informed by the Orange County Fire Department that they have no handle on this at the present time, that it is one of the worst fires in the history of the area, and there is very little that they can do at the present time to contain it. And so they are doing the best they possibly can with units from all over Orange County and from all over the state trying to battle this blaze. But as you can see, hundreds of homes may be destroyed in this conflagration.
And there's not a great deal more they can do, because they've already told us they have committed 100%
That's
of their
right,
resources
to fighting the
in
blaze.
to fighting in Laguna.
Yeah.
We have another report from Orange County that the Orange County town of Villa Park, they have another suspicious origin fire, maybe arson. 2 houses were destroyed in Villa Park, 5 others heavily damaged. It's 80% contained right now, but it is suspected arson.
Where is that?
Villa Park, which is in Orange County also.
Okay, do we have contact with Linda yet? We want to find out. Okay, we don't have Linda yet. Larry, did you have a point that you were going to make?
Only that in San Bernardino, we now have a new update. The San Bernardino fire started at Hope Street and Tippecanoe. It's moved to the 900 block of Sunnyside. For those who live in that community, you would know about that. 20 acres in the city are burning north of the 10 freeway and east of 215. So far, 2 homes, several automobiles have been burned, and they expect that the fire might have started in somebody's front yard and have burned into a junkyard, causing a great deal of dense black smoke, which probably means that there were automobile tires that were set afire there, too. The cause is being listed as accidental. The person was burning trash and has only been arrested for a misdemeanor. They are expecting 100%, I should say, containment very, very shortly, and this fire in San Bernardino. Hal?
Okay, Larry, the impact of the fire, of course, is being felt throughout California and the nation. President Clinton has been kept apprised of what is happening here in Southern California. There will undoubtedly be, and there has been, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors has declared a state of emergency, and also the state of emergency will be declared in Orange County. 7 counties are being subject to these terrible fires at this time, and there's little doubt that President Clinton will declare this a disaster area. He said recently that, just a matter of about an hour and a half ago, he said that it is still too early to determine precisely what is happening here as far as the economic impact and what must be done in order to help the people here in Southern California. But that, of course, I am convinced will be taken care of in due course.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure the governor is already in the process of asking him to make such a declaration, which, of course, would have to be the first step before the president would declare that. I'm still interested in knowing, and I'm sure all of us are, on how FEMA will be put into action to lend whatever assistance it can, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, because I suspect that their services are going to be needed before this is over, unless there is some miraculous change in the weather tonight.
Well, the forecast is not for any miraculous changes, although we all hope that that would be the case. The high pressure is still in place over the Great Basin and in part of western Utah, and that's creating the Santa Ana winds that is creating this tragedy, this disaster throughout our area. Marta, you were about to...
A couple of things here. First of all, the people in Altadena who have lost pets...
would be Laguna Canyon Road and headed southeast towards the coast. It swept across a triangle of literally hundreds of homes, and just about all of those homes down below Laguna Canyon Road, up the side of the canyon, and on top of Skyline Drive and Park Avenue are completely involved in flames, and literally another 100 homes down beneath that towards the coast are involved. And that's just over on the east or southeast side of Laguna Canyon Road. The 100 homes plus that were destroyed or damaged up in Emerald Bay north of here, that number, that 100 number, didn't even include the El Moro trailer park that was almost totally destroyed up north of there. So down in the Laguna Beach area, we're going to have hundreds, columns number 300 to 400 homes damaged or destroyed. The firefighters are doing yeoman's work, but Mother Nature and coupled with these hot flames are just proving too overwhelming to handle. Over 25,000 people, the total population of Laguna Beach, have been moved out, evacuated in the path of this fire. The Laguna Beach High School that was going to be used as a staging center for helping people, part of that we understand has been burned. We've seen another school up on top of the ridgeline on Skyline Drive that had a big dome.
Captain Bob, I'm going to jump in and interrupt, and I apologize for that, but we're going to go up back up to Fernell Chapman, who is in the hills in Pasadena. He's got a flare-up in the situation there in Sierra Madre. Fernell, what's going on?
Well, the media, we're being cleared out. We're being ordered to move back. The flames are indeed encroaching upon some homes here. The one that's in your frame now is very seriously threatened, and we are all being moved back by sheriff deputies. At this point, the winds are just kicking up worse and worse. It's not easing up here. Flying embers are all over the place. The smoke is beginning to thicken. The fire department has not gotten any reinforcements up, at least not yet. They're hoping to. I can tell you that there are still additional people who are now packing cars and moving out. They want to get out of this neighborhood. Again, this is the top of Michelinda Boulevard, and where we are specifically is along Park Vista Drive. And again, homes are very much threatened at this hour. Jess, Kelly?
All right, Fernell, you're at the top of Michelinda. Now, Michelinda Drive also is host to a couple of private schools on either side, but this is above those, I would assume.
I'm sorry, Jess, I cannot hear you.
Are you above Sierra Madre?
No, we are at the very top reaches, the uppermost area of Pasadena, right along the Pasadena-Sierra Madre border.
But above Sierra Madre Boulevard on Michelinda.
Yes.
I think it's beneath Sierra Madre Boulevard in that area. There are those two private schools that would be a real problem there. Colleen Williams is also in that area, in the Altadena area. Let's bring her in. Colleen?
Yeah, just we're on...
Before this struck their home, got out their pictures and their other mementos that they've been collecting over a lifetime.
You start to think and ask the question, what would I take if this were my home? What would I think about taking?
Yeah, you know, we've talked to firefighters before, and we've talked to a number of victims, and it is odd what people take, the first things they grab. Sometimes people...
I love the guy's comment who said, I've got my chocolate.
Got his chocolate?
Got his chocolate,
Sometimes
he's ready to go.
People will grab a chair they don't even care about.
Yeah. That's what shock does to you, too.
Yeah.
Which is why you need to plan these things in advance and know what you're going to take so you don't have to make those kind of split-second decisions when your life is in the balance.
All right. Sometime shortly here, I want to recap what we know about these series of fires that are burning across the Southland tonight. And in fact, this might be a good time for that. Let's go on to that. Okay, here we are. Fires burning from Ventura County to the Mexico border have charred more than 57,000 acres in all. More than 220 homes have been destroyed. We think that many have been destroyed in Laguna Beach alone. 19 people have...
Very often, the use of backfires
yes,
or not?
Yes, we've seen them do that near the mobile home park. We saw them when we showed you that incredible fire front about an hour ago that was burning along the ridge at the northern end of this fire, near the Crystal Cove area. We saw them trying to combat it in that respect as well, using the backfires. They've set backfires towards in this area that we're just flying over right now to try and keep the the fire in the canyons and not touch these homes. Seems like they have been very successful in that one area. As you can see, Martin showing you a shot of that. That darkened area is the hillside that has been saved. The fire was trying to creep up that into the backyards of those homes. Again, now it seems that they've been successful in setting back fires towards the end of this cul-de-sac as well, as there's just embers that remain right here. We'll try and pan over it. Although that looks like an incredible amount of flame, that's actually more or less embers and small flames. As compared to earlier huge flames that were creeping along the hillside towards the end of that cul-de-sac. Again, we're just at the north end of this fire in this particular area, which is about 3.5 miles north of Laguna. It seems as if they've been able to, it seems as if the firemen are actually trying to set more backfires to keep it from spreading any further inland. Now over this canyon and down into the canyon, excuse me, over the hill and down into the canyon, I'm watching some more fire trucks pull in. There are homes below, right below us. I don't think we're going to show you that, but there are some more homes that are along the roadside, Laguna Canyon Road, 133, and that's what we're flying over right now. As you can see, Martin showing you a shot of that towards the right corner of your screen. That is Laguna Canyon Road, and that curves around, and then again we're curving around, almost facing the ocean again, so that basically ends at the intersection of PCH. Hopefully you can get a handle. Again, we're just showing you one portion of the fire. This is not the northern end of the fire that's up near Crystal Cove. This is basically the area of about a 4-mile diameter, extending from about 4 miles inland out to the coast right north of Laguna City, the city of Laguna.
Okay, Jennifer, we want to inform you that Stan Chambers checked out the Santa Margarita area, and basically there is no problem there at that time. The helicopter will be proceeding toward Altadena and the Thousand Oaks fire while you stay on top of the Laguna Canyon fire, so we'll have complete coverage for our viewers. What are we looking at there now? Was that a nightlight, a spotlight?
Yeah, that is the Laguna Canyon Road. We're showing you an area of homes that have not been touched by the fire yet. I'd like to show you that fire that's burning. It's rather peculiar now. I don't know if we can go ahead and show you that. You may not be able to tell the distinction between what is burning. We might want to wait until we get over the ridge. We're showing you the canyon now that is alongside Laguna Canyon Road, just about a half-mile shy of the Pacific Coast Highway. All these homes are fully engulfed. Again, we showed you just a small portion of homes that had been saved, but overall, it seems about 90% of the homes in this area have been destroyed.
You say about 90% of the homes?
It appears about 90% along this hillside, yes.
Last figure we had confirmed was 200, and you gave us a figure of approximately 300, and it appears that by this time yours may be the more accurate. That makes this a tragedy of enormous proportions.
The Orange County Fire Department says it's virtually impossible to count.
In the Great Malibu fire, I think the final total was 450 homes or something like that, was it? So we're rapidly beginning to get up toward those kinds of catastrophic numbers here.
Of course, remember, this is just one area.
Just one.
Yeah, we also have the Thousand Oaks fire and the Altadena fire and 10 other fires also
Hidden Hills
Southern California.
Woodland Hills.
And we're going to go ahead and show you that fire in the distance again, just to show you, see if we can pan across. Again, this has got my curiosity up now as to what this fire is. It's not related to this Laguna fire unless this I just don't think that it is. It's too far away. We'll show you the hillsides burning. Again, it appears southeast of us here.
Okay, Jennifer, can we just cut away from you for a moment? Bob Navarro is on the ground. Let's find out his exact location. Bob, where are you located?
Hal, I'm located in an area called Tronca's Canyon, which is at the very northern edge of Laguna Beach. And of course, behind me, you can see the glow of what has been an uncontrollable fire since at least 2 o'clock this afternoon by my calculations. That's when we got out of here, and it sort of went wacko. You'll forgive me if I repeat maybe perhaps a lot of what you've reported, since I've not had a chance to be in touch with what you've been saying. We spent a good part of our afternoon in an area called Emerald Bay, and which is an area of very, very expensive homes. It is no exaggeration to say a lot of them in the $1 million range. We have some videotape of the incredible damage that took place this afternoon in Emerald Bay, beginning at about 2 o'clock when the fire came racing through Emerald Canyon. This after being started at Laguna Canyon Road and El Toro Road, an arson fire, we've been told. And it came up one hill and down through a canyon, and in the space of an hour wiped out a good 35 to 40 homes. Firefighters from throughout Orange County doing the absolute best they could, fighting not only the elements, incredible heat, smoke, and all of the rest of it, but also a dwindling water supply, which perked up and then would ease off and then would perk up again and would ease off. The evacuation was very successful for Emerald Bay. People apparently leaving for the most part without complaint, and as near as we know, absolutely no injuries to the people living in Emerald Bay or across the street in Irvine Cove. Now, what happened in Irvine Cove, I'm not sure. At one point, as we were racing down Pacific Coast Highway, an individual flagged us over. We stopped, picked him up. Turned out to be Peter Uberoth, who was headed back for his home in Irvine Cove, and apparently the last we heard, his home had done quite well. The damage, just incredible. For a solid hour, it was sheer hell. Then it seemed to taper off for about 25 or 30 minutes, and all of a sudden it came back again and struck in a couple of cul-de-sacs in a couple of areas, and then tapered off a little bit, came back again, destroyed more homes, eased up a bit, and then as we were asked to leave, everybody was forced to leave Laguna Beach. The entire city, I understand, has been evacuated. As we were leaving, more flames were coming over another ridge a little bit to the north of Laguna Beach and Emerald Bay. So that's been our story for most of the afternoon. It something that just came racing through the canyons, and as everyone has reported again and again and again, if you're not there to see it, you simply can't believe that something like that can happen. You can look across the street for one moment, and the houses are sitting perfectly still, perfectly calm. Things look good, and all of a sudden, boom, there goes one, there goes two, there goes three, there goes four. One bit of interesting news, or perhaps old news for those of us who live in Southern California. We were in one cul-de-sac for a minute in Emerald Bay where 4 houses were up in flames, and a fifth. The fifth had skipped the one in the middle, and the one in the middle was not a shake roof. And the others were. So that, of course, no news to those of us who have been here. By the way, I covered the blaze that struck Laguna Beach 1979, if memory serves. Destroyed a lot of homes, but nothing to compare with this. So, Hal, that's my report, at least for the moment. And if I can add anything to it, please don't hesitate to ask.
Okay, Bob, do you hear us?
I hear you fine, Hal.
Okay, can you tell us now exactly from where you're standing, what you can see in a 360-degree circle concerning the fire?
All right, in a 360-degree circle, I would take the first 180, which is central Orange County, parts of South Orange County, and to my right, the western and northern sections of Orange County. Fine, no problem whatsoever. It is behind me, the area called South County, as it comes from the edge of North Laguna and goes all the way down practically to Dana Point, that is covered in smoke. And we're told, and I've not been down there for the last couple of hours, but we're told that that's still out of control and a very, very dangerous situation. I can tell you this, that the winds seem to have eased up a bit compared to what they were at 2 o'clock this afternoon, 3 o'clock, 3:30, and 4 o'clock.
That was the question that we were going to ask you next about the wind. Is there any change in the direction of the wind, Bob?
Absolutely not. As you well know, the Santa Ana winds, they come out of Riverside County in those areas to my right and come gushing down. It's the same path year in and year out, and it seems that the ocean sucks them right out that way. And the direction, as near as I can tell, since I've been here, hasn't changed. What has changed, of course, is the velocity, and the winds seem to be a bit milder.
Well, okay, that is at least one bit of good news. Let me bring you up to date. Bob, we'll get back to you if there's any further development from your sector. We are sending the helicopter so that you'll be up to date, just as we are. We're sending the helicopter with Stan Chambers over the Sierra Madre, Pasadena, Altadena area. And Jennifer York will stay on the Laguna Canyon fire, and then we will go from the Altadena.
They do have spray now on the trees adjacent to this house, which is fully engulfed. The whole idea is to keep these from becoming torches. And it is this that leads to so many problems down the hill. When not only the homes catch on fire and the wood shingle roofs on some of these buildings, believe it or not, but it's the eucalyptus and the trees right next door to them that cascade these embers down the rest of the mountain. Are you a homeowner here, sir?
Yeah, I am.
Which one's, may I talk to you? Which one's yours?
I'm about 50 yards down.
How is it?
Take a look.
Is that it?
No, that's not it.
Did you have any time to get anything, or did they evacuate you, or when did you know that it was going to come to this?
No, I was up in Arcadia, looking after somebody else's fire up there, and I came down when I heard the story, and I took my boat down, had my brother drop me off.
So you weren't able to
had my brother drop me off in the bay.
You weren't able to
swam in.
Were you able to get anything out?
No, I just got here.
As you can see, it is a wall of flame along Lower Temple Road in Laguna Beach. We walk over here. We listen in to Captain Batista of the Orange County Fire Department. Captain, tell me, I know you're very busy, but very quickly, what's the strategy here?
Okay, what we've got is we have a natural break here with a little bit of a canyon that runs through here. What we're trying to do is just keep the fire on the, it'll be actually kind of the northeast side of the rest of the town. What we're trying to do is just hold it here so it doesn't spread to any of the adjacent structures that are farther into town and down farther in the canyon that are not involved.
So we're looking at all sorts of embers. The wind's not dying down, is it?
No, it doesn't appear to be. And what we're getting up here is just in the last hour, we've probably had about 4 or 5 different wind changes up here. And that's making things real difficult for us.
And they're spraying down the trees. The hope, I guess, is to keep these from torching the rest of the
Absolutely. What we're trying to do is we figured this is our best spot for a stand at this point. We're trying to keep the embers down from flying downfield, especially with the eucalyptus trees, these types of things. These brands can fly up to half a mile and stuff, and we're just trying to keep everything contained to this area.
Any prognosis? I mean, what's your gut feeling here?
It's going to be a real long night.
Captain Batista, Orange County Fire, thanks very much. I'll let you go. I know you're very busy. Thank you very much. As we take a quick look down over here, you will see, again, they're using spray from one of the tanker trucks, a pump unit which just arrived, to try to keep the trees adjacent to this home, fully engulfed, from catching more fire and bringing it down to these structures below. But this one, well, it's remarkable to take a look in the sky at night. I mean, it got dark here very early, and see just a tremendous rainfall of hot embers, fireflies cascading down off this mountain to the structures below. We have seen repeatedly efforts of trying to get some of the roofs from igniting as a result of just one little spark that lands on the roof. It takes just a couple of minutes for a panel to start to go up in flames. We've actually seen 2 people jump on a roof with Avion water in order to douse it. That was the only water they had. There was no pressure in their garden hose. That's all they had, and their fire department, they were helpless, at least at the time being they were helpless, in order to put it out. That actually, those little bottles of drinking water may have saved 1 or 2 homes here. Remarkable. But as you heard just a moment ago from Captain Batista of the Orange County Fire Department, they're hoping somehow to make a break here so that these homes, although they're lost, they're going to hopefully try to keep the other homes down the hill in the next few avenues from catching fire as these have caught fire. It is an uphill battle, the wind has changed direction, as the captain pointed out, at least 4 different times over the past hour. That coupled with the fact that it is a hot wind, of course, the Santa Anas, there has been very little water pressure, and it has been very difficult for them to get any kind of spray on some of the homes that were capable. They were capable of saving. Again, Burbank, I cannot hear the studio. I can't take any questions. But right now, as we leave you from Laguna Beach, this part of Laguna Beach fully evacuated, and it is in a state of absolute chaos. As these homes, from this vantage point, we see at least 24 homes in flames, and all the fire department can do at this moment is watch and prepare for the inevitable, and that is the possibility of more of these structures going up over the next few minutes. We'll keep you posted. Conan Nolan reporting live from Laguna Beach. Back to you.
Okay, Conan, take care of yourself out there and talk with us later on to catch us up with what's going on later. Anyone flying into Southern California tonight seeing a ring of fire from the air from Ventura County all the way to San Diego County. Wildfires burning out of control. You're looking at just one of them. Here are some of the hot spots right now as we update you at 7:30. The Altadena fire is spreading fast. Some residents of Sierra Madre are being told to pack up and leave. The eastern flank of that fire burned 75 structures this morning. The fire continues to burn along the foothills, fueled by gusting winds tonight. To the south, the entire town of Laguna Beach has been ordered out. That is more than 25,000 people. And in the Cleveland National Forest, a fire along Ortega Highway is growing fast. It's near the candy store, the so-called candy store, which is a local landmark there. We are also learning that big fire that started yesterday near Thousand Oaks and burned to the ocean is now flaring up near Malibu. This fire visible all the way south to Hermosa Beach.
All right, Doug Kriegel is on the phone in Malibu with us now. Doug, what's the situation?
Well, just we're driving in the north end of Malibu on PCH, and the area is engulfed in smoke around Deer Creek and Sycamore Canyon. It looks as if the flames and the smoke have jumped the hill again and are heading into the Malibu area once again. The hills all around us are just inundated with fire and flame, and they're beginning to approach Pacific Coast Highway. Now, this road is closed already. There isn't any traffic here, but it looks as if this fire is getting a little bit more serious once again tonight in the Malibu area because the wind is picking up.
Doug, let me just jump in for 1 second and I'll give it right back to you. The fire that we're looking at on the screen is not in Malibu. We're continuing to show you pictures of the situation in Laguna.
Yes.
But as our viewers are looking at those pictures of Laguna, tell us more, Doug, about what you're seeing.
Well, we are in the Deer Creek area of North Malibu. Now, 5 or 6 homes have already been destroyed by fire in this area, and it looks as if the flames have picked up again because they're being fanned by these coastal winds. And so it looks as if the fire is getting a little bit more serious in the Malibu area right now.
There are significant parallels between the situation in Laguna Beach and the situation in Malibu. Both those fires started well inland, swept across the hills, and right down to the ocean.
Absolutely, Jess. In fact, 4 times in the last 15 years, people here say they've seen these flames jump the hills and burn from almost the 101 freeway to the ocean. And it looks as if that's happening again tonight. The flames are now about 50 yards from the ocean in this part of Malibu, and it looks as if the hillside is going to go any minute now.
And Doug, these hillsides are also plagued with mudslides following this kind of fire, and particularly if we have the rains of last winter, and there is some expectation, thanks to El Nino, that we could have that. These hillsides would be plagued by mudslides then, too.
Doug, if I could jump in and ask one other question, too. Are you seeing a lot of people leaving the area, evacuating on PCH as you stand there?
Yes, we did see some people leaving a little bit earlier. I think most of the people who wanted to leave are already out. Now, the only good news in this particular area is that it's sparsely populated. Not a lot of people live here. The homes that are here are very expensive. The ones, the 5 or 6 that burned in the Deer Creek area, are lovely Malibu homes. But again, there are not a lot of people living here. But the hillside, right on the ocean here, it looks like it's just going to go at any minute now.
We've been talking about mudslides. We've talked about the environmental losses, particularly in Laguna Canyon, and the same is true certainly in that area too. But the real rebuilding is going to have to be for the lives of the people who have lost these homes here. And if what we saw in Laguna Beach is in the index, we're going to see an entire community that to some degree is going to have to be rebuilt. There is going to be a real effort there. The environment everybody is concerned about, the mudslides that may occur, the loss of cover for the gnat catcher in Orange County, all these environmental concerns can't be diminished, but the human concerns are the ones that are going to be paramount once these fires are out and we begin to assess the losses there.
And those poor people who had to run out, who were not able to take their photos and their videotapes and all those things that create a history for your family. And just
you know, Colleen, I must tell you that the insurance situation in this part of Malibu is very complicated and getting even more so. Flood insurance is very difficult here. Now people have to think about fire insurance.
Mm-hmm.
I think the insurance payments on some of these homes must be $5,000 a month if you combine the flood and fire.
Doug, it's windy here, just to let
Wendy,
you know
I'm
that.
sorry.
No problem. And once again, letting our viewers know that as we are talking to Doug Kriegel, who is in Malibu, assessing the situation there, the pictures that you're looking at are actually pictures of the fire burning in Laguna. And of course, we're talking about a series of fires across Southern California today. 15 fires at one point burning across the Southland. Continuing with the pictures here of, it looks like two structures there, didn't it, Jess, burning in Laguna Beach.
We're also seeing utility lines in some of these fires, and that's of no great concern to the people now who have evacuated. They'll not notice the loss of phones or power service, but in the days to come, rebuilding the infrastructure in that area is going to be a major problem. Doug Kriegel talked about the insurance losses, and he is an expert on that. Doug, this is also going to be a major blow to the insurance industry, isn't it?
It certainly is, and the insurance industry has been hit very hard in the last 2 years by all of these natural disasters. But I think they will be able to handle this kind of problem. It doesn't look like the multi-million-dollar, $100 million kind of problem, and a lot of the insurance is laid off. By the way, Jess, we did just come from Camarillo, where the flames came about 100 yards from Camarillo State Mental Hospital, and at one point they actually moved 60 of the children, the mentally disabled children, out of the area that it was at the back end of Camarillo State Hospital because they were afraid the flames might actually encroach on the property. They actually thought about even moving some of the 900 people who are mentally disadvantaged at that hospital also, but they have their own fire units on the scene and they set backfires right next to Camarillo State Hospital. So fortunately, they didn't have to use their evacuation plan at Camarillo State. That could have gotten very complicated with 1,000 mental patients on site there. Fortunately, they solved that problem. They've got about 900 staffers there who are trained firefighters. And that all worked out favorably at Camarillo, even though the flames came about 100 yards from that state mental hospital.
It's always a problem with institutions. St. Luke's Hospital, I believe it was, in Pasadena, had to be evacuated for a time, but probably still is, tonight because of the fires that were so close to it near Eaton Canyon, too. Schools, we have had a number of school closings, but we now have learned that Laguna Beach High School has suffered severe damage from these fires, and that'll be a difficult situation to deal with, too.
And financially, the school recouping from that, even though you have insurance, it's still a problem and a stress, and it costs money.
We've had information from Governor Wilson that Los Angeles County has been declared a disaster area, and clearly Orange County is also going to be declared a disaster area to try to provide some assistance to the people suffering these losses, but there's also going to be a real push to get federal assistance so that this is clearly a disaster of incredible proportions, and federal aid is going to be necessary too.
A variable wind right now. Before, when the embers lifted into the air, we had a pretty good idea that they were going to travel south and west. Now we just don't know.
And
they're going to float.
There we see an overview of where this line of fire goes, and that line, the flames you see drawn onto this map there don't tell the whole story. Around Emerald Bay, of course, was where that mobile home park was. The line of flames moving down the coast, across the main highway, Laguna Canyon Road there, down into the downtown area and beyond the downtown area. Actually, I say down into the downtown area to the outskirts of the downtown area, and are now threatening to close in on downtown. As we wait to establish contact with Penny Griego and bring us more up to date, let's go right now to that Sierra Madre fire and Patty Ecker. Patty?
Well, Michael, I think I have a very welcome counterpoint to all the terrible flames in Laguna Beach. If you can look over my shoulder, you will see that it is almost dark. The firefighters made an incredible stand here. In a matter of 10 minutes, they've managed to put almost all the fire out. There are obviously some hot spots, and I think you can see that there are embers that roll down the hill occasionally. But essentially, the firefighters here have told us that the danger is over, that everybody is going to remain vigilant through the night. But in fact, they really stopped that wall of flame that we saw just a short time ago. It was an incredible stand, and the people now who raced down the hill to get away from the flames are beginning to trickle back up and discover that everything is okay at their homes. I'm not sure they're going to be sleeping very well tonight, but in fact, the worst danger is over here at Sierra Madre, and I just wanted to update you on that.
Well, that's good news. Where are those swirling embers coming from, Patty? Are they coming from brush or homes?
No, they're coming from brush. What was burning was a hillside, and there was, of course, a lot of dry stuff up there. There's a monastery, for example, behind this row of houses. They had olive trees and brush that hadn't been cut in a long time. So that's what burned. And if you
and we'll show you, we're about to fly over the city of Laguna. Again, that's near the intersection of the 133 and Pacific Coast Highway. We're panning around and showing you now from a perspective of from the ocean looking inland. You're seeing this hillside ablaze, and we're going to travel around. We were unable to fly through this area before because of the smoke. It seems as if the smoke is actually rising vertical, which could indicate that the winds have died down.
It looks also, Jennifer, as though, I mean, after all these hours, generally on many of the fires that we've covered, you see some indication of the first signs of containment. Here we don't see anything like that.
Yes, well, again, as you mentioned, as Larry mentioned, it looked like that whole hillside had basically been destroyed, and that's what it seems to, that's what has occurred, I believe, on that hillside. I can't tell, though, exactly because it's so dark. There might be some homes that have been saved. Now, we're panning across to show you what this hillside looks like if you were standing at the beach looking inland. This is an area that we hadn't shown you before, and this is the area that is almost south of Skyline Drive. This is the area that I have seen a lot more fire trucks in and out of the surface streets, and it seems to be that they might have a better handle on this portion of the fire because of all the fire trucks that are now on the scene.
Okay, Jennifer, keep that video right where it is now. Just give us an indication of what we are looking at right here.
Okay, you're looking at the hillside just a little northeast of the city of Laguna, about a mile inland from the coast.
And those are homes burning?
Those are homes.
Okay, keep the video coming. I want to talk to George Carey, who's been evacuated from the Laguna area. George, you on the line?
Yes.
Can you give us an insight into what happened to you and what's going on there now?
Well, the pictures that you're showing look like the area from which we were evacuated. Basically, the fire self-ignited on the hillside across from our house. It didn't come over the hill. It basically just spontaneously combusted.
Do you think it was from embers, maybe?
Probably from embers, yeah. There was a lot of black smoke behind the hill, and we were waiting for the wave of fire to come over the hill, and it never did. All of a sudden, there was an ignition on the hillside. It took over the whole hillside, and by the time we and all of our neighbors left, it was about halfway down the hill, heading toward Park Boulevard. I'm not sure, but it looks like that's close to the area that you're showing.
So you voluntarily evacuated, is that right, as soon as that fire started coming toward you?
Yeah, basically, we did, as well as most of our neighbors. There was quite a caravan heading out of town.
Do you know what happened to your home?
I don't know. I was hoping you were going to tell me.
Well, I'm afraid we are probably not in a position to do that. We wish we could tell you that it was there just as you left it. But we have no way of knowing at this time, George. And where were you evacuated to?
Basically, there was a caravan that was heading down toward PCH, and then PCH was funneling out of town toward the south end of the town toward Dana Point.
And did you go to Dana Point? Where are we talking to you
Actually,
now?
I went to a relative's house in San Diego.
And so you're down to San Diego now?
Right.
I see. Larry?
How far down the coast could you see fire, George?
Well, looking up the coast, we could see it all the way down to Emerald Bay, and we were looking at a hillside with a cloud of smoke behind it, which I think was Laguna Canyon, when all of a sudden the flames erupted on our side of the hill.
How many people were in your area there, in your neighborhood, that left?
I would say hundreds.
Hundreds.
There was a caravan of cars basically heading down the hill in a very orderly and courteous procession.
Do you think that what you're looking at now is the area that in which you live?
Based on the description that I heard previously, it sounded like it because it is immediately south of Laguna Canyon, and it's off of a street called Park, which is a major dividing line there.
Okay, maybe George, maybe we can roll some videotape and show you what it looked. Oh, this is the area just a little bit earlier.
Yes. Are you watching Channel 5, George?
Yes, I am.
You are, okay. While you're watching this video, we have been wondering and getting bits and pieces of information as the night has progressed about where people who were displaced by the fire were going. Now, you said you caravanned all the way to San Diego. You're staying with relatives. Where are most of the other people who caravanned with you staying?
Well, various people went various places. The only way out from where we were was to go south of town, and a lot of people have friends and relatives in the area, and we're going to stay with them.
Are any hotels or hotel chains or anything like that offering courtesy services to people who are displaced?
I don't know. I know that a lot of people have taken out rooms in Newport Beach at various of the hotels, but I don't know whether they're offering anything special.
Well, as Hal expressed a moment ago, we certainly hope that when you do find out about your home, that it will be just as you left it, intact and ready for you to come back.
Thank you very much.
Okay, George, thank you for that report, and we wish you, of course, the best of luck. We're looking over the area that was videotaped just a short while ago to give you a perspective on what is happening with no containment in sight. Those are the words, and those are unfortunate words. No containment in sight, as hundreds of homes are damaged or destroyed in the Laguna Canyon area.
Yeah, it's a tragedy of enormous proportions. Last night during News at 10, we brought you the preliminary stories about the fire in Hidden Hills and Woodland Hills and in that area. And I guess at the time, Hal, Marta, it seemed as though it was something that we had more than enough resources to deal with. But then you'll recall, just before the end of News at 10, I think we went back to Stan, and there had been a little flare-up, which we would later discover this morning became an enormous flare-up. And then, of course, they started breaking out earlier in this day, just literally all over the place. I think you said earlier some 17 fires all over the place with the loss of hundreds of homes. And we won't even be able to begin to get a tally on that until daylight comes in the morning.
You put it in perspective that that Thousand Oaks fire, which started at the intersection, I think, of Highway 23 and 101, was not confined to Thousand Oaks. It crossed the border while we were on the air last night into Ventura County, and then roared up the Malibu Mountains, over the other side, down to Point Magoo, and right down to the ocean. Yeah. So that covered roughly 15,000 acres in a matter of hours.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we live with here in Southern California, along with earthquakes and a few other maladies. And I think the gentleman that we spoke with earlier, Billy Stewart, probably gave us the most salient advice that anyone whom we have spoken with today could have given, and that is that we have to be particularly careful about the construction of our homes, especially in the hilly areas and in the fire-prone areas. And I think we cannot emphasize too much the importance of doing perhaps what he suggested, even though we're not touting savings institutions or anything. Take a second on your house if you have a shake roof and take some of the precautions that Billy Stewart suggested. That would seem, in the light of this, to make all the sense.
You know, one of the problems is that a lot of these homes were built long before certain code regulations went into effect about roofs. People buy homes. It would cost an enormous amount of money to change them.
And a lot of them buy homes that were roofed or built before some of the new materials that they have were available.
Sure, some of these are old homes that went up, and it's, in theory, the thing to do, but in practice, it may become very, very difficult.
Not quite as easy as it sounds.
Marta, what do you have for us latest on the weather picture? Anything you want to mention about that?
Just that
Any hope?
Right now, no. The relative humidity is still 18%, and it's very warm down in the Santa Ana area. It's 77 degrees, and the winds are out of the northwest at 9 miles per hour, but as we have been saying, the winds are gusting, even though the Santa Anas are dying down a little bit, and
only God knows how fast, and engulfing everything in its path. At that point, you cut your losses, you say goodbye to your house, you pack your keepsakes as best you can, if there are any at all. Grab your family, the family pet if you possibly can, and just get out of there just as safely and quickly as you possibly can. Get away from these kinds of situations. Now, what you're looking at is Emerald Bay. This is video we took earlier this afternoon of the fire in Laguna Beach. And needless to say, just to reiterate, if you are watching us right now on OCN in your home in Laguna Beach, you're advised to evacuate as soon as you possibly can. Like right now would be a real good idea. I'll reiterate some of the closures I was giving to you earlier with regard to Laguna Beach. And I'll tell you right now, the Laguna Canyon Road, the freeway there, the 133, still completely closed between the I-5, that's the Santa Ana Freeway, and Pacific Coast Highway. Pacific Coast Highway also closed between Crown Valley Parkway in Laguna Niguel and the city limits of Newport Beach. Now, Brooke, I believe you have an update for us?
Yeah, sadly I do. You know, just when you think it's over and we may have seen all we're going to see tonight, we just have received word that there is a fire now in Mission Viejo in a canyon behind Olympiad Street near Geronimo and Lapis. That is a fire in a canyon behind Olympiad Street. That's in Mission Viejo at Geronimo and Lapis.
Brooke, that's not too far from Lake Mission Viejo. That's just a mile or two just east of Lake Mission Viejo. Some very expensive condominiums up there, some very, very lovely homes obviously being threatened. And I understand this may be what we were looking at earlier with our camera shot from the roof of our building here in Santa Ana that we thought might have been a part of the Ortega Hills fire. This may be what we're looking at as a fire just east of Mission Viejo. So yet another incident that we're going to have to ride herd on and just see where it goes and report it as best we can and get everybody out of there safely and get the information safely out.
They are evacuating at this point, yes. Spectators are in the area, and it's causing a lot of problems. So if you're in that area, please get out. At this point, we can't emphasize enough, as passionately as you feel about your property, you have got to leave it behind and get yourself out, because there just aren't enough firefighters to go around. These things are getting way out of control.
What we have also, Brooke, is a lot of people who are out sightseeing. Unfortunately, they pull along a freeway such as our 405 earlier this afternoon. They pull off to the right shoulder, stop, gawk, look at the fire. They don't realize what a hazard they are causing, not only to themselves and to the passengers in their automobiles, but also to the other drivers who are coming down the southbound 405 freeway at normal speeds, for example, and that simply causes hazards. We also have lots of looky-loos who have been coming up and around the Laguna Newport area trying to get a good vantage point, so to speak, to take a good look at the flames and see the destruction. That's not where it's at, folks. If you can possibly just stay where you are, stay out of these areas affected by today's firestorms, you would be doing yourself and the residents and the business owners of these affected areas a great big favor, as well as allowing the firefighters and the much needed emergency personnel to get in and get out of these areas quickly, safely, and efficiently, and hopefully combat this fire and these fires that are constantly seem to be breaking out one after the other today. And really, all you are is in the way when you do things like that. So I admonish you, please do not go out to these areas under any set of circumstances. We've had several of our people here who have homes in Laguna Beach or live in Laguna Beach who were curious as to whether or not they could even go in the city to rescue their valuables and their belongings, and the answer is no. They don't want anybody charging into the city of Laguna Beach or into these affected areas trying to save their clothes and their valuables and so forth. Unfortunately, as difficult as that may be, is your life worth it or not? That's what you're laying on the line.
Well,
when it comes right down to it. And you can relate to this. I know you can.
I'm very sympathetic. I left at noon today to come into work, and I have no idea the condition of my home. I live in Laguna Beach, and naturally I'm very concerned about everything there that belongs to me, but you just can't be at this time. You've got to just get out and save your life if you can. But believe me, if you're worried about things and you're trying to save your property, I can understand. But get out,
I
get
look
out with
at
your life.
What would I do if my house were on fire? I mean, I bought the house of my dreams, and if it were on fire, I don't know what I would do. I don't even want to think about it. But it's a very, very scary thought. Also, Brooke, I want to take a moment here. We're still getting word here about some people who are abusing the 911 line or misusing it. Please, again, I must tell you, the 911 emergency line is for just that, emergencies only. And those are life-threatening emergencies. Please do not call 911 to get the latest fire update from the Laguna Beach Police Department or the Laguna Beach Fire Department or anything at all like that. Do not dial 911 unless you have a life life-threatening emergency, and that's the only reason you should ever pick up the phone and use 911, as well as the fact that a lot of people are calling friends and family and relatives and so forth in Laguna, or trying to get hold of various factions of people in and around these affected areas. That also not a very good idea. The fire is causing all kinds of other people to call, and basically our phone system is inundated with calls to Laguna Beach and out of Laguna Beach, and the system is just plain overwhelmed at this particular point in time.
If you're dying to make a call, call us. We'd like to hear from
Absolutely.
you. 1-800-CALL-OCN. If you have any information on any of these fires, please call us and tell us what you see. Tell us anything from your perspective. We rely very much on our viewers to keep us informed of what's going out there. We've got only so many crews we can send to these locations, particularly when we're hit with a disaster like this. So 1-800-CALL-OCN. We'd like very much to hear from you.
I think it's fair to say that our resources have been severely taxed today as well. We've been going at it. Rick Milkey pulled an all-nighter. Came in last night around his normal time to do sports, and I came in this morning at 6 a.m. He was still here reporting on the Stagecoach road fire that we had that began last night about 11 o'clock, and it was contained late this afternoon. And Rick was here, and now he's back out. He's on his way down to this Ortega Hills area, he and Dave Feldman, to report to us what they see regarding the fire and so forth. Again, I'll remind everybody, in case you're wondering, the Ortega Highway itself remains closed at this hour between the I-5 and the Lake Elsinore area, Grand Avenue to be specific. No one is being permitted on or through that area by way of Highway 74 as a result of the Ortega Hills fire. I'm not quite sure what we're looking at right now. I believe this is an aerial shot of the Laguna Beach area and the fire that was near Emerald Bay and so forth, and some of the Crystal Cove area. And this is just one of the most tragic days I can recall in the history of Orange County, with fires just seemingly popping up everywhere.
Yeah, we took these just about sunset from our helicopter of the Laguna Beach fire. It really gives you a perspective of how wide this thing is, and how it's just cutting the path of destruction. It's cutting through the Laguna Beach area. So.
It seems to me, now I'll just try to give a brief capsule of what areas have burned so far in Laguna Beach if we can, and we will be going. We've got a live picture now of the Laguna Beach fire, and it's still burning brightly out there, but it appears like the fire started this afternoon about the noon hour today around El Toro Road and Laguna Canyon Road, and began to burn towards the coastline on what we would term probably the north side of Laguna Canyon Road. And it's been burning out of control, to the best of our knowledge, ever since. It burned all the way down, I understand, to pretty much the Coast Highway.
That's right.
There was El Moro, the mobile home park was evacuated out there. The El Moro Elementary School was evacuated almost immediately. Crystal Cove is burning, and part of Boat Canyon has been threatened out there.
Emerald Bay and Irvine Cove.
Emerald Bay and Irvine Cove are the two.
Newport Coast.
Yeah, have been all affected by this fire. And then later this afternoon, I understand the fire jumped over the 133 and went in another direction and burned out there near the Temple Hill Terrace area in Temple Hill. In the hinterlands, I guess you'd call it, top of the park area of Laguna Beach, and that's, I believe, what we're looking at right now, if I'm not mistaken.
We received a notice at one point that the flames had actually jumped Pacific Coast Highway on the north side of town. We don't fully have that confirmed, but we believe at one point it may have even gotten to the other side of Pacific Coast Highway. We are very curious about this Mission Viejo fire, once again burning in a canyon behind Olympiad Street at Geronimo and Lapis. So if you are witnessing this, if you're watching us and you can see this fire, we'd like to hear from you. We'd like to know what you see and from your vantage point, what's going on. Let me tell you, if you're in the Laguna Beach fire and you've had damage and you need shelter, you need help, if you don't have friends you can go stay with, the Red Cross has set up 2 shelters in the area. One is at Dana Hills High School in Dana Point to the south. That's at 33333 Golden Lantern in Dana Point. To the north of Laguna Beach, Corona Del Mar High School at 2101 East Bluff. Red Cross is there to help you as well. They can provide you with hot meals and blankets and anything. Just make you as comfortable as possible. Let me mention these places again. Corona Del Mar High School at 2101 East Bluff Drive. That's off Jamboree between PCH and Bristol. The number for that location is 760-3315. Or to the south of the city of Laguna Beach, Dana Hills High School at 33333 Street of the Golden Lantern, and the number at that location is 496-6666. Once again, these are the two locations where the Red Cross has set up shelters to help you out with anything you may need at this point in time.
All right, Brooke, I'm being told that we have Dennis on the line from Coto de Caza who has an update for us on the Mission Viejo fire. Dennis, can you hear me, and can you tell us what you see?
Yeah, currently I'm standing in my front yard looking across the valley towards the Audubon Society.
Right.
And you can see the red haze of the fire coming up towards the, looks like a ridgeline at the Audubon Society.
Where exactly are you located that you're giving us this report from?
Well, I'm in Coto de Caza in the forest area, which looks, I guess it would be south towards the Audubon Society, which is towards Ortega Highway.
Okay, so you pretty much can define for us the area between the Ortega Highway and Coto de Caza as
Correct.
the area of this Ortega Hills fire.
Exactly.
Is it burning brightly where you're at? We've looked at several shots of it from a long distance, and it would appear it is burning quite hot and quite brightly at this hour. Can you confirm that for us?
Yeah, well, actually there's two areas. Towards the, I guess it would be towards the north, there's kind of like a yellowish burn, and then south of that there's more of a more intense reddish-orange burning.
Are you terribly familiar with the area? Can you tell us what type of terrain it is? Is it steep terrain? Is it lots of brush and wilderness? What's out there?
Exactly. It's pretty rugged terrain. There's very few road accesses there, and it's all shrub, dry brush type terrain.
Dennis, are there any structures out there, any home developments, any type of businesses or structures that might be threatened by this blaze?
Between Coto de Caza and Ortega Highway, there's very few. But it is, if it comes upon the ridgeline of the Audubon Society, there is homes on the other side of Coto de Caza which may be affected.
Can you see any firefighter activity in the area? Are they out there doing what they can? Or...
Yes, I do. I see a couple lights from from where I'm standing of fire engines, but that's about it. There's only maybe 2 or 3 that I can see from here.
Does it look like the fire may have come up from the Riverside County area up over a ridge and down into the area where you're referencing?
No, actually it looks like it's coming from the Ortega Highway area.
Okay, so that would be over. How far away? How many miles? Just a rough estimate for us, if you will. What are we looking at here?
Maybe 10 miles, 10 to 15 miles.
So and that whole area you're referencing there, the 10 to 15 miles, is all of that in flames?
Well, there's a long ridge line. As far as the length of it, I couldn't really give you an exact length, but it takes up quite a bit of the skyline.
Well, what was the first moment you spotted this fire, Dennis? When did you first become aware of it?
Oh, probably about 5 o'clock.
And you've been watching it ever since?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you feel threatened where you are? Are you going to stay where you are for the night, or do you anticipate evacuating?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm packing up all my pictures and valuables and just being prepared.
All right, Dennis, thank you very much. Dennis calling in from the Coto de Caza area referencing the Ortega Hills fire, and he's packing his belongings now just in case he gets the word to...
a wise man.
To get a move on out there, and I would suggest everybody who's watching out in that area do the same. Be ready, be packed up and ready to go if the word comes down from the authorities that it's time to move out and get out of the way.
You know, the authorities are really busy right now, Pat, and even if the word doesn't come down from the authorities, if you see it come...
Western Union, the fastest way to send money.
You could see the flames coming over the hill, but I just didn't think it was going to hit our house. Last time there were firemen and policemen telling us to leave in '79. And there was no one there. There was no fire truck, there were no police, and it was just at the back of the door when I ran out the front.
And I understand with very little.
Yes, I have nothing in my car. My mother was there, and she and Mario loaded the car with a few things that I had. But, and we had some workmen there, and he took the dogs one way, and I went the other, and my mother went the other way.
Now, Buck Jones actually was not at the house, and you have really quite an amazing story. You were 15 miles from your house when the police said you couldn't drive further, and you did what?
Well, I just walked over the mountains and to El Moro School, and at that point they wouldn't let us go through any further, and waited until the fire subsided enough that I could go and take a look at the house this evening.
It's a terrible thing. You said to me when we spoke at El Moro School on Channel 2 that you feared the worst, but were you really prepared for what you saw? Apparently a total loss?
Negative. No, I thought the house, you know, you always have hopes, and if you're a positive thinker, you think, well, Maybe your house is protected from whatever, but when I went there, there was not a house standing on my street, not one.
What was your reaction to that?
Well, at least I was alive, my wife was alive, and all we lost was all our possessions, and we'll have to start over.
I understand you lost 25 years of business papers and you were about to do something to protect them?
Yeah, we had built a fireproof vault that we were just in the process in 60 days of installing and completing in the house, and we were just 60 days too late.
And what do you do now, finally? What do you do? You're at Friends tonight. What's next?
Well, we started over 32 years ago. We'll just start back fresh again. And,
from a fire?
No, not, but that's when we started our marriage, and that's about where we are today. We have nothing, and we'll start over.
Well, you see some pretty strong-willed people here. As we wrap, I just want to show you something that even though they're in Corona del Mar, they are not really out of the woods. I'm just going to take you outside here to take a look, because the fire is right over the ridge here, so they're at a house that who may well have to evacuate if the wind changes as well. So this is an area where you can run, but you just can't hide from this fury. Mike, back to you.
Very few places in the Southland, in that particular part of the Southland, where you can run but can't hide. Harvey, thank you for that, and we'll be checking back with you as you get more people who have left their homes, sadly but wisely have left their homes.
What a moment to see the two of them and the perspective that they put on that. Yeah. We started out with nothing, we're still together, we can start it over again. That's where a lot of people find themselves tonight, and that's a spirit that a lot of people are going to have to assume.
They seem to have a positive attitude about it, though, and that is critically important at this point. We've been hearing from Penny Griego. It's been a while since we heard from her. She is down on the ground right near downtown Laguna Beach. Penny, those fires are getting worse, it seems.
Yeah, that's still that area about 2.5 blocks from where we are. It's homes. It's also part of the high school that was under construction. It continues to burn very hot. I have with me a gentleman who has a double tragedy here. Not only did his parents lose their home, but he also lost his apartment, also a classic car that he owned. His name is Joe Brummel. But Joe, you've been out here actually helping with another matter here. Tell me about that.
I've just been directing traffic for the police department and making sure that people don't go up where they're going to get hurt.
You making sure they're not going to get hurt. There's also another issue. We understand that people were trying to keep anyone who doesn't live in the area out because of the fear of looting.
Yeah, there's been, from what I understand, a friend of mine told me that they were trying to break into one of the local churches, and just, you know, it's bad enough that people are losing what they're losing and they don't need to lose more at somebody else's hands.
You've been right up there. You've been moving around this whole area throughout the afternoon and evening. Can you tell us what you're seeing up there in terms of the damage?
There's, I would say, approximately about, just from this whole area, about 600 or 700 homes, and I'd say about a third of them have burned. I'm not sure, but just from what I've listened to from the fire department, the police department, and the information that I've been told, about a third of them.
You said that your parents and you lost your homes, but you were able to get everybody out.
Mine's just an apartment.
Yeah.
But I wasn't home, actually. So, you know, for me, that's not a big problem. It's just more of everything that's happening. And, yeah, you know, a car.
Have people been listening to you when you tell them stay out of the area? We've seen actually a couple just pass, even though as you were screaming at them and telling them don't go up, they continued. But were, for the most part, people listening?
For the most part, I think the thing is that it's such a state of confusion at the moment that people, you know, when you explain to them that they have the possibility of getting hurt, it's not worth their cat. I mean, everybody loves a family pet, but it's not worth a cat.
To try to go back up in there?
No, not by any means.
Okay, we sure thank you for talking to us, Joe Brummel, and hope that things go well better for you. This obviously hasn't been a very good day, but I'm sure people appreciate your efforts to help them out. As we've been standing here, Mike and Steve, we've also seen some hot spots crop up over here. I'm not sure if you have time to walk with us, but we can walk over here just a few hundred feet and see if those hot spots are still flaring up. We still see those homes up on the hillside that are burning. There's a new one. That's new since last we were over in this area. A couple of them, actually. I don't know if you can see behind the fireplace that's sticking up.
Yes, we can, quite well.
Okay, those are obviously two new homes on fire since we were just over in this area the last time we talked to you, showing you the area. And we can see the firefighters actually working on that area right now. Can you see the water that is shooting up, obviously, from ground crews up there?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
That's a couple of blocks away from where you are, Penny?
That is up the hillside a bit. It's probably more than a couple of blocks, Mike. It may be 5 blocks. As the crow flies, maybe it's 3. But to get up to that area, it would be a little bit roundabout that we'd have to go up. We'd have to probably go up 3 blocks and then maybe in a couple of blocks.
But as we see, new fires springing up all the time. A couple of new ones right there just in the last few minutes.
Yeah.
Throughout this whole event, there have been other dangers associated with the fire beyond just the burning and the flames. We've talked about the smoke and the toxicity of the smoke. Earlier today, we were hearing explosions with Harvey, thinking they were propane tanks, perhaps even electrical transformers, and we were concerned then about PCBs. Good news about that for the folks down, at least in the Laguna Beach area. Steve Nelson, manager of Edison down in Laguna Beach, says the utility removed all the PCBs from its pole transformers and underground transformers several years ago in all of Laguna Beach. So they don't have to worry about that danger. There's one that you can count out, but still have concerns with the toxic smoke, still concerns about the polluted runoff water, and of course the major concern that we're watching on our screen right now, the loss of home.
There you see the flames spread across a wide area of hillside and residential areas in and around Laguna Beach. That shot from Mark Dunn. We'll be going to him shortly to give us further explanation, but right now let's go back to our newsroom and the update desk and Jose Sanders. Jose?
Michael, I have a couple of items to pass along to you right now. We've just been told that Governor Pete Wilson will be taking an aerial tour over Orange and Riverside County sometime later this evening. We at Action News, of course, will be bringing you those pictures as that occurs. Now more tonight about the Laguna Beach fire. Tough news to tell you. Orange County Fire Chief Pat Walker says his resources, and we're quoting the chief right now, are stretched to the limit. He's going to need some help tonight to fight that growing Laguna fire. There has been some confusion about this throughout the night, but the wires are also quoting Walker as confirming that the Laguna fire is the result of arson. That's been going back and forth over the past hour or so. The fire, the Chief Walker says, was set on Laguna Canyon Road just south of the 405 freeway. A couple of other fires to update you on right now as well. Talking about Malibu, we've been keeping an eye on the Ventura County fire, which has been apparently heading toward the Malibu area. It is continuing to head toward LA County right now, but it's now being contained to the Yorba Buena Canyon, which is still several miles to the west of Malibu. It is still in Ventura County, so it's a slow-moving fire. Some evacuations may be ordered early in the morning for the Malibu area, Malibu proper, if that becomes available or becomes necessary. Malibu sheriffs just told me on the phone a few minutes ago they are keeping a very close eye on that situation, and they will be ordering those evacuations if necessary. Let me tell you now about Altadena. It's been downgraded now from 5,000 to 3,000 acres. No containment. They are experiencing some high and erratic winds right there. 100 homes are damaged and destroyed, or damaged or destroyed, I should say. 9 minor firefighter injuries have been reported. No civilians have been injured in that fire. 90 engines are working the fire right now, 45 from LA County, 45 from other agencies, including Long Beach Fire, Hermosa, Manhattan Beach, and Hawthorne Fire Departments. Now, Escondido is now at 6,760 acres. 3 minor injuries there, possibly to firefighters. 5 homes have been destroyed in Escondido. 6 outbuildings are destroyed, and they've been evacuating from Mountain View, Canyon Crest, and Old Wagon Road. That's the very latest from the update desk. Mike, back to you.
Okay, Jose, thank you. Talking about that fire being slow moving there in Malibu, that's one of the few areas that has been getting some cooling marine air coming in off the ocean, and that certainly has slowed down the progress of that. But again, we have said over and over today and yesterday, these fires are totally unpredictable because the weather conditions are unpredictable. Just because they've got marine air coming in right now doesn't mean they will another hour, certainly another 2 or 3 hours. So folks of Malibu urged to stay right close to their television sets or radio and listen.
Sure. What's happening to help that sea breeze come in? It warmed up considerably today. That warm air again is lifting over the basin. That air is being replaced by that cooler air from the coast. As soon as the inland areas cool off, that air conditioning system, natural air conditioning system, will shut down, and the Santa Ana will start blowing again.
We wish we could tell you that Laguna Beach is getting cooling ocean air right now. We don't think it is. The fires there have continued to spread, and up in Air 2 is Mark Dunn. Mark.
Mike, we've been following what would be the western front of this down the line. Those are the pictures you've been looking at. I'm not sure, I don't have a monitor up here, but right now you can see that this fire is far from over. This is the western front. This is the fire that engulfed the trailer park that caused all the propane explosions earlier. This is the fire that's actually headed in the direction of Newport Beach, not necessarily reaching Newport Beach, we hope, but certainly in that general direction, up the coast, if you will. Right now, there's not much firefighters can do to this. Air operations have been postponed for the nighttime. Hand crews and line crews, very difficult.
All right, Mark, we're going to have to take it back from you there. Our apologies to you and to our audience especially, because we've lost Mark's transmission there, but we'll be going back to him as soon as we reestablish it. Meantime, down on the ground, you're looking at a static shot from one of our camera people down there, right near downtown Laguna Beach, and Penny Griego joins us once again. Penny.
You call it a static shot, and really it is a static situation here at this time, Mike. This fire continues to burn. It doesn't seem to be moving. I mean, it's continuing to burn in the same area. It's not moving down any farther south or any farther west toward the ocean that we can tell. And if you can see the trees, they are not moving at all. There is no wind, period. We're being showered right now with ash from the fires that are burning all around us. You can see it looks like snow, like it's snowing on us, but this is ash that's coming from every which direction, but it's falling straight down. It's not really blowing too much in any one direction or another. You were talking earlier about the transformers that were exploding in the propane tanks. When I talked to the Southern California Edison crews, they were talking to me about that very same thing. There have been transformers exploding in this area, also some propane tanks that some people have. And of course, they're going around checking that. And again, I had mentioned to you the danger that they were concerned about of the power lines that have come down, and they're cutting those away. Mike?
All right, thank you very much, Penny. We're going to cut right now to Bob Jimenez. There's a shot of Bob. Bob, you're in a neighborhood there, Sierra Madre, that's in considerable danger, aren't you?
I would say so, Mike. We have moved to the back of a house. This would be one of the homes that would be in immediate danger. And as you can see, the fire line is moving closer and closer through this very dense, dry brush area. Once it comes into this area, there is going to be a lot of hell to pay, Mike, because we've got just a few firefighters, about 30 on the line right now. You may be able to see one over to the right of your picture that is spraying water on some of the shrubs. But this fire, which is a major flare-up in the northwest corner of the city of Sierra Madre, is heading in the direction of this canyon area where we have homes that were here since the 1960s. A lot of sentimental value, of course, and of course an increased value of another $750,000. But money is not what most residents are worried about. Their whole lives, as we've seen all day, are in jeopardy. Let me ask this gentleman to walk over. He's the son of the owner of this particular structure. You are what? I would say a good football length away from this fire line right now.
Yes, about a football field.
And your parents are?
Andrew and Olive Buchanan.
How long have you owned this house?
They've been here for at least about 28 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
A lot of memories.
Yeah.
They are now gone.
Yes, they've already taken off. At about 3 o'clock, the fire pretty much died down. They were dropping a lot of water on it. And then as soon as it got dark, I guess they can't drop any more stuff on it. The wind started picking up again, and it really just started getting out of control again.
Have your parents left?
Yes, they've already left.
And you're staying?
Yes, I'm going to stay here until...
To do what?
Whatever I can do to try and save this place, whatever it takes.
Well, you're going to need a lot of help because the wind is blowing in this direction, Michael. And let me ask Ray Hernandez to move up just a little bit and pan up, or I should say tilt up to the right. The flames that you are seeing right now are the ones that are cresting this ridge and heading into a line of homes where we are standing. We're in a cul-de-sac of sorts and in a canyon area. So if the fire does indeed head in this area, we've got some tanker trucks that are pulling up and a line of about 30 firefighters who are standing by, ready to pour as much water as they can on this line that is moving in this direction. Michael?
Bob, for our viewers who are there in Sierra Madre and who are watching this, can you give us, as close as you can, a location where you are, streets, what big streets are nearby?
We're on Oak Ridge Road. It's a cul-de-sac that heads up into the foothills of the Sierra Madre. And let me ask Ray to pan to his left, because over to the left, you might be able to make out the rooftop of this monastery that they've been hosing down. We can't see much of that activity now, but this is the old monastery that we mentioned earlier that has been in harm's way most of this late evening, and if the fire, as it moves in that direction, is probably going to take that structure. But the worry right now are residents here who are, I would say, a good 100 yards now, and the fire keeps moving closer and closer and closer.
You said you were around, I think you said you were on a cul-de-sac there. Is it just that street that's threatened, or are there a number of streets being threatened?
No, there are parallel streets to the right and to the left of us, Mike, that are facing a similar danger. But we are on the cul-de-sac that would obviously would be hit first.
All right, Bob, I know you are prepared to move out at a moment's notice. I assume there is no threat to your exit route being cut off, is there?
Can't hear you, Mike.
Is there any threat that your exit route out of there would be cut off?
We do have an exit route back to the main thoroughfare, and our truck is parked a good 200 yards away. So once it starts getting a little closer, we will back off ourselves, try to give you the best picture that tells this story, but we'll keep a safe distance.
Obviously being careful. Thank you very much, Bob. We'll check back with you shortly. Time now for, we're going to recap in just a moment these terrible fires burning out of control, but right now we're going back to Laguna Beach, and that is a shot provided to us by Penny Griego's crew there. Penny, what's the latest? Hello, Penny? Okay, trying to establish contact with Penny Griego, who has been bringing us excellent reports throughout the evening as that fire has been spreading right near downtown Laguna Beach. One home after another. We were with her just 15, 20 minutes ago, and in the short time she was talking to us, so it was only a couple of minutes, 2 more houses in her immediate vicinity went up in flames. That's how quickly these homes are catching fire there. So far, let's run down some figures here. Now we're estimating that 57,000 total acres have been charred in all of these brush fires and residential fires across Southern California. So far, 220 homes destroyed, but we think more than that have been destroyed in the area we're looking at right now of Laguna Beach. So far, 19 people have been hurt, about half of them firefighters, and some of them seriously. Laguna Canyon, this big fire you're looking at right now, well, we say 100 homes burned. That's a figure we're pulling out of thin air. We think it's a lot more than that. 2,000 acres, that's probably fairly accurate. Laguna Beach, most of it evacuated. Even the police department has evacuated, left its quarters, and gone to temporary shelter on the beach. Altadena, 75 buildings burned, 3,000 acres burned. That Altadena fire now turning into the Sierra Madre fire. Thousand Oaks, the big fire that started yesterday, 18,000 acres burned, 5 homes destroyed. That's the fire now that seems to be bearing down, although somewhat more slowly, on Malibu. The Winchester fire, 12,000 acres burned, 30 homes destroyed. And we move on now to Yucaipa, 2,700 acres blackened. We're told that's 30% contained. That doesn't mean too much with these winds because 30% is not a whole lot. Escondido, 6,000 acres burned down in northern San Diego County, 5 homes destroyed so far.
So I think we've got a hold of Penny now.
Okay.
So let's go to Penny and see what the latest is down there. Is it still a static situation as you described it before?
Dave, it is, I mean,
That's okay.
It is very much, I'm sorry. We have Dave Lopez here, so I'm going to go right to him. He was up right in the middle of the flames because of technical reasons. We couldn't take him at that time. Dave, but I want to find out, what are you seeing up there?
Well, we've up on Skyline Drive, Penny, there are at least 15 homes that are gone. And there is no water pressure. The firefighters are standing by. There are about 3 or 4 homes in a little pocket that are saved. There's just flames all around. And we had to get out of there because we were just burning up in the truck. We had to leave. In fact, I think you can see
the burn hole in your shirt.
Yeah. But the problem is the water pressure. The water pressure is coming from way up on top of the hill because that's the only tank they have left that has any real pressure in it. And it's taking so long to get down there. So they're just being very, very cautious. So whenever they feel the flames are coming into that one house they're trying to save, then they put the pressure on. If not, they're just standing by. Now, to people who don't know any better, you would think the firefighters are just standing by and letting the homes burn. There is very little that can be done. The roads are so narrow, no water pressure, the homes are right next to each other. Every one of those homes has a shake shingle roof. We talked about that earlier this morning, and it's just an inferno. I have never seen anything like that. I've covered a lot of fires in this area. This is by far the worst. I don't think they're going to get an accurate count until morning. There are many, many homes in little cubby holes and little canyons canyons. They just can't get a grip on it. But
You
up
said
there,
that you saw 15 burning. There was one resident earlier that said there's about 600 total in this entire area, and he thought maybe as many as a third of them could be on fire, could be at least damaged partly.
Yes, it could very well be. And I want to add the frustration that the firefighters feel because their hands are tied. The water pressure just isn't there. I don't know whose fault that is, but it's just not there. And they're doing the best they can under some very difficult circumstances. The other problem is that it is so hot that the plaster is actually melting. And we were on a street up there on Skyline Drive where someone must have had a whole bunch of firearms in there, bullets and what have you, because that place went up like an ammunition place. No one was injured, but you can just hear those bullets going off like gangbusters with all the heat. But to people who have never been in this kind of a fire, you get engulfed, you get surrounded, and you just don't know which way to turn.
We've been seeing the police trying to evacuate the whole area all evening long. What are you seeing up there in terms of the residents leaving or not leaving?
There's nobody up there now, but earlier when we were up there around 5 o'clock this evening, there were police from everywhere, and they were using some pretty rough, I shouldn't say rough tactics, they were being very, very belligerent with the people, telling them, you've got to get out now, and the people just didn't want to leave. I think they thought they could save their homes, but the fire was just coming from all directions. But no, there is no one up there trying to be a hero as far as a residence right now, because there's just no way you can get up there safely.
Yeah, I was talking to the police officers earlier, and they said they would threaten or would arrest somebody if they absolutely refused to leave, especially if they had children or somebody else that was definitely in danger.
But one other thing that someone pointed out is that this area has not burned since about 1978. I mean, a real strong burn. And you got to remember this tremendous rainstorms we had all of last year, tremendous rainstorms. So add that, and you have so much fuel up there.
A lot of extra growth. Okay, thank you very much, Dave Lopez. We hope that we'll be able to get to him and some of the video that he shot up that hill earlier. But again, you can still see fires burning. It seems to be burning itself out at the end of the block. That again is homes and part of that high school that is under construction. Mike?
Okay, thank you very much, Penny. We'll check back with you shortly. Meantime, we're going to get back some miles away to the Sierra Madre fire at the edge of Pasadena. Last time we checked in with Bob Jimenez, that fire was probably within 100 yards of them, coming straight toward them. Bob, have you had to move since then?
Michael, it appears that the wind has suddenly and quite unexpectedly died down, which is good news for this cul-de-sac that we are standing in. What you're looking at right now is the top ridge of the leading edge of this flare-up that is heading in our direction from the northwest corner of Sierra Madre and into a cul-de-sac area, a leading cul-de-sac area that comprises, I would say, a good 30 or 40 homes. There's probably a little more than that. Just a few minutes ago, we were showing you pictures of flames that were leaping a good 20 or 30 feet into the air. But now, as you can tell, the smoke is moving along the fire line itself and away from the area. So we don't know what that means at this point, but the wind has subsided. Meanwhile, the 30 firefighters who've been watching this for the past hour and a half continue to work, continue to throw water in the surrounding shrub area. And just a few minutes ago, Michael, they pulled in another large water tank that holds thousands of gallons, and that is going to be the only way they are going to contain these flames if the wind kicks up and if these flames move down in our direction again. But right now, we're looking at hot spots that appear to have stopped. And it is because the wind has died down. And as you can see in the direction of the smoke is not moving toward us as it was before, but moving away.
All right, that is indeed very, very good news for the folks who live within 100 yards of where that fire is burning right now in Sierra Madre. We continue to concentrate on the fires posing the most threat, and of course that means Laguna Beach. Bree Walker is up there in Chopper 2. Bree, we're told you're about 3 miles northwest of Laguna Beach right now. Is that correct?
That's about right, and what you're looking at is a massive hillside burn here, Mike. We're about 1,000 feet in the air, and as we just heard Bob Jimenez report, it does seem that the winds have died down some, and we do feel that effect up here at about 1,000 feet up. But look at these burning coals underneath the surface on this hillside burn. You can see how much vegetation there is. A lot of overgrowth from the rains that we had, and it fuels a lot of flames. It's almost as if the hillside itself bursts into flames because there is so much vegetation for it to consume. So we're looking at a hillside here where there are no homes, but just a massive expanse of land that has been eaten, and looks like it's a boiling cauldron from underneath the top surface. Amazing pictures.
They certainly are, Bree. Are you up north of Laguna Canyon Road right now?
Yes, we're north of Laguna Canyon Road, northwest of Laguna Beach proper, just a few miles. Right ahead of us, I don't know if we can get a shot. If we pan right, I'm not sure that you'll be able to see that, but let's see if we can get you a shot of this tornado of smoke so that you can see how the smoke can swirl around and create its own kind of pressure system. You see that tornado of smoke?
Yes, we do.
Amazing. Mother Nature's forces are incredible. They have confirmed this was an arson fire, right?
We think they have. Bree, so you're a couple of miles from the nearest homes down there along the water.
Yes. Yeah, we're looking at open terrain here with some roads winding through it, but no homes devastated right in this area. We're showing it to you just because this wide expanse of terrain is fully engulfed, and it looks like it's at least, well, from end to end, what we can see, well over a mile.
Bree, by our estimation, you are somewhere between Laguna Canyon Road and Crystal Cove State Park.
That sounds about right.
There's nothing around you but open land. That fire can burn its way for quite a number of miles without coming into any contact with homes, but since it is a state park, there's going to be some pristine land taken in by that fire.
It's going to have to burn its way because there's nobody there to put it out.
Nothing to stop it until it comes along the new toll road, the San Joaquin Hills Road, or the proposed Sand Canyon Highway. They're doing some construction out there. They may act as a fire break for it, but otherwise that's got open terrain and it can just go.
And a lot of very pretty land is going to be charred and blackened, and an awful lot of wildlife killed. There you see, now where Bree is right now, if you see 133 there, look to the left of that and to the north of 1. If you can make draw perpendicular lines there from 133 and 1 where they intersect, that's about where Bree is right now. Flames burning all along that ridge there. Open land. But of course down south there, you can get into some houses.
Now the biggest danger with that, as I see it, is that as the night wears on, as the winds die down, as they get a handle on what's happening in the more developed areas of Laguna Beach, they'll have this area with lots of glowing embers ready to go in the morning when the winds pick up again. So even if you find that you're in an area in the morning that looks a little calm, or as the night wears on, things look a little calm, do not let your guard down. The winds will pick up again. While not as strong as this morning, they will pick up again, and now it looks like there's going to be ample fuel to restart the fire, as this fire has now moved into some pretty undeveloped and probably unburned area for quite some time, since that's a state park.
Bottom line is, until we get a dramatic break in this weather, until the Santa Ana winds stop blowing, until the winds start swinging around and coming at us from the ocean, cooler, heavier, more soothing wind, we're going to all be in danger anywhere near the coastline.
Exactly. Do not let your guard down for quite a while, number of days.
Yeah, and you see all that blackened land there and glowing fires off in the distance, flames shooting up probably 75 feet.
You know, I can't imagine how the firefighters must feel sitting here talking about it for as long as we have. You feel, first you feel helpless, then you feel useless, and then you feel like there's just no hope.
After a point, you get mesmerized.
After a point, you do. And I'm seeing these pictures and thinking about how I would feel if I was standing there with a hose in my hand and no water pressure in that hose. What a terrible feeling. Almost as bad as the feeling that the homeowner would have watching his house go up.
Those homeowners had to feel totally empty as they stood there and watched their homes go up in flames. There is absolutely nothing they can do. Some of them tried. Some of them tried with garden hoses, but that's nothing. That's attacking an elephant with a fly swatter. It just does not work.
It's a pacifier for the mind, but it's not going to help the problem.
Yeah, you want
much.
to feel like you're doing everything humanly possible to protect your home. You say, what kind of a person am I if I don't even try to protect my home? But, you know, there comes a time when better judgment has to prevail. And the police, we were told a little while ago, were getting quite angry with people they've told to evacuate, and people disobey them and say, no, I'm staying here till the bitter end. Police, meantime, are charged with protecting those people's safety. They have to get them out, and the police know certainly better what they're up against than individual homeowners. All right, we're watching this burn right along with you. A tremendously long line of fire burning there in the hills.
Bree is in Chopper 2. Mark Dunn is still up in the air in Air 2, or are we watching
We're watching Breeze Fire. That's Breeze Fire, the one Bree is covering from Chopper 2, and I did not realize how long that line of fire is. That is mile after mile after mile of fire up there.
That was exactly why I was asking for a clarification. I'm going, are we seeing a new area, or is this one we've seen before? This is the one that Bree just announced to us of the open area fire that we were seeing.
What we were concentrating on earlier were the hot spots from this fire, but we're doing a pan shot right now. The camera is panning from one extreme to the other, and it seems like it goes on forever, that line of fire. Billowing black smoke up into the sky, flames leaping upward, insatiable flames. Nothing out there to stop this fire from burning. The flames, I would assume, Steve, Steve, if they hold true to form, I assume those flames are pointed toward the ocean, are pointed somewhat west.
At this point, actually, we're starting to pick up a little bit even down there, picking up a little more of a sea breeze. These may be able to. We may have so much fire now in that area that the wind may not be a component anymore. The fire is probably strong enough and hot enough to create its own wind effect, its own windstorm. It's feeding itself without the help of any Santa Ana.
So we don't really have any perspective on which direction
it's going
we are and where those flames are headed. At times we see them swirling. At times we see them head the other way.
Yeah, they're probably just taking the best fuel that they can find. The fire's following its natural course like water does. Water likes to flow downhill. Fire likes to flow toward the hottest, best fuel. And in this case, this sage and this grasses that have been grown up from the February rains.
Quite often that means
the fuel.
Uphill, but not necessarily in this case. Mm-hmm. We don't know what kind of winds they've got out there, but you say they seem to have died down just a little bit. All right, we're going to make a move here. We're going to go northeast. We're going to go back up to Ventura County, and Bill Smith standing by with the very latest on the situation there. Bill.
Michael, we'll set the scene for you. We are in Pacific Coast Highway. The community that you're seeing through the lights here right now with the flames on the ridges above is what's called County Line. We're about a half a mile or so into Ventura County, and those flames
PCH over to the ocean side of PCH up in North Laguna, I guess around Emerald Bay. Is that true?
That it looks like over 100 homes to him from the air, and he certainly has had a terrific vantage point all evening on this. Orange County Fire is saying, wait a minute, guys, you're getting ahead of us here. It's really too soon to make that kind of estimate. So I was wondering if the fire captain could shed some light on that, but I don't think Conan could hear me. If you're wondering, and for people that remember these fires, we told you 400 homes so far, and it may be climbing, and that probably is a conservative estimate. Bel Air Fire, 1961, maybe some of you remember that. Some of you that are as old as I am. That was 484 homes in 1961. A small area, but boy, did that go fast, and it burnt a lot of very, very expensive homes. Santa Barbara County, and Bob Petty has mentioned this a couple of times, he was on that fire. I remember that one, June of 1990, 440 homes. So we are approaching those dimensions and those proportions. That just gives you some idea when you look back on a perspective of history, the severity of the fire that we're looking at right now. Kelly Lang's up in the newsroom. More information about evacuations. Kelly?
Well, I tell you, this is on pets, Paul, because a lot of people in these fires are losing their pets are endangered, or if they're going to shelters, you know they can't take their pets there because they just can't be accommodated for the most part. So we want to tell you that stray pets from the Altadena fire are probably waiting for their owners there. They tell us that there are a lot of pets who have been dropped off there. This is the Animal Care Center in Baldwin Park. It's at 4275 North Elton Avenue. And pet owners are urged to go there and visit the Animal Center in person and identify and claim your animal. Now, I want to tell you this about the Dana Point shelters. Out there, the City High School is filling up, they're telling us, to capacity now. Can't get in there. They can't accommodate many more. So, St. Edward's Parish Church in Dana Point has just opened as a shelter. They have food, they have beds waiting for you. So they say you are welcome, they can accommodate you. That is located at 33926 Calle La Primavera. That's St. Edward's Parish Church in Dana Point. If you want to give a call over there, they are at 714-496-1218. The school, the City High School, is just about filled up. They can't accommodate many more. They're asking you now, please go over to St. Edward's. They're ready for you. They have food. They have a bed for you. Paul?
Kelly Lang, thank you very much for that important update. We've got Bob Petty back now. You're looking at his picture. And Bob, I trust you can hear me. A long wait for fuel, was it?
Well, no, we actually, there was a line of helicopters waiting for fuel over at Orange County, which took a little bit, but we did take the time to grab a drink and a cookie just to try to keep our sugar levels up here. And actually, during the time that we're gone, the about 35 minutes that we're out of the air, the situation is still horrifying to look at from the air. Hundreds of homes on fire, but because the fire has consumed most of those homes that were on fire, and the wind has died down so much, there's not as much flame on the southeastern side of this, which means on the eastern side of Laguna Canyon Road, as there was when we left. The smoke is going more straight up than it is being laid out by the wind, the northeast wind, and the firefighters' ring of fire engines down in front of the Laguna Beach High School and the area just adjacent and east of that seem to be holding the fire back on those ridgeline homes that were consumed during the first burst of flame as it came across the Laguna Canyon Road. So although we are estimating up here, a petty estimate of about 250 homes on the southeast side of the Laguna Canyon Road, in addition to the 100 plus homes over by Emerald Canyon, in addition to the El Moro trailer park of 25 to 30 mobile homes. So we're talking a total of around 400 residents that have been damaged or destroyed just by our very, very unofficial estimate down here in Laguna Beach. A horrible sight, but again, as I said, Mother Nature seems to be cooperating a little bit by deadening those winds. The cooler temperatures of night may be able to give these firefighters a chance at setting up their perimeters and maintaining it through the night so they can relaunch maybe their aerial attacks as needed in the morning. So,
Bob,
go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, again, help us with our geography. When I think of Laguna Beach in the times that I've been down there, I think of the Arts Festival, and I think about those couple of really big, beautiful old hotels right there on the water. How far is this fire actually from that area of Laguna?
Very close, less than about 3 to 4 blocks inland from those, maybe 5 or 6 blocks inland from that beautiful old white hotel that's down on the, just south of where Laguna Canyon Road comes down onto PCH. But again, those homes are where the fire departments have set up their perimeter or set up their final defensive fight line, hoping to stop those, is about anywhere from a quarter to a third of a mile inland from the coast. It kind of runs out of an angle, so it increases as it gets to the east a little bit, away from the coastline. So the Laguna Festival is safe. In fact, as I was pointing out, the Laguna Beach High School is just about the furthest east that the fire department has set up their perimeter. And once upon a time, when the smoke was so thick we couldn't see down underneath it, we thought we had people telling us that Laguna Beach High School had some buildings that was being destroyed. To me, from my vantage point, it appears that that is not true. There is another school up on Lower Temple Road, up on near Skyline Drive, up on the ridge lines to the east of Laguna Beach High School. The school up there lost several large buildings on its campus. Unfortunately, I do not know the name of that school, but it appears to me from my vantage point that the old hotel down on PCH and the neighborhoods immediately adjacent in South Laguna Canyon Road on the coast are safe. The damage is limited, I don't think we can use that word, is restricted to the area a good quarter to a third of a mile inland when you get south of Laguna Beach Road. But earlier today, up by Emerald Canyon, the fire came down Emerald Canyon and burned all the way to PCH. We saw 3 to 4 homes on the inland side of PCH, totally involved in flames. And at one point, just south of the El Moro trailer camp, we saw the fire actually jump across PCH and burn a grassy knoll. Fortunately, it did not burn any homes in that place. Now, and as we look back towards Newport Beach and to the northwest, we see a large line of flame that is rolling towards Newport Beach from the south through the chaparral of the old Irvine Ranch, now that coastal park area. Still a very dangerous fire. Mother Nature seems to be cooperating a little bit, Paul, and naturally we'll be on the scene all the way through our newscast and all the way up to the newscast. This is Bob Petty reporting live from the Channel 4 helicopter. Paul, back to you in the studio.
All right, Bob, before you go, very quickly now, what about the Laguna Beach Police Department? And if you've mentioned this, forgive me, but I know that at one time we were reporting that that police station down there was on fire. You know anything more about that?
I don't believe that it did, Paul. I believe that it, just as they were going to use the Laguna Beach High School for an evacuation center, and then they canceled that plan when the fire jumped Laguna Canyon Road and started sweeping towards them. I believe that what they did is they evacuated the police station in anticipation that something could be going bad. But I don't believe that they got the fire actually got into the police station, nor do I believe it got into Laguna Beach High School. I cannot confirm that from up here, but it appears to me that no damage occurred to the high school or the police station, that the fire has been not contained, but has been held back just to the east of the high school, just to the north of the high school, and firefighters have set up on several streets long lines of engines pumping water as best they can onto structures and to brush to keep the flames and the embers from striking up new fires as the evening progresses, hopefully getting these other homes that are fully involved to a state where they're not generating all that ember, and that's going to be carried by the wind. And as I said earlier, the wind has died down somewhat, which makes that job a little bit easier for firefighters to attempt in the evening hours. Hopefully we won't have the reoccurrence of the Santa Ana winds this evening to give firefighters just a little bit more of a chance to get their handle on it.
All right, Bob, take a break just for a second. Of course, we do know that that Laguna Beach fire that started at 11:20 this morning has burned, as Bob said, very, very close to the quaint town of Laguna Beach with its art colonies, art houses, its hotels, and it's the site for the Laguna Beach Arts Festival. But firemen are there, and they're going to hold that line, and the winds so far are cooperating. Bob estimates between 200 and 250 homes in the Laguna fire alone have been burned. And when you take a look at our map, you can see the vast expanse, the parameters we're talking about here. We are talking about 15 fires burning. We are talking about the Thousand Oaks fire, the oldest of the fires. Definitely that was arson. It was set at 1:30 yesterday afternoon near Los Robles. We're talking about arson involved in the Villa Park fire. That's down near the 405 down there on the right-hand corner of the screen. That is arson, according to authorities. We're talking about the Laguna fire being arson. We reported that this afternoon from Laguna Police and Fire. They told us that they believe that somebody started that fire deliberately, and that somebody was a copycat, as they put it. Sees it on TV, hears about it, and says, hey, I'm going to go out and do the same thing. That is unconfirmed. That is what Laguna Beach Police and Fire tell us. And also we had a report not too long ago that in Altadena that they have arrested one individual there accused of looting homes that have been burned or are being threatened. Can you believe that? Can you imagine? Yes, you can, because it's a fact of life. It is now 8:45. Here's the update. As we've been covering the fires in Ventura, Los Angeles, and Orange counties, some fires in Riverside County have continued to burn too. Here's the latest on the Winchester fire. Well, it seems like an old fire now, but it's still there. Excuse me, it's been burning all day out near Hemet. The fire has now consumed 21,000 acres. It has burned 29 structures. It has injured 6 people. The 27 outbuildings, too, have been burned, plus scores of vehicles out there. 6 injuries on this fire, 2 of them to firefighters, some 800 firefighters on the lines. This fire has forced the evacuation of the rural communities of Sage and Diamond Valley. And again, let me point out, I believe 12 to 15 firefighters in total have been injured fighting these fires since yesterday afternoon. We talked to our Dr. Bruce Hensel earlier today, who was at the Sherman Oaks Burn Center, and he was there when they brought 4 of the firefighters in from the Chatsworth fire. One of those firefighters was seriously burned over, I think 25% of his body, but all firefighters that have been hurt, the point I'm trying to make here, are expected to recover. And when you consider how dangerous this job is, and when you consider you've got thousands of people attempting to put out 15 fires, and we've got 12 to 15 injuries, all of whom injuries to people who will recover, again, I think that is very, very remarkable, along with the fact that nobody so far has been killed, either fighting fires or civilians trying to save their homes or running from the fires. Again, looking at Laguna Beach, and that is where our focus is tonight, although Altadena and Sierra Madre, we saw Fernell Chapman out there 10 minutes ago at the Sierra Madre Monastery, and they are backfiring there. They are evacuating 4,000 people in Sierra Madre, a town of, I think, 9,800 people out near Altadena and Pasadena, and that, too, is a spot that we're keeping a close eye on tonight. The worst fire ever in the history of California was the earthquake in San Francisco, the fires thereof. And check this figure in case I'm wrong. I don't think so. 28,000 homes destroyed. Does that sound high to you? That's the figure I have. 28,000 in total. The earthquakes, the fires, that's the figure that I have. That is the worst in the history of California. All right, the worst of it, as I said again, is Laguna Beach. We have Conan Nolan down there again. Conan, when I left you, you couldn't hear me. Can you hear me now?
I can now, Paul,
okay,
but
go
I have
ahead.
to tell you, it goes back and forth. We haven't been, not much is working up here, frankly. Fortunately, though, the water tender is working for the Orange County Fire Department. Again, the good news is that the winds have died down for the moment, and despite the fact there has been some wind shifts of the past few hours, they have been fairly successful in keeping this fire on this side of the canyon from making its way down to some of the other homes. That, of course, was their entire strategy, was to make sure these embers that we keep talking about don't fly down and help ignite some of the other structures down below, which is what, of course, has happened all afternoon, or I should say ever since this fire started. In fact, it's amazing to the people here. Residents have pretty much left this area, but some people have come up to help. Gentlemen, can we talk to you real quick? These are two individuals you're from Laguna Beach, is that right?
Yes, we are.
Did you see this fire start?
No, I saw it around 12 o'clock, and it just took off from there.
What was it like? I mean, was it a brush fire at that time?
Yeah, it's what it looked like. It's just total devastation. I can't even believe the whole side of the hills engulfed.
Let me ask you, where were you when this started?
I was Laguna Canyon Road about 4 o'clock, helping Noreen Verdugo get out of her house.
What was it like then?
It was on the north side of Laguna Canyon Road, and then it hopped over, heading south. It went right up the canyon, went up towards Skyline, and it just went quick.
You were telling me earlier that it looked like just a harmless brush fire at the beginning.
Yeah, it was just a harmless brush fire, and then it just turned, the wind just picked up, and that was it. It just took it away.
Well, the moral to that story is that in Southern California, thank you very much, gentlemen. The moral to that story, of course, is that in Southern California, there's no such thing as a harmless brush fire. And Paul, I did hear you a little earlier talking about the importance of mop-up. Keep in mind that the great Oakland fire, the East Bay fire of 2 years ago, that was the result of a fire which had been extinguished. It was a mop-up crew that was pretty much putting up the final touches that let it get out of control once again, and that caused the tremendous devastation. Over 1,000 homes destroyed in that fire. But again, here it appears, despite all the devastation that you see, at least from this vantage point, a dozen here, a few other people that are running down. Gentlemen, do you have homes up there, or can you tell us? Well, they're headed off somewhere, we don't know, but in any case, from this vantage point, we can see at least 24 different homes that are on fire, but that has been the scene for most of the past 2 hours, I would say, and fortunately, I can report that we have not seen any other homes down below from us, although we are told that it's a possibility that it is advancing on the other side on our left flank, which we can't see from here. But again, as far as this vantage point is concerned, so far, fortunately, the winds have died down, and it appears they are holding the line. Paul, back to you.
Well, Conan, you know, you're an encyclopedia. I tell you, I had forgotten about the Oakland Hills fire and the fact that that indeed was started during a mop-up operation, and that can be some of the most important and some of the most tedious work the firefighters have to do after the fire is out. There's no question about it.
You know, that's the problem, as most firefighters will tell you, is the tedium, because it's hard to convince some of the people who do the mop-up work of how important it is, because there are no television cameras, there's no excitement, there's no flame, but just a little bit of carelessness, and all of a sudden, again, you can have total devastation, which was the case there. And of course, we haven't even gotten to the point. They'd love to get to the point of mop-up here, but right now they're still in the first stage of trying to keep this from spreading any further, and as I reported, it appears that the winds may have shifted, and they're, I dare say it, maybe getting the upper hand on this, but that's too premature. For right now, however, it appears they're holding their line.
Conan, again, I want to take advantage of the fact that you can now hear me and I can hear you and we can talk to each other. How hot is it where you are? How hot is it down there?
I'm sorry, say that again, Paul.
Well, here we go again. How hot is it down there?
You know, it was warm, but over the past hour we have been doused by firefighters' water, so we're rather cool. But it was very pleasant temperatures, not nearly as hot as you might think, but it has been warm most of the evening. It's certainly not the humidity, of course, is remarkably low. This close to the ocean, so that still remains a problem. But because we've been drenched by fire spray, we're a little.
Children are the largest group of Americans living.
Madre, people coming in from all over the place. The other big fire, of course, is in Laguna Beach, and this is just a killer of a fire. Hundreds of homes already gone up in smoke, and Bree Walker has been aboard Chopper 2. Bree?
Tricia, the disaster you're watching unfold right here before your very eyes is Crystal Cove State Park. Conflagration of major proportion, acres and acres, looks like. Could be hundreds of acres fully involved. And we've got, it looks like that's a hot spot right ahead of us there where the plume of smoke comes up. We've got a power line right in the, on the horizon there. We don't know if that power line is still operating or not. We are inland from Newport Harbor, just a couple of miles northeast. And this is the western flank of the fire that we were showing you a while ago in Laguna Beach over the residential area that had consumed all those hilltop homes with beautiful views. Now you see that this beautiful state park land has gone up in flames. Crystal Cove State Park.
Can you give us some sort of a reading on the winds in the area?
Well, right now we've got winds coming from the same direction, northeasterly winds taking the smoke out to a southwesterly direction. We're relatively stable. We've still got plenty of wind for firefighters to be concerned about. What's our altitude right now, Craig? About 1,000 feet up, and it feels about the same as it's been for about the last 20 minutes. We're buffeted by winds occasionally. Nothing feels like it's calmed down to a point where we wouldn't be worrying about Santa Ana winds anymore. That's still obviously quite a concern. But the pattern of the smoke is moving in the same direction that it's been for some time.
Steve Rambo, you're here with me. Have you been looking at the latest weather maps?
I was just trying to get a fix on what's going on with the winds out there, because this is the time of night when we start to see things turn back around. In the last few hours, we've had a good amount of wind coming out of the west, particularly up in the Malibu area. Bob and you both out at Sierra Madre were talking about how that fire was very strange because it was trying to push out toward the east. That was that west wind happening. Now we've seen temperatures all across the area becoming very much the same. I've got a 70-degree reading at the airport, and then I got a 70-degree reading inland. And when that happens, you start to lose that west wind. Now we're starting to see some calm winds in the coastal sections, and we're starting to pick up another easterly wind in the interior section. So within the next few hours, by 11 o'clock midnight, we'll see a stronger flow back toward the northeast, and then we'll have to start watching these glowing areas, because then the glowing areas, which look good now, will be the danger areas later, because that will be where things will start to flare up. And the worst is hardly over. And this area that Bree's been flying over here, Crystal Cove, in this extremely wide open rural area, is of major concern, because that's where you get fires hidden in these little pockets. And, and those are the ones that start up the fire again the next morning. So as people go to bed tonight, if it looks okay, keep one eye open and keep the radio close at hand.
And it is really amazing. When we were up in the Altadena area with Governor Wilson, who was viewing the site this afternoon, everything was calm There were a few smoky areas and those rows and rows of burned out homes. As soon as that wind picked up, we saw flames again.
That's all it takes.
Within maybe a minute or two. Just as amazing. Kim Mariner, you're standing by in the Malibu area.
Right, Tricia. We can vouch for what Steve said about the calm wind conditions along the coastal area right now. We're on Pacific Coast Highway at Deer Creek Road. The ocean to my left and the brush still burning to my right. This is, of course, the beginning of the Thousand Oaks fire.
Into those areas, because you can find yourself on a street. I know many times we've taken camera trucks up into these areas and we have permission to pass through, and there have been many occasions when we've turned around quickly and had to find our way out, and it's very easy to find yourself surrounded by fire. So the best advice is to stay home.
This has really spread very rapidly from the last time we checked with Jennifer. I can hardly believe how much it's grown.
Yeah, we should point out that this picture is coming from our other helicopter, our other Channel 5 News helicopter, Larry, and that one is down over the Laguna Canyon area and showing the tremendous spread of that blaze in the hills directly above the city of Laguna. And this of Laguna Beach, and this is in Laguna Canyon, where there were an enormous amount of homes and packed rather densely together. And you can see it now coming down over the side.
It does really look like lava, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, and now all it's burning is brush, though. There does not seem to be any homes directly in the path. But it's just such an intense fire.
Okay, we are going to cut away from this fire. We will be back to it shortly, but we want to check in now with Steve Lenz. Steve?
Al, we're still back here at Passionate Father's Monastery. At this point, the wind has been pretty calm since we talked to you last about 15 minutes ago, and that has given firefighters a chance to move their fire lines a little more to the east, which is what we'll be doing in a few moments. First of all, I want to talk to a couple of guys who've been up here all day. It's Terry, right?
Yes.
And your parents live just down the hill from the monastery?
Yes.
Did you help them evacuate?
No, we didn't. Fire didn't go down that far.
But have you seen this come down here before?
Yes, I have, about 3 times within the last 15 years.
And did it actually burn right to the back of the monastery?
Yes, it did.
So
very devastating.
Really? Thank you very much. And your name is?
Lewis O'Brien.
And now, you've been up here watching this all day. How close did it actually get here? Early this afternoon is when it actually started over here?
Yes, I was here in the morning, and it wasn't really out here at all. And it just all of a sudden shifted. Like all of a sudden around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it just completely shifted over right here by the monastery.
Okay, thank you very much. In fact, we were told it went down sometime in the afternoon and then certainly flared up. The big flare-up was here tonight. You can still see some of now. The flames have moved on toward the east there on the ridge. In fact, let me back out of the way. And you can see them. We are taking a look that is directly eastward now, behind the monastery, toward, this would be north edge of Sierra Madre, and we would be looking to the east. And we can see that the flames are basically moving that way around the face of this ridge. And that's where we've just seen one fire engine going further over that way, and we are going to follow it over there. Al, let's go back to you.
Okay, Steve, thanks for that report. We are going to be flying over the Laguna Canyon fire, which has erupted in a tremendous explosion of flames and very dense smoke over that area. Stan Chambers is now on station over the Laguna Canyon fire. Also, Jan Carl will be joining us here on the set in just a few moments. But we want to contact Stan and see, Stan, do we have contact with Stan Chambers now? Okay, he'll be with us in just one moment. Right now, that does seem to be the most dangerous and the most intense fire that we are confronted with throughout the Southern California area. As we mentioned just a few moments ago, throughout 7 counties, 60,000 acres have been burning. The entire population of Laguna Beach, 24,500 people, have been evacuated, and at least, we say at least, 300 structures have been destroyed. So we are looking at the situation now from the camera above Sierra Madre to show you that flames, the flames that are in the mountains, the San Gabriel Mountains above Sierra Madre. This is kind of a watching and waiting situation as crews battle that line of fire, trying to keep it away from Sierra Madre. If it comes down south, the same thing would happen that happened earlier today in Altadena. But thus far, they're holding the line against the fire in Sierra Madre, and 4,000 people reportedly have been evacuated.
They're still waiting, they hope, for the imminent arrival of some support units from LA County Fire, and I think some from LA City Fire, too, as the chief told Steve Lentz a few minutes ago there. The arrival of these extra forces to supplement the people who are already there from Sierra Madre and the other surrounding communities may be critical to their effort to try to stop this fire where it is.
Let me ask Jan Carl, who just joined us. You live up in that area, roughly in that part of the city. What was it like up there today? What did you see from your home?
What was interesting is the very first thing that I noticed this morning when the dogs happened to wake me up, I sort of stumbled downstairs, let them outside. The whole sky was sort of a strange orange color. Instantly at that point, I knew something was wrong, and then you could smell the smoke. At that point, it was about 7:45 in the morning, and the winds were gusting quite a lot. I heard you mention at times maybe even up to 60 miles per hour, so the winds were blowing. In fact, when I got into my car this evening to come into work, I had left the sunroof open for about an inch. The night before.
And you had ash all over the
There's ash
seat.
all over the seats in the car. The winds were blowing so much too, even in the windows. All the windows in the house were shut, but there is ash that's blown in from the windows as well.
Okay, we'll get back to the other fires in just a moment, but let's go to Stan Chambers now, who is over the Laguna Canyon fire. Stan?
We're over another home that is continuing to burn here in Laguna. A very large home, and it is burning very hotly. A big black cloud of smoke is coming up from it. This is in the area where all of the others were damaged, and so the big fires now that we see over the hills are the burning remnants of these beautiful homes that lined Laguna Canyon. And as Jennifer was saying, they're all over, but look how intense the flames are. The fire is burning very hot. And this is in the section where there are so many of the homes. You go right down the ledge and they are all still burning. Just a terrible tragedy, one that you wonder if Laguna Beach will take years to recover from, because so many of these homes, right at the present time, just glowing embers. We're turning around so we can look, the camera is shooting through a very heavy cloud, but you can see the glow, you can see the embers burning, that full house, the full structure, just going up in flames.
Stan?
In fact, so many of the centers of fire that we see below are homes that are still burning.
Stan, do you hear us?
We can see several fire engines on the streets leading up to the different homes. But the devastation, you know, hell, I was listening to Jennifer and watching the pictures, and they just seem so unbelievable. And now to be up here and see them firsthand is just hard to believe, because as you know, these homes are probably some of the most beautiful locations along the whole Southern California coast. A beautiful view of the mountains and the sea, and then in a terrible, tremendous cloud and explosion of flames, they all went up.
Hey, Stan, do you hear us?
Hell, I might say that my communication with you is very good.
TV4, Stan, you're passing rummage on.
So just, you know, when you want it back, just take it.
I just want to know you pass me there.
Talking about these and describing me because they are just...
Are you right over the canyon?
Some of the other homes right next are just...
Okay, you just passed me now.
We're also
burned
on
ground.
the wrong frequency.
Now we are right over
We're on a fire frequency.
the Laguna Canyon area where all of the homes were so badly burned.
Okay, we'll come back to Stan Chambers in just a few moments, as soon as we can establish better audio with Stan. But I want to ask my colleagues to join with me in giving our viewers the information concerning evacuations as they exist throughout the Southern California area. If we could punch those up. The Red Cross Evacuation Center, Orange County chapter, is at 33333. Golden Lantern, Dana Point.
Okay, the Red Cross Evacuation Center for the Orange County chapter is located at Corona Del Mar High School, and that's at 2101 East Bluff Drive in Corona Del Mar.
And the Red Cross Evacuation Center for the Orange County chapter, Villa Park High School, which is at 18042 Taft Avenue, Villa Park. It is closed but on standby if needed. So if that location is the closest to you, it may be opening. I imagine it's very possible it will be needed before the night is over, I'm afraid to say.
The Red Cross Evacuation Center in the San Gabriel Valley area, Elliott Junior High School, 2184 North Lake Avenue in Altadena.
Okay, we have an evacuation center also in the San Gabriel Valley. John Muir High at 1905 North Lincoln, Pasadena.
And also, there is a Red Cross Evacuation Center in the San Gabriel Valley, too. This one is at Jackie Robinson Park, and you'll find that one at 1020 North Fair Oaks Drive, and that's right in Pasadena.
And another one located, this one, the Los Angeles chapter, Canoga Park High School at 6850 Topanga Canyon, and that is in Canoga.
Okay, do we have another one? Ventura County chapter.
Rapidly, we had hoped that the winds would diminish a lot more than they have this evening, but apparently the wind is still blowing through the areas of Chatsworth, where there's a fire earlier today, all the way up across.
Street coordinates for the Laguna Beach fire.
I would have to say that the areas that have been evacuated is anything south of Corona Del Mar to the southern limits of the Laguna Beach City, and on the eastern side, the eastern city limits to Laguna Beach.
Okay.
On the other side of that is a community called Aliso Viejo, and we are not evacuating that at this time.
How long did it take you to evacuate the entire city of Laguna Beach?
You know, I couldn't answer that definitively because it was early, much earlier today, and I've kind of lost track of time as to when someone told me that they had begun to evacuate.
What about the school children in and around Laguna Beach and in
Okay, they were
Emerald Canyon?
evacuated first, and the first evacuation point was actually a school, Laguna Beach High School, which was declared an evacuation site by the Red Cross. But it soon became clear that that was not a stable place to be, so they then evacuated those people from Laguna Beach High School to Dana Hills High School in Dana Point.
What I'm getting at for the benefit of our viewers is I assume now that the parents of these children have been able to get in touch with their kids, go and pick them up if they can, if they have homes to go back to. In other words, they're together.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that question.
I say for the benefit of the people watching and for me too, what I'm wondering is the children were taken to one location finally where parents...
I was in a Red Cross shelter in Villa Park last night, and I can assure you the Red Cross has done a very good job with evacuation and sheltering. Unfortunately, they're impacted the same way we are now in terms of giving out information, so they probably aren't able to reassure everybody who calls. But, you know, as soon as they get all their lists and everything together, I'm sure they'll be able to supply that information.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if I have a child in that school and I find out that school's been evacuated, the first thing in the world I want to do is go be with my child, and I assume that most parents that could do that have done that.
I would assume so.
All right, Emma Day, we're going to let you go here in just a second. Now, what about Irvine, evacuations in and around Irvine?
Okay, as I was mentioning before, that there are two fires in Irvine. One, the Turtle Rock area, is actually part of the Laguna Beach fire. There is no mandatory evacuation there. People may evacuate if they wish to do so to Woodbridge High School, but we're not asking for a mandatory evacuation there. Again, though, if people feel imperiled in any way or feel anxious in any way, we would encourage them to evacuate themselves at this point and go to some place that they feel is safe just for their own peace of mind.
Emma Day, it's been a long day for you. Please pardon the pun. I didn't mean to do that.
No, that's quite all right. It's Emmy Day, not Emmy.
Emmy, I'm sorry. It's been a very long day for all of us. Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome. And
all
call
right.
back and we'll try to have some more information for you.
Well, you're very, very kind. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, to John Beard in our newsroom. Information now about Leisure World. John?
Yeah, Paul, we've had a lot of viewers who are concerned because they have relatives who live in Leisure World. That's at big, sprawling senior citizen development down there in Orange County. It's in Laguna Hills. It's not very far from the fire at all. As a matter of fact, just a few miles. And they saw the the flames from Leisure World this afternoon, and they were understandably concerned. And so we called down there. We got through tonight, and we talked to some people down there, and they said that they don't appear to be in any danger. They are standing by. Their security is in contact with the authorities. They don't expect to evacuate, but they do have an evacuation plan. They have a number of buses and ambulances standing by, enough to take care of everybody down there. And that's a lot of people. They have about 350 people who live in the towers there, and several thousand more who live in the homes on the campus here at Leisure World. And they've been getting calls today from all over the country, from New York, from Seattle, from San Francisco. Relatives calling in concerned about their family members who live down at Leisure World. As a matter of fact, the lady I talked to down there said they've gotten more calls from outside the area concerned about the fire than they have from the people inside the Leisure World complex who are wondering about it. And I asked them what's going on right now, and she said things are normal. The activities scheduled for tonight are continuing. As a matter of fact, she said that right now half the group in the main building down there are watching the TV news to find out what's going on, and the other half are watching El Cid Part 2. They saw the first half on Sunday night. They wanted to catch the rest of it tonight. So they're not too concerned down there and don't appear to be in any danger. So Leisure World appears to be fine, but they have taken precautions, and if the fire does turn back in their direction, they are fully prepared to get out of there. Paul, back to you.
Well, John, maybe they can tape that movie and we can watch it later. What do you think?
It'll be a while, I think.
I think it will be, too. All right, John Beard, thank you about that information about Leisure World. Well, one of the reasons that they're getting a lot of calls from around the country about Leisure World and other places in Southern California is that as we broadcast here from Burbank, I understand this is being seen all across the country. I don't know how many markets are taking it. I know New York was watching us for a while, but hello to all of you outside of Southern California, and we'll continue our coverage as best we can. Fernell Chapman, we left you last in Sierra Madre. Looked like a flare up there, embers shooting north up the hills. How does it look now?
A lot better, Paul. The good news at this point, at least, is that the flames are now moving actually northward into the mountains. If you can take a look up above me here, the flames are indeed moving to the north.
I said about 300 yards. Some of the lower flames here are probably not more than about 100 yards away, and still I don't see any water going on those flames. Once again, it's a very, very deceiving sight, because as soon as the fire knocks down, everybody thinks, okay, maybe we can stay. Maybe it's going to go out on its own. This fire does not go out on its own. I don't think any of us have seen one that has. And
Jeff?
We need, in fact, Dave, if you can go on in and zoom in a little bit more, please.
Jeff,
People can get a better idea.
We understand that there are 90 engines on the scene and about 1,000 firefighters there at Sierra Madre. And Sierra Madre, for the benefit of people who've been watching earlier in the day, is pretty much a continuation of the Altadena-Pasadena fire of this morning.
And we understand we now have one in San Juan Capistrano. Is that correct? Yes, at the Villa del Obispo retirement home at 32200 Del Obispo Street. The number there is 496-8802. Help is being set up there. Parts of Turtle Rock are being evacuated. They are being taken to Woodbridge High School, so there's help set up at Woodbridge if you're in that area and feel the need perhaps to go there. We also understand Saddleback, I believe.
Yeah,
what is that, Pat?
I have a word there. I believe it was Saddleback
College.
Junior College. They're setting up some help there, an evacuation center there.
Okay, good. So by the minute, places are being set up to help you. If you feel a bit helpless at the moment and don't know where to go, if you don't have friends in the area, please go to one of these places and they'll be happy to help out. We've got to take a commercial break right now, but we will be right back, so stay with us.
Too, have they loaded up cars or made any kind of preparations, or are they just standing there waiting?
Well, report on a very, very important element here, which are the winds. Go ahead, John.
As a matter of fact, I'm pleased to say at least I have some good news to report right now. The wind advisory below the Cajon Pass and the Santa Ana River Canyon area has been canceled. The wind sensors and surface observations during the past hour have indicated that wind speeds are generally in the 15 to 25 mile per hour range below the passes and canyons. Now, a further decrease in wind speeds are expected. That strong high pressure area over Nevada that we've been talking about over the past couple of nights during the weather is pushing eastward into the southern Rockies and into the plains. Now, although the winds have decreased, the threat of fire does continue, and residents are still urged to follow instructions from the local fire and emergency officials, even though we are expecting the winds to decrease slightly. Now, often the Santa Ana winds will decrease at night and they will pick up again during the day as temperatures rise again. So
but
this
that is the
for tonight.
news in a way that we were all waiting for, because we were talking about the high pressure over the Great Basin and hoping that that would break down and start to move east, which would give us an onshore flow rather than the offshore flow that's been creating this holocaust that we've been looking at. So that is good news. But let's go now to Jennifer York. Jennifer, you're over the fire once again.
Hal, we're at the northern end of the fire, and with those winds changing, it is actually blowing the fire northbound back inland. For some, that could be good news over the part of the areas of the fire that have already been burned. Excuse me, part of the ground that has already been burned. However, what we're experiencing right now as we are at the parameters of the northern end of the fire, about 6 miles inland from Pacific Coast, we're finding that the fire is now traveling inland. It can travel, if it continues to travel northbound, it'll approach the Newport Beach area. We are again at the parameters of the fire. I've been able to see some bulldozer crews trying to work their way on the fire roads towards the fire. Again, this is growing. Originally, when we were over this about an hour ago, we had about four miles burning inland, but now the ring of fire seems to extend inland now to about 6 miles away from the Pacific Coast Highway. We're going to continue to pan around and show you this fire front, which is just incredible. It continues to grow inland as we continue to fly over the fly over the Crystal Cove State Park. I can show you some of the ravines that are not as deep as the other areas of the terrain that has burned, but I can tell you that even though with those the shallower of the ravines, that's going to help the fire to travel more quickly in and out of this hilly area. Again, no homes in sight that I can see. Again, very dark out here, as you can imagine, but no homes in the near vicinity of at least a mile or so. As I look out beyond to the north of us, I can see that there is fire burning, and I've been told there's a new fire now off the 91 freeway towards the Anaheim Hills. You might have some additional information that I've not heard about at this point. I can see that burning in the background there, but again, looking at the fire, we're just traveling on the parameters of it. It's almost as if it is a ring of fire. And again, we're at the northern end of this fire that's now extending at least 6 miles inland from the coast.
Now Jennifer, are you then you're telling us that fire is heading back up toward the 405?
It's heading northbound, basically northwest along the coast and a little inland. Yes.
So northwest then to where we see on our map Newport Beach and Irvine. Is that correct?
Exactly. As you can see, if you look at your map, north of Crystal Cove, it's traveling through the Crystal Cove State Park. It's heading a little northwest towards the Newport Beach area and north inland as well.
And it also seems to be moving rather rapidly.
Extremely so, yes. Again, we're just at the northern end of this. We'd like to circle around and try and get the parameters of the fire for you, if we can, more towards the northwest of this fire. We're just at the north tip of it right now.
Okay, because on the northwest would be the most critical movement. Wouldn't that be, if I remember my terrain there correctly? Exactly. That would be more toward a populated area.
Do you want to are you able to pan around and show them the lights of the cities? Okay, we're going to try and pan around for you. We're coming up to what looks like a microwave station. Martin will show you that quickly. It looks like some type of microwave station here. And then that is, again, the lights in the background. That's about 3 miles north of us now. All those lights are about 3 miles north of us.
Now, what are those lights? Is that Newport?
I believe that's Newport, Irvine, and Irvine as well.
So this is, in other words, the fire then is moving
inland.
Moving inland.
And up the coast, west.
Right, northwest, exactly. in a northwest direction. And of course, the shoreline is northwest southeast at that point, isn't it?
Yes. We're going to show you again how close this fire is to this station here, this microwave station.
You're working up a little, but we can see the microwave station right there in the foreground.
Hal, this is called Signal Peak here, what we're just flying over.
You're over Signal Peak right now?
Yes.
Do you see any firefighting units up there to try to save those microwave dishes?
Again, all that I have seen is just the bulldozers. There are about four bulldozers. It actually kind of looked like as if they were exiting the area via the fire roads.
They were getting out of there, it appeared to you.
It did, but again, I'm not quite sure, but that's what it looked like to me.
Does it look like the fire is going to bypass that telecommunications center or not?
No, we'll try and show you a little bit closer towards the flames exactly how it looks like they have at least about 200 to 300 feet to go before they touch the station here.
Now tell me about where you're flying now. Are you getting a perceptible change in the wind direction? Can you tell that on board the helicopter?
Again, the winds seem to be blowing, again, as most folks have been stating now, north, but also northwest. And so this area has not been burned prior to this fire, prior to the fire this afternoon. So this is not going over already burned terrain.
So this is, you say this is fresh fuel then?
Yes.
Yeah, we can see by the intensity of that burn. Now, I think Jan has Jan, did you just get a report on the weather or not?
Yes, we did. As a matter of fact, right now there is the beginning of a very weak onshore flow. In Los Alamos, they've got winds out of the south-southwest at about 4 miles per hour. San Clemente, winds out of the south at about 6 miles per hour. In Costa Mesa, the winds are calm. Now, as I said earlier, they are expected to pick up once again tomorrow, maybe up to 15 or 20 miles per hour below the canyons and the passes. We also have a report on some of the humidity levels. Again, with Santa Ana's coming in, the humidity levels very low. Here, for instance, in the Burbank area, 11%. In Van Nuys, only 9%. Santa Ana, 19%. And in Laguna Peak, they have a humidity level reading of only 7%. I can't think of a time when I've ever seen it at 7%.
Yeah, that is really low.
No, it's not.
Jan, let me mention that Larry has just had some information about some declarations that have been made concerning the state.
Governor's proclamation for a state of emergency was issued for Ventura and Los Angeles counties, as we speculated earlier. There might be local declarations have been made, that is states of emergency for Ventura, Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, that's pending in Riverside, San Diego, and San Bernardino counties. Also, Hal, we have some new information. The number of injuries to firefighters apparently is escalating. A total of 21 now. Los Angeles City and county firefighters have been injured battling blazes in Chatsworth and Altadena, and 2 of them suffered critical injuries. 11 LA County firefighters suffered minor injuries in the Altadena blaze. Another 6 hurt in Malibu. LA firefighters Gary Carpenter, Russell Nakamura are in critical condition at Sherman Oaks Burn Center. Cleveland Tipton is in serious condition at that center, and the name of the 4th city firefighter was withheld pending notification of his family. So it is starting to take its toll.
Can I ask Jennifer here to rejoin us? Jennifer, what are those lights that we are looking at now at the top of that ridge?
Well, believe it or not, Hal, these are newly constructed homes at the top of this ridge here. We're flying right over homes, and this fire is just creeping up. Again, we're experiencing what we experienced before. The fire trucks that are trying to position themselves against the blaze of fire that's creeping up the hill. Now, this time it's not going in the opposite direction of the wind. It is traveling northbound, north the top of the cliff, about 200 feet from some of these newly constructed homes here. And that is what you see is the lights are homes. There are some homes that have not been finished, that are not finished yet. Again, fresh wood, and it looks as if not all of these homes... do you copy me?
Yeah, we read you now.
Okay, it looks as if some of these homes do not have any residents in them. This terrain, again, is very rough, and we're just seeing a lot of brush. But this is the closest that we have seen the flames come now as it extends northbound into the inland towards any type of homes. And it looks like there's at least 10 to 12 homes that have been built atop this one ridge.
And the wind in this case is pushing the fire toward the homes, is that right?
Exactly.
Rather than, as we saw before, when the brush was just being consumed, the fire was moving against the wind.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Hi, Jennifer, it's Jan Carl here. If you could give us an idea where this section of new homes is compared to, say, the City of Laguna.
Okay, because of all the smoke, it's been hard to get back to PCH, so we have not been back to PCH. Wow. It looks as if we're about 6 miles inland and perhaps about 2 miles northwest and then 6 miles inland from the City of Laguna. I hope you can kind of...
What is that we're seeing in your shot now? That looks
that's our light. In the helicopter, we're trying to show you.
And those are the particles
oh, yes,
of embers.
That's what we've been breathing in all day.
Yeah.
Again, we're very close to the flames. And again, Hal, I'm seeing the trucks come in and try again, make a stance, as we've discussed before, against the top of this ridge, against all the flames. But
now, is this the same area?
No, this is not. This is very much northwest of the area
where you
before.
were,
yes.
right.
Okay.
Now those, it looks like a snowstorm, but those are embers. Is
Those
that
are the embers
correct?
flying in the air.
Yeah, those could trigger a fire themselves, right?
Yeah, we're trying to show you these homes. See, these homes still do not have people living in them, newly constructed homes.
Jennifer, what is the traffic situation leaving there now, leaving the Laguna area now?
Well, we showed you about, what was it, 45 minutes ago. It was just incredibly heavy southbound on PCH into the Dana Point area. We, again, have not been back to that area, but I can imagine it's just as hectic. It was bumper-to-bumper traffic for over 10 miles leaving the South Laguna.
Well, with 24,500 people forced to evacuate and only one way to go, which is south, we can imagine the traffic situation in that area.
Now, it looks like, Hal, that this fire is just about to come to the top of this ridge, and there are levels of dirt that have been, as you can see, plowed away, just waiting for new homes to be built upon them. But as you can see, the fire is very close to those levels of dirt, and again, these homes also, it's just blazing up the embankments here. The closest of flames about 200 feet away from the backyard of these homes. As before, we saw some fire trucks stationed in every one of the driveways as they try to take a stand and attack the fire, and that's what we're experiencing right now.
Where are these units from? Do you have any idea at all? Because they were all located south of your position about 45 minutes ago. I was just wondering how they got up there so fast.
I don't know if these are additional units. Again, we've noticed quite a few additional units on the scene now since this afternoon, and as we've mentioned, we've had firefighters from Northern California as well as Southern California come to join this and join the efforts here. I don't know where they're from, but I can tell you that they're actually moving quite quickly into the area, and at this point, it seems as if we have at least 6 or 7 right now.
Okay, because I was wondering whether you had noticed them coming up from Laguna Beach or coming down from the north.
Yeah, I can't see anything beyond this wall of fire.
Okay, now also our map shows some major roads between the area over which you're flying and Newport, the Newport Beach area. Do you have any indication of fire units prepared to stop the fire at that point?
I know, but we're going to try and circle around and see if I can see this surface street, perhaps,
okay,
so we can mention where we're at. I don't know if you can read that, Martin, at all.
We do have a telephone number for
this
people to call.
intersection here is what I'm trying to focus on.
Okay. Regarding road closures, Marta, do you have that?
It's a Caltrans number. There are so many roads that are closed that we can't possibly name them all.
Vista
but
Ridge.
You can call 1-800-427-7623. That will give you they will give you a list of all the roads that are closed. And
Newport Court, I believe. It looks like we're at the top of Vista Ridge and I believe Newport Court. I don't know if that's the correct name of that surface street. And these are all newly constructed homes we're trying to show you.
Jennifer, you say that some of the units are actually set up in the driveways of the newly constructed homes, just sitting there waiting?
I'm sorry, I've been told that perhaps Signal Peak has just gone up in flames, so we're going to try to head back to that area and show you.
Where we saw the antennas a moment ago?
Yeah, where the microwaves.
Oh.
And where I think the bulldozers were attempting to do their best in the area, but had to leave.
That's why they were getting out, yes.
Okay, we're going to show you where Signal Peak was. It's just now just fully engulfed in flames.
And that was how many minutes ago? 10 minutes ago, maybe? Less than that?
That's how fast the fire is traveling. Yes, Larry.
Goodness. Everything up there is gone, or going.
Again, right below the ring of fire are these plowed out levels of ground for homes.
Yeah, they've been doing grading there.
Hopefully that will keep the fire back a little bit.
It might act as an unintentional fire break. That could.
Exactly, and then further south of this is where these homes have been constructed, and many of them are still vacant. And this is where all the fire trucks are trying to pull in now in an attempt to try and battle this ring of fire.
Jennifer, as you look to the north, over that ridge, what lies beyond the ridge should the fire come up to that ridge and get over it?
Okay, Hal, for about a half a mile, we do have these homes here.
Right.
And then beyond that, again, more just rough terrain. And then beyond that, I do see quite a few city lights and homes. That could possibly be Irvine. I believe that is Irvine.
And how far away is that?
That's only about maybe 2.5, 3 miles.
And how far has this fire come already from Laguna Beach?
It's traveled rather quickly. I can't give you an exact amount, but it looks like it might just jump this road now here.
Yeah, just roughly,
We'll try and focus in. It looks like it might jump the road.
Yeah, that's what it looks like it's about to do.
Yeah, with that
Looks like it
intensity.
already has.
Yeah, it may have already jumped the road. What's on the other side of the road?
Again, north. Yeah, I was just going to mention that on the other side of the road is still a vacant land, of which looks like it has been plowed over. This looks like it was an area that was going to be utilized, quite a few acres for new homes.
Jennifer, can you tell if there's much vegetation in that area, or like you said, has it been sort of plowed already?
It looks like it's partial. Part of it has been plowed over, and the other part is just really rough terrain with dry brush.
Now, what is that fire we're looking at? Is that part of the same blaze?
This is part of the same blaze. This is the huge front of fire that we're coming against now. We're at the northern end of the fire, at least 6 miles inland now, as the winds continue to carry the flames north inland now towards the Irvine area and northwest up towards the Newport Beach area.
Okay, we are labeling it Corona del Mar since the blaze has left the Laguna Beach area. And we're calling it the Corona del Mar area, which evidently is where you're at now.
Okay, again, it's really dark out here, and we're going to focus on this blaze, this portion of the fire where it might perhaps jump the road. But again, as I said, on the other side is just rough terrain and partially plowed land.
So there are no residences involved, at least at this point?
Not at this particular site, no, and I do see at least 5 or 6 fire engines as well standing by to battle the fire, this portion of it where it's attempting to cross over the road.
Give us an assessment, if you would, of the winds now, Jennifer, as compared to, say before you came down to refuel.
They seem about the same, and again, it's tough to say. It depends. I don't know what the winds are right at the blaze itself, which is, it could be up to 60, 70 miles per hour. Where we're flying, it doesn't seem to be too bad. Some of the smoke is actually going vertical, straight up into the air, but most of it is actually just traveling northbound. I can't really tell you at this point how fast the winds are traveling. I can try and ask my pilot. Ken, you know how fast the winds? We're having a tough time speaking.
Okay, Jennifer, let me inform you that as you are showing us the city area, Irvine and Newport Beach area, the Irvine Police Department has now evacuated people in the Turtle Rock area and is asking them to go to the Woodbridge High School. So there are evacuations that are taking place already in anticipation, perhaps, of that fire getting down into that area that you are showing us right now, which is a populated area. And as you can see, that is really from there on, as I recall, having flown over that area quite a bit, I think it's well populated from there on right up to the northwest.
Exactly. Again, with the winds changing to the north, this is where we're finding the trouble. And this land has not been prior to this fire burned, and it's fresh brush and dry brush. And we don't know how far this fire could go. What I'm also seeing is a major intersection here, which I'm trying to get the street names for you as well.
Okay, Jennifer, we do have a gentleman, Frank Alvarez, on the line, if you can listen in with us, who evidently is quite familiar with that area. Frank, do you hear us?
Yes, I do.
Can you give us an indication, an idea of what the terrain is like and just what lies ahead?
That major intersection she was showing is Newport Coast Drive and Ocean Ridge. That's a large development of homes up in the area, large homes by, I think Bromley is a builder. They're $1.2 million homes that are under construction. She showed just a moment ago.
Are there residents there now, Frank, that you know of or not?
I'm not aware of it. However, due to the marketing time, they probably do have some residences, although very few.
Mm-hmm.
It's a brand new development. There's another development up the road a little bit on a street called Vista Ridge, and you also showed that a few minutes ago. I don't see it on the screen right now. But that area is very close to Spyglass Hill, a heavily populated area of Newport Beach.
Oh, so you say that is near a heavily populated area?
It is near. It's just south of Spyglass Hill.
Oh, are you familiar with the Turtle Rock area of Irvine?
Turtle Rock is further east.
That is, evidently we've received word, Frank, that there are evacuations going on in that area.
Right, I haven't, I just heard that from you.
Okay.
But that area that you're spotlighting right now?
Yes.
That is right off of Newport Coast Drive and Ocean Ridge Drive.
And how well populated is that area?
That's brand new. They just opened up home sales there about a year ago, and they're expensive semi-custom homes I wouldn't imagine that there are very many people, if any, living up there just yet.
How close, Frank, is that area that we're looking at right now, and you're seeing it with us on the picture, how close is that to the densely populated areas of Irvine and Newport Beach?
This area is much closer to Newport Beach than it is to Irvine. You're probably looking at between 1 and 1.5 miles just to the north.
That's all.
Right.
Are you speaking to us from your home right now, Frank?
Yes, I am.
And your home is in Laguna, right?
No, actually, I'm at Dana Point. I'm right on the edge of Laguna Beach and Dana Point.
In Dana Point.
Right at Crown Valley Parkway, where the CHP has closed off the intersection.
What can you see of the fire from where you live?
There's a large red glow coming from just over the hill. It's pretty scary down here.
Has anybody in your area, in your community, as far as you know, had anything said to them about a possible evacuation so far?
No, nothing yet. In fact, the people are being evacuated to Dana Point from Laguna Beach.
I see. Okay.
So we're fairly safe right now, but who knows what's going to happen as the night progresses.
And you mentioned that the area that is close to in Newport Beach is Spyglass Hill.
That's correct.
And how densely populated is that area?
They're large luxury homes, fairly close together, beautiful ocean views, but they're all up in the anywhere from $600,000 to $1 million range. But they're spaced like any suburban neighborhood. They're just expensive because of the location.
Frank, if you had to get out in a big hurry, you and your neighbors, would it be easy?
I think so. We have the arterials in Dana Point are very clear right now. Crown Valley Parkway, just north of here, is clear. It's not congested. However, there's a lot of looky-loos trying to get down towards the beach, and they're being turned away.
Are you north or south of Corona Del Mar?
I'm south. I'm at the southern border of Laguna Beach, right at the corner of where Laguna Beach, Laguna Niguel, and Dana Point all come together.
Uh-huh.
So if right by the Ritz-Carlton Hotel is pretty much where I'm calling from, if you're familiar with that area.
Okay, now the area, though, that we were looking at, evidently it's burning in two directions. You say it's burning toward you, is that correct?
Well, the fire in Laguna Beach, if it continues south the way it has, you know, there's some concern there.
Right.
Also, it could jump the hills and come up through the Aliso Canyon area and then come down the hills, Laguna Niguel.
And then also it's burning northwest up in the toward the Corona Del Mar area. Is
Right.
that?
That's what it looks like here from the pictures that Jennifer York is sending down.
Okay. Well, Frank, thanks for that information. We appreciate your report, and we wish you good luck.
We hope it doesn't become necessary for you to have to leave home tonight.
All right. Thank you, Hal.
Okay, and thank you, Frank. Jennifer, do you have another perspective for us? We are going to go up to Stan Chambers in just a moment over the Sierra Madre fire in our other Channel 5 News helicopter. Do you have any information you can give us over the last few minutes?
Well, again, Hal, we are flying right over the intersection of Newport Coast and Vista Ridge, which were the streets that were just mentioned. Again, as he mentioned, the area is basically vacant land. Some of the homes do look like they do have residents in them. At least the lights are on in the homes. The surface streets are well lit, which means that the power is still running through this area. And it does look about just 2 miles south of that Newport Beach area. So again, the fire is just ablaze, traveling northbound upon just traveling north upon this ridge of homes that have just been newly constructed.
Okay, Jennifer, you stand by. We'll be getting back to you shortly. We want to go live now to Stan Chambers. Stan, what is your location?
Hal, we just arrived here in the Sierra Madre area looking up to the San Gabriel Mountains. When we left Laguna Beach at the other end of the basin in Orange County, we could see this glowing in the distance, and we had just arrived here. Now, the fire is burning from top to bottom of that range. And at the very bottom, you see the flames going, and you can see some lights below that, which would be some residence houses that are very close to the fire. It's been working its way down the hillside. The smoke itself is more or less hugging the hill, but as it gets up to the very base, that big cloud then bends out to go over the LA basin. So it's an interesting cloud formation.
Stan, from left to right, as we look at that pocket of fire, what grade of distance are we talking about here? What is the...
Well, I think, Hal, you're talking about the flames coming down the mountainside to the very base of the mountain. Now, they still are a considerably big distance up on the mountain, because you see where the lights are below. Right. Those are the houses. Now, on the right side, you see that finger is down fairly close. Now, from our elevation of about roughly 2,000 feet, I can't really give you an accurate guess as to that distance, but it is working its way down the hill. So there's very definite concern by officials that it's going to keep on coming down. Now, as you go up higher, you see the big red burning area in the upper, well, almost the center screen now, up to the upper left. Those flames are very tall and very hot, and they're a redder color than some of the other flames that are burning. And this is a canyon going up into the San Gabriels. It's burning on the right side. The left side is not burning to any great extent. But all of this is fresh fuel, and it's burning very extensively and then working its way down below.
All right, Stan, now let's all look together at a map of this area so we can get a little perspective. You, I presume, are right over the words Sierra Madre, is that correct?
That is correct. We just flew over Santa Anita racetrack a few moments ago to give you an idea where this would be located, and then came right up to the foothills, and it's that foothill area that we're looking at right now.
Stan, is that burning up the mountain, down the mountain, or in both directions?
I would say really in both directions, Hal. Primarily now you see a great big tree, or it looks like a tree, but it's a huge circle of flame there. And that is working its way down the mountain. But you see at the very top of that, it's also working its way up. So it's burning over that whole section.
So wind has little to do with it now. It's just seeking fuel, whichever way it goes.
I missed your last statement, Hal.
No, that was Larry. Go ahead, Larry.
So it's not really the wind that's having the greatest effect. The fire is just seeking fuel in whatever direction it can find it.
That's exactly it, Larry. That it's working on the fuel. There are two separate areas now with the big clouds coming up. So the fire has split in two, but it's getting closer and closer to the base. And on the left side, you can see it's getting down almost to where those lights are, where you have some other homes and emergency equipment, and right down to where a lot of homes are located.
I was going to ask you, Stan, where the base of the mountain there, where the residences are, have you seen emergency crews? Are they sort of set up waiting?
Jen, when we get close to the mountain like we are, our IFB kind of goes out the window, so I didn't get your last question.
Okay. We were just curious if at the base of the mountains there, the base of the foothills, if you've been able to see any fire crews set up near any of the residences, sort of in anticipation, since they can't fight the fire at night in the mountains.
No, we, from our vantage point, cannot see that. But I do know that there were a lot of individual units brought into this scene, covering various homes, doing that structure protection that has really been quite successful today, where they had the units and the fire came down, they were able to save those houses.
Stan, we might mention, we were informed earlier by a representative of Los Angeles County Fire Department that there were 1,000 people down there, 1,000 firefighters on the lines. And Larry, how many units were there? 96, did he say?
More than 90 units.
Yeah,
yes.
more than 90 units prepared to make that stand.
And then didn't include units from other agencies around the country.
Right.
I know that's a long-range shot that you have there, and you're out at a long ratio, but you're bouncing around a whole lot there. Does that indicate to us that it's pretty windy where you are? Can you read me, Stan? I guess he can't read me. You notice how much the shot is moving around, and as a pilot, you know, that usually indicates you're getting bounced around a little bit.
I'm sure there's a lot of turbulence where they are right now with the wind coming down off the mountain. And the last report we had out of the Van Nuys Airport were winds out of the northwest. at about 10 knots, but of course they will accelerate over canyon areas, and who knows what the intensity of the wind is now. It could be 20 knots, could be 25. Consequently, I'm certain that they are bouncing around because they are very close to very high mountains. These mountains are much higher than the mountains in the Laguna Canyon area. These peaks go to 10,086 feet. Yeah, go ahead, Stan. You're breaking up a little bit. Go ahead, Stan. Okay, we're going to leave the video up, and we will watch those flames as they...
Altadena area.
Yeah, go ahead, Stan.
This is Altadena.
Okay, we'll leave the video as you can watch the flames approaching the populated
okay, we're
areas.
here in the jet copter again. I have communications back, and we have moved now down from Sierra Madre, and we're going into the Altadena area, and that's what you're seeing in the distance. So those are the hills that that were burning throughout the day, and then the fire let down.
We're over Newport Beach, inland Newport Beach, eastern Newport Beach, looking back to the southeast at that line coming over the ridge line near Newport Coastal Road, Newport Coast Road.
All right, Bob, Rick Chambers, who could not hear us, mentioned Corona del Mar and Newport Beach.
Corona del Mar is that community just south of Newport Beach on the coastline. This is a mile or two inland as it crests the ridgeline going up from the valley where John Wayne Airport is in, up towards the ridgeline that begins the Irvine Ranch as it heads down south towards Laguna. So what we've got is the cresting of that ridge by this line of fire that extends almost all the way from Corona del Mar, all the way out to almost to, well, about a half mile or to a mile south of the 405. So you've got a 5 or 6 mile front, the most dangerous part of which is what you're looking at, just adjacent to some new construction up here on the ridgeline, the name of which I don't know, but it's right around the Newport Coast Road. As it comes down the hill, those coastal winds pushing it to the west-northwest towards the eastern stretches of Newport Beach. I'm sorry, I'm having to turn around again. You saw my skid come in as I turned the helicopter. Eastern edge of Newport Beach, and it's about 2 miles south of University of California, Irvine. And really, there are no homes to speak of between here and University of California of Irvine. So fortunate in that sense, and that there are no major homes or major housing areas within a mile, 2 miles. So that new construction that Rick was standing next to is the main problem that we have to worry about now. Of course, that'd be a loss, but and there probably are some people that have already moved in.
Well,
so again,
but you know, he said, Bob, he said, Rick told us before he had to take off that if this fire got into a gully, and I forget the name that he used of that gully, then they're worried about going to Newport Beach. All right, we've lost Bob Petty. We are now showing you a ground shot in Laguna Beach. This is the other front, the other end of that fire, if you will. And Conan Nolan, I believe, is standing by there on the ground. Conan?
Paul, this is the Temple Hills area, and yes, it has so far been a, well, the firefighters here have been able to keep the fire from moving down into some of the lower streets from the Temple Hills area, but this is one fire, this is one structure which caught fire earlier this evening. Apparently it's been on fire for quite some time, but it made its way into the attic and the main part of the structure just a few moments ago. A spectacular blaze, although you really don't want to use the word spectacular, but it lit up the sky here for a moment, but we are told that this was considered to be a total loss long before that flare-up. Now, Captain David Batista has been talking us through the strategy on this part of Laguna. Give us a handle. Right now it is calm. The winds seem to have died down.
Yeah, right now things have calmed down considerably as far as the winds go, and we're starting to pick up a little bit more in some of the areas here that we're really concerned about. We're starting to make some pretty decent headway. We do have a couple of areas that we are concerned about up in the upper areas of Temple Hills Drive, farther up the canyon, where one area of the open line of wildland fire still potentially may bump against that area. Here we're you know, like I say, making some pretty decent headway, and things are kind of falling our way.
We saw this structure seem to go up, but I had been told that this was considered a loss a long time ago.
That's correct. Because of several items. One, we had power lines down which blocked our access on either side for that, and we just can't commit people into that area unless it's secured. The other thing is we had already had a working fire within the attic area, and once we've got an attic fire in that sense, it just takes too much manpower to try and save one structure when we're trying to save an entire block.
We talked hours ago, your strategy was to hold this. That you have done. Now what's the next step?
Right now we're again just going to continue to try and hold this. Hopefully the winds will not shift. Again, we'll try to move back in there and start to mop up some of those areas. Again, it's going to depend on what else happens within Laguna here and any other potential problems that we may have.
Captain David Batista, you've been very kind, and we really appreciate you taking the time out. He's a busy man. But again, that structure, another loss. But the good news is that we haven't seen any other major flare-ups other than this that you're looking at right now. That's because the winds have died down substantially here. That's also because some homeowners had a natural break between their homes, the vegetation, and some of the other homes that did burn. And because firefighters have done an outstanding job in maintaining their positions and protecting some of the other structures down below here, even when they were just rained on by hot embers repeatedly over the past few hours. The fire department from fire departments throughout Southern California, which have converged to this community, have done an outstanding job in keeping the fire at bay. Paul, back to you.
All right, Conan, thank you. I'm reminded of the old, I don't know, it's a street fighting adage. If the left hand doesn't get you, look out for the right hand, because it will. The left hand being, in this case, the front that Conan's talking about down near Laguna Beach. Things are looking pretty good. Yeah, they lost the structure there, but
it's the cutback brush that's
it was intentionally started.
Incomprehensible on that front.
Point High School, which is another center down there for people who've gotten out, and I think there's a lot of people there. Art, are you there, Art?
Well, we know Art is in Dana Point right now. Art?
Yes, apparently we have established communication here. We're at the Dana Point Evacuation Center. This is the largest evacuation center in the Southland for residents. Literally hundreds of them have converged on this area here. If you notice behind me, you can see that hundreds of beds, at least 500 of them. Their Red Cross Center here says they have at least the capability of housing at least 500 to 600 people. Several hundred people have already gathered here, close to 800, including these two young girls here. Hi, what's your name?
Leah Gallagher.
Leigh, where are you from?
Laguna Beach.
And tell me, what happened to your home?
I don't know yet.
Continued through the early morning hours in the afternoon today, and then I'm driving to work this afternoon at 3 o'clock. What do I see but more smoke, more flame, more terror, if you will. When I'm coming down the 57 freeway out of North Orange County, I could not believe. It looked to me like a bomb had gone off in South Orange County. It was incredible.
Well, Pat, I left my home in Laguna Beach about noon today and was driving through the Canyon Road at about 12:15, and I saw the very beginning of this blaze in Laguna Beach. I called it in. We had a chit-chat about it on the air as I was driving into work. And it is just astounding to me what this has become in just a matter of hours. It's just ravaging out of control. And you know, the saddest part about this was the work of an arsonist, and it just
that is so
sends
sad.
chills up my spine to realize that someone could be this sick and this demented to ravage terror on this county like he or she has.
Well, the pain they've inflicted not only on the county, but on the 200 homes that have been lost, the lives that have been uprooted, the terror on the faces of young children, the absolute defeat of people watching their life's dreams go up in smoke. That is just beyond my comprehension, how anyone could allow themselves to be responsible for something like that. But indeed, it is going on. Over 2,500 acres have burned, 200 houses lost. Flames are now roaring in a northward fashion, threatening Newport Beach, and it just goes on.
And people like myself who are sitting here wondering what has happened to their home. You know,
Exactly.
I left my home in Laguna Beach at noon, and I think it's okay, but I have no idea idea, and I can certainly sympathize with all the people out there who are losing their homes and are having to endure this. We, a little while ago, talked with Bill Berger, who was in Corona Del Mar at the time. He was a bit worried about what might happen in that area. As you said, the blaze is headed toward the border of Newport Beach. Bill is now, Dr. Bill Berger is now, I understand, in Mission Viejo. That was a quick trip, Bill. What's happening in Mission Viejo?
I'm not sure where you got that from. No, I'm not in Mission Viejo.
You're not in Mission Viejo. Well, our producer misinformed us then.
Oh, no,
where are you, Bill?
Yeah,
where are you hiding out?
I'm in Corona Del Mar.
Okay, good.
Right by Pacific Coast Highway in Poppy. The
right.
police were there up until about 9 o'clock. They had left. It's real interesting. It's as if Corona Del Mar has been kind of split in half. On the south side, the side towards the beach, you can't really even see the flames there anymore. There's almost a calmness that belies what may be going on. When you go on the north side of Pacific Coast Highway, it is literally raining hot ashes, and everybody is out there with their sprinklers on. They are hosing down the roofs, and the conversation is, if this is going to keep coming towards us northward, we're going to have to be able to get out of here quickly.
Bill, one problem that's been happening in Laguna Beach is the water pressure. If everyone in Corona Del Mar is out watering down their roofs, are they having any trouble with water pressure at this point?
I have not seen anybody with any problems with the water pressure. Certainly not everybody is out right now. It's really eerie. As I mentioned, on the south side, people are in their homes. And what happened very dramatically is the streets were really filled between 8 and 9. Everybody was coming out to see what was going on. The streets are now empty. People have decided that they better get back to their own homes, back to their own families, and make some decisions as to what they're going to do. I just spoke with a lady who walked by who said to me, this is really getting kind of scary. I mean, this may really happen. There's this absolute disbelief that this really may happen. But they certainly see the pictures of what's going on in Laguna Beach, and there certainly are no boundaries to where this fire could spread.
Bill, this is Pat Haslam. Quick question. Can you see or have there been any evacuations at all that you can confirm for us in any specific area of Corona Del Mar or East Newport Beach?
No, there have not been any evacuations. However, some of the people who are a little bit south of Poppy, just around Cameo Shores and in that particular area, have been told by the police that it may happen, that they may be evacuated, but no one has been asked yet to leave. And one person mentioned to me that the reason they're being told to evacuate is that the firefighters are thinking that they may just make their stand just before the fire hits the Corona Del Mar area and make their stand and fight the fire right around where that Newport Coast Drive is, because that is where there's a lot of green because of the golf course. It isn't the dry type of foliage that is around most of the other areas up in where the High Chaparral, back in the canyons there, and towards the Irvine area. And the other thing is that where they're building some of those new homes, that area has all been cleared out of all the roughage and all the types of foliage there, and as a result, they're hoping that maybe, just maybe, the fire won't come across that construction area.
You know, that seems to really make the most sense at this point. Firefighters are so overwhelmed in trying to fight the fire where it is burning. It seems to make more sense to, if they would all, you know, concentrate in the point where it's headed and just make their stand and knock it down at that point. But, you know, we'll see. They know best. They're the experts in this, so we'll just see what happens.
Bill, I certainly hope from my point of view and the others here in the Corona Del Mar area that that is exactly what they plan to do, because I can tell you this is an old village with a lot of old structures. A lot of the stores, a lot of the buildings are old wooden structures with shake roofs. I hate to think what would happen if a fire started in this area. I think it would be devastating, even more devastating than some of the areas that we've seen.
A very, very dense area.
Right, very dense and a lot of wood.
How old are those homes in there, Bill? Can you give us an idea roughly?
Oh, they've been there at least 60 years old. Some of these, there's a
the lives of firefighters and police officers in danger at times, because those people put their own lives at risk, and then those rescuers have to go in there and get them out.
We're going to talk to one of our engineers. Ray Masco, are you on the line right now?
Yes, I am.
You're at Mount Wilson.
Yes.
And I know earlier today, Mount Wilson
This update. We were talking about communities that have been threatened or seriously hurt by these series of fires that we know so well: Malibu, Sierra Madre, Laguna Beach. Now, the focus right now, tonight, is on Newport Beach. And the firefighters you see right there are on Newport Coast Road. And that is the last line of defense. If that fire crosses the road and gets into that gully that Rick Chambers talked about, it could be a whole different kind of story in terms of the people of Newport Beach. No relief in sight then as the wildfires that have been burning all day continue to char thousands of acres in Southern California. Here's the latest information at let's make it 10:01. The biggest fires are on the South Orange Coast as the flames spiral up from Laguna Canyon toward Newport Beach. That's our focus now. This fire is being fought on a 5 to 6 mile front in all over Southern California. Fires have burned more than 72,000 acres and have destroyed or damaged more than 450 homes. Some 24 firefighters have been hurt in all of this.
Almost like fire tornadoes. It's an incredible sight to see. Again, at this point, we have not seen any structures burned down in the last 15 or 20 minutes. We've been flying north the top of this fire, and again, it's only about 2 miles south of Newport Beach. Jennifer York and Skycam 5, back to you in the studio.
Okay, Jennifer, the winds that fanned the Altadena fire, at least 100 homes were destroyed, over 5,000 acres blackened when flames raced down a rugged canyon, Eaton Canyon. Police have arrested a transient in connection with starting that pre-dawn blaze. Arson investigators say the man lit a fire
towards the city of Newport Beach, and at that time it appeared to us that it was moving very, very slowly and shouldn't be a problem. However, as we look at this thing right now, there is many homes that are threatened. That one area that we had talked about where the homes were sparsely scattered around and some of them were under construction, right now the fire is coming up the ridge right to those houses. This flame is also burning in a northward direction right to these Turtle Rock homes that we've been talking about. And there must be a lot of people watching Channel 7 right now, because I can see all of the streets that are exiting the Turtle Rock area, and there is definitely a mass evacuation of this Turtle Rock area.
Good. Cars
are lined up literally bumper to bumper. I see nothing but a stream of brake lights as they wait their turn to leave this Turtle Rock area. And they're literally probably thousands of cars right now in the streets that I'm looking at here from the Turtle Rock area as they exit to the north out to the main streets. And all of the streets right now are completely tied up, but if you're in this Turtle Rock area, go ahead, get out in your car, and traffic is flowing. It's going to be slow, but it will eventually get you on out of there. And what we're looking at here is the flames that is actually just south of these Turtle Rock houses, and I know the people that are leaving can look in their rear view mirrors and they see this giant glow from the smoke here and these huge flames that are burning in that direction, and these homes are definitely threatened.
Would that be a terrifying sight, to be driving away from your house and watch the flames in the rear view mirror and feel the heat as you got out?
You know, it just must be devastating for these people to see this kind of stuff directly behind them. And when we took off from Orange County Airport just about 20 minutes ago, the entire east side here, as we approached this wall of smoke and fire, was just aglow, and it was just a tremendously horrible sight as we came up this way. It's just amazing how that fire that we looked at was just a small stream, a little line of fire, and how it's grown into what we're looking at right now.
I was remembering that too, and you said, it was a couple hours ago, you said, well, I think it's about 2 miles away from that housing development, and it's taken it about 2, maybe 3 hours to get there, and there it is.
And it's here right now,
yeah.
and there are parts of this, and we're moving to that part in a second. I'll have Marco pan over that parts of this is extremely hot. I'll move just a little to the left, and this is actually the part of the fire that is the closest to the Turtle Rock area. Let me keep coming to the left here.
Ron, as you do
you'll be able
that,
to see this. Go ahead.
As you do that, I ask you this about every hour because you're a terrific barometer as you're flying. What are your conditions like right now? Because you're a terrific windsock, if you will, for us. Early on today, you told me you were having a devil of a time keeping the chopper online. What's it like tonight? The wind is such an important, critical factor right now.
We do have some pretty strong winds up here. I'm indicating right now about 40 miles an hour. I'm estimating the winds probably 30, 35 miles an hour, and you can take a look at this area right now. This is about 3/4 of a mile from the Turtle Rock track.
Oh.
And,
Well, that's why they want them out of there. That's why they told those people, don't wait any longer with that kind of wind factor, with all of that dry fuel on the ground and the flames moving. It's just time to pack it up and to move it out.
And you know, it's still hot up here. I know it's late in the evening, whatever time it is, and it is just real hot and very, very dry. We've got some water up here, and we can consume that water in a real short amount of time because it's just so dry up here.
Yeah, I noticed that last night, and when I flew in from Idaho on assignment last night about this time, and when we got off the airplane, we commented how hot and dry it was. We were just about 60 miles from the Canadian border, and they're almost expecting a bit of a light snow in the next couple of weeks. They're thinking, and so you're telling us once again, 24 hours later, it's another hot night, which means those Santa Anas are not subsiding, and as Dallas Raines pointed out, we may have to face this condition all the way through Sunday.
Ron, how long have you been up in the air? You and Marco Robolino, your valiant cameraman and our valiant friend, the two of you have been up there all day, haven't you?
We sure have. We started about 2 o'clock this afternoon. We've got 7 hours sitting in these little tiny seats here, strapped in, not moving, but we're not complaining. We enjoy doing our job out here, and we enjoy presenting this stuff to the people that need to see it, especially right now, these people in Turtle Rock who are leaving. We're hoping that there are no stragglers out there. There's no doubt in anybody's mind in the Turtle Rock area, they don't have to watch their TV. All they have to do is just look outside the window, and they're looking at the same thing that we're looking at right here.
Well, we're looking at another furnace. This is among the worst pictures that we've seen all night as far as a fire line with intense heat behind it. This is extraordinary. And I'm assuming, Ron, once again, that the ocean is behind the viewer as we look at the screen. Would the ocean be behind us?
Well, actually, the ocean, if we just follow the fire line to the right of our screen, and it would go all the way down and to the ocean.
Okay, so we're sort of out northwest of where the ocean is then.
That's exactly right.
I don't know the Turtle Rock area, Ron. That's an area I am not familiar with. I don't know if you had heard of it before we started chasing this fire into that community earlier tonight.
You know what? It's actually southern Irvine.
Southern Irvine.
Okay. Yeah, the southern part of Irvine. It's the south side of the 405. If you were to take the Jeffrey off-ramp and kind of go south for a while, you'd be in the Turtle Rock area.
Gotcha. There's a lot of undeveloped area there, plenty of grass and chaparral and the like, right?
There is a lot of it here, right up to the Turtle Rock track.
And that's what it's been burning through for the last 2-3 hours, and now it's hit this, and this is a new development. How many hundred homes would you guess?
Now, as we look back, there's probably, probably at least 1,000 homes back there.
How about water dropping aircraft tonight, Ron, or have they all been grounded because of darkness and smoke conditions?
You know what, I have not seen any of them out here at all. The last one that we saw were right at sunset. A couple of the helicopters were still making those valiant efforts against there in Laguna Beach. And just before sunset, we had some of those tankers come in on the east flank. But since then, once it's gotten black like this out here, we've seen no one.
Well, it's pretty darn dangerous. As you showed us at dusk, you were just talking about, we watched them go out into the Pacific and scoop up that water, and they have to drop in right on top of the flames. And of course, with power lines and the like, it's tough enough when you can see all the way around. But when you add the darkness, that would just be too darn dangerous, we suspect.
And I'm sure that's why they wrap that thing up at dark. You know, just to give you a perspective here, Harold, on what we're looking at, probably from the screen from left to right now as he pans backwards, we're probably looking at about 3/4 of a mile about 3/4 of a mile, this huge fire line as it goes across. It is just and it's almost running parallel to the coastline. Maybe I could say that.
Okay. That gives us a good perspective. You know, with the night and in an open area such as this, it is a little difficult to get a perspective. As we watched this earlier today, Ron, we had a number of firestorms, as you'll recall. Some of them look like mini tornadoes perhaps 100 feet into the air. At this time of night, and given the proximity to the ocean, are the same things occurring right now, Ron? Firestorms moving along that line, along that front?
They sure are, Harold. I'm seeing lots of them. I'm looking into my monitor, which is not picking it up. It could be that the TVs that you're looking into may be a little bit better quality, but there's definitely these little spirals of flame as they go up, and they're easily 50 to 75 feet at least, right along that line that we're looking at right now.
A frightening thought is looking at this wall of fire, which is advancing on 1,000 homes, and knowing that somewhere down there, positioning themselves to do hand-to-hand combat to try to save those homes, are a bunch of little men and little trucks, and there's not much that we can back them up with tonight. There's no air tankers, there's no water-dropping helicopters. I don't know what use bulldozers might be in this situation, but you don't have little lines of guys with picks and shovels out there tonight either. And look at their adversary. Look what they're going to be trying to spray back with hoses and keep off of homes. It is a frightening, frightening picture.
Yeah, it is. The weather is not helping. Under normal circumstances, if that high ridge, that high system over the western states were to break down, we'd get an onshore flow,
yeah.
And that would greatly lessen the risk to those people who are lined up to battle. And this is where the resources are being moved down farther south from Laguna, which has been the focal point, and now we have this crisis situation taking place. It is one of a number of crises that are erupting tonight. They had hoped for a break in the weather at several locations. Similar situation happening in a part of Malibu right now. Also more trouble up in the Sierra Madre area. And Ron, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but to our left, we have the Ortega Highway fire. Would it be to my left on the screen, or is it to my right?
No, it is to your left, just as you said, and we can, I can see it from here. We can see the glow of the fire out on the horizon, up into the mountains, out towards that Ortega Highway, and it's still burning, even though it's, 50 miles away or whatever I'm looking here.
Yeah, that one's going real good, Ron. 1,000 acres. It's out of control. It apparently is near a local landmark called the Candy Store. They've evacuated 250 people from the Rancho Carrillo area, 65 homes threatened, and we understand in that fire there are only 2 fire engines fighting the brush fire right now. That information is somewhat dated, but we have no word just yet of reinforcements arriving on scene. But even if you bring in reinforcements, you're looking at 1,000 acres out of control. And once again, it's a hot fire that creates firestorms, which in turn generate their own force, their own energy. And so we are looking at several fronts tonight where we have an urgent situation for people living in Southern California. And our reporters and others are bringing us information that we want to pass along to you. And the very latest is right now, as we're watching it live, is that the residents of this community threatened by this wall of flames, moving out, going to an evacuation center, following orders, and they are moving out just like you or I, where they would want to stay and do what they can. But we can see right here that the fire is in control at the moment, and the other folks who are down to our left, the Ortega Highway fire, they too have gotten out of there, and we hope that those who have not will also heed the advice of the authorities and put those hoses down and make a move to an area that is safe and get out with your life.
Ron, I'm wondering if it's possible for us to get a little closer to the actual target that this fire seems to be making for, which is that housing development. Can we move in a little bit and look at the homes there on the ground without jeopardizing you and Marco, so we can see how close the fire's actually getting?
That wouldn't be a problem at all. What I'd like to do maybe is let me pan just a little bit to the right, and if you'll look at the edge of the fire, and then the first lights that you see, the closest ones are the Turtle Rock area. Now, probably with that in mind, let me turn the helicopter around, and then we'll head right out there. It'll take me about 2 minutes, and then I'll be able to give you a perspective from there to the fire, if that's all right.
That sounds great. Thank you very much. We know that there have been about 5 square miles of the Laguna Beach fire, or the Laguna Beach area, that have burned over 300 homes. And then a little over an hour ago, the fire took a turn, went in a different direction. The wind shifted, and it began to burn towards this Turtle Rock development, which is more northwest, I believe, from the city of Laguna. And this is where, I got it wrong, southeast?
No, it's northwest.
It's northwest, okay, thank you. And we've been asking people to get out since then. And there are about 1,000 houses in this Turtle Rock development, as Ron was just telling us. This is the latest area to be jeopardized. This area, of course, and then you have to remember that we're also keeping our eye on a fire in Sierra Madre, which is kicked up again and is threatening homes again. But this is the one where we've been watching people being ordered to get out. 1,000 families, possibly as many as 1,000 families,
Absolutely.
if there are people in all of these houses.
Well, the interesting thing, too, is Ron gets into position here. Many people tonight are watching on television. Others are in a position where they can see these fires. Now, coincidentally, just a few moments ago, one of the side doors to the studio was opened, and the smell of smoke is now permeating the Hollywood area where we're located. So the effect of these fires are really
It's everywhere.
Everywhere. Everybody's getting a sense of what's going on.
Yeah.
Let me have Marco pan up just a little bit, and I'll show you the stream of cars that is exiting the Turtle Rock area, and they continue all the way on out towards the northwest, towards some of the main streets, and there are a lot of them out here. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm directly over the Turtle Rock area. I'll just come around to the right here, and we'll be able to see, hopefully, the edge of the Turtle Rock area and then the fire.
Okay,
that,
then we'll get a feel.
From.
There it is, all right.
Right there.
Boy, look at that. And now there's nothing between these houses and the fire other than just more fuel.
That's it. There is nothing other than fuel.
Well,
and it looks like it's going to be burning down the hill at them. So it's up on a ridge right now and coming down the hill.
Yes, it is downhill.
I can remember being at a fire out in San Bernardino area several years back where the fire was 2 miles away, it seemed to me, from where I was, and yet there were houses burning in the neighborhood strictly because of the embers that had been blown from the main fire and carried on the wind, and boom. And that was one of the first clues that I got as a young reporter here, that wood shake roofs were a problem, because they were going up around me and the main fire was a long ways away. Now that's going to be a problem here too, I would guess, and hopefully these have got fireproof roofs on them, or fire-resistant roofs, all these houses.
well, you know, that under normal circumstances, that's been one way to avoid the home burning down, but we've seen today,
Not always, yeah.
this fire, when you get these embers blowing, and Ron, you can come in and help me with this, that wind is probably blowing right toward the ocean right now, and gets in a little closer. Those embers, whether you got a shake roof house or tile, is going to be in danger. Shake roof obviously will go up quicker, but as we saw a little earlier today in several locations, even the homes with the tile roofs burned to the ground.
Well, it is I'll tell you, the smoke right here and what we're flying in just out of the Turtle Rock track right now, we are getting some of the smoke is directly above us. And so that smoke, instead of going towards the ocean, is actually coming out towards the city of Turtle Rock, which would be more westbound than southbound.
Well, that's that. We keep trying to give a perspective to our viewers. That area is a tough one when you think of north and south and east and west, because you've got one of those south-facing beach communities butted up to one that is part of a peninsula that jets out. I've been down there a number of times, and I found myself oftentimes looking in one direction and been surprised. It told me, no, you're actually looking in the other direction.
Malibu will do the same thing to you. You think that you're going in one direction, and then it turns out that you're not. We're looking at the fire, which is now burning towards the Turtle Rock housing development. Turtle Rock is actually a southern edge of the city of Irvine, and that means that this fire is northwest now of where it had been this afternoon, which was down in Laguna.
So we're able to see a couple points right here, just and that's right, it is in that area. But take a look at how that fire has started to jump here just a little bit. Do we see a couple of spot fires as it
here
jumps
it comes.
and that's directly in the direction, I guess, of that housing tract.
Well, you know, we were looking at the length of this fire line, and we know this is an extension of the fire in Laguna. Is it, do you think, Ron, was it one that continuously burned all around that peninsula there, or was this perhaps started from some members that were airborne?
You know, everything that we're looking at here is still the west flank.
It is.
Yeah, or the right flank of this fire.
From the one that started just after 2 o'clock this afternoon?
That's the one, and on the other end of it was the trailer park. It did move through the trailer park and continued to move westbound, and then it just continued all the way up into where it is here. Earlier with that wind blowing to the south, it's surprising that it was able to make it south, meaning out towards the ocean.
Yeah.
And, I was really surprised that it moved up the coast as far as it did, as quick as it did.
Well, that's why I asked. I was curious as to how in the heck this thing got all that way.
Well, it's been working at it for several hours now. We saw earlier this afternoon it was a 10-mile, 15-mile fire line, and it has not quit. These are the first pictures we've had, aerial pictures of Malibu, and we've been telling you that this fire was not over either, and you can see that it is not. This is the fire that we watched last night and called it the Thousand Oaks Fire. This is the one that began at the Los Robles golf course up there, just outside of Thousand Oaks. And we were watching it last night. It was just about 1,000 acres, and I believe at this point that this fire now is up past 20,000 acres. 21,000, 18 structures destroyed or damaged. It has burned pretty much its way down to the water, but it hasn't stopped either. So that's an aerial view of the fire in Malibu right now.
It's one that has consumed at least 10 homes in the Malibu area, and to follow up on that thought, Ann, the wind was the main factor here. They thought they had this thing on one of the flanks. They thought they had it knocked down sufficiently, but it wasn't enough, and somehow rekindled, resparked, and it's on the move right now. And we are keeping an eye on that so that our viewers in the Malibu area will be kept posted on the situation. That fire in Malibu, much like the one in Turtle Rock, as you can see that meandering fire line in the darkness right now, very difficult to get a real handle on the terrain, but we know from being out there that we have plenty of hills and valleys, and the fire generally is working its way from low to the high peaks, all in the Malibu area. And let's take a full front view of it right now.
Let's see if we can talk to the pilot in this helicopter. Is it possible to talk with the pilot here?
I don't think so.
We cannot,
I
so we're
think,
just going to have to see what we can see and wait a while to get specifics then on exactly what part of the area we're looking at.
Yeah, we're at a little disadvantage at the moment here, but we can surmise, and hopefully we're dealing with conjecture here to a degree, but the fires in the past, the one that I covered that burned in about 86 or 87, forgive me, 1986 or 87, I remember the exact year. It burned much in this same pattern, and it swept all the way out to the coast. And generally with the wind patterns with these Santa Anas, that's a safe bet to surmise tonight that the fire is moving in that same direction, moving toward the Malibu coastline.
Here's a little bit of information from earlier in the evening on this fire, the Malibu fire, 20,000 acres. And they're saying that it's destroyed a home and a mobile home in the Santa Monica Mountains. Well, we know that it has probably eaten up about 18 houses or other structures so far. And then it burned its way from the Thousand Oaks area 12 miles to the ocean and dumped car-sized boulders onto PCH and burned brush at the beach at the same time. 500 campers have been evacuated from state parks in the path of this wildfire at Malibu. We're seeing our signal break up there a little bit, but we're going to try to stay with it. The flames have chased deer, rabbits, and other wildlife out of the brush and into the coastal highway. And as you're aware, if you've driven through those Malibu mountains at all, there's an enormous number of wildlife that takes refuge in those mountains and in those park areas up there. People have been working since yesterday to save horses and other livestock as the flames roared past ranches and threatened branches in its path. Nearly 800 firefighters working on this Malibu fire since yesterday. Helicopters, air tankers, and of course at this point in the evening the air tankers can't be up anymore, and we are probably too high to see if there's anything going here in terms of water dropping helicopters.
Well, the thing that you said that you struck me as we looked at that information is the fact that PCH has boulders on it. As you know, that's the main artery in there, and the people who live up in the canyons and whatnot depend on that road being clear, and so that the fire units can get in and they can get out if need be. Now, we've been talking about the wind being a factor in the fires, as we are looking at two extreme fires, one to the north of us from our location here in Hollywood in the Malibu area, and the one to the south of us down in Irvine in Turtle Rock. And because the wind is such a factor, we have been asking our meteorologist, Dallas Rains, to bring us some information. And he tells us right now up in Malibu, Thousand Oaks, the wind is out of the northeast, and it's at 8 miles an hour now. Certainly a lot less wind than we had experienced earlier in the day, but that was a late reading. Doesn't mean that it's going to stay calm. It has a tendency, as you know, the Santa Anas, they gust, and when they do, they can literally almost blow a house down when they come kicking
75 miles an hour off of a 14-mile-an-hour sustained wind, and all of a sudden, boom.
And down in close by to Turtle Rock there in the El Toro area right now, they're telling us the winds are calm. And these were readings that were given to us within the past half hour. So the winds are a factor, not as much as they have been before, but this is what the firefighters have been hoping for, a slackening of the winds, give them a break as best they can so that they can shift manpower and equipment into positions where they can set up defensive lines and try to punch some holes into this fire. That's about all you can do. But when you've got a wildfire, we're looking at two of them right here. There is not a lot you can do about that fire right now.
No, especially when you're so limited from the air. And as people were telling us earlier, you can't be laying 3,000 gallons of Phos-Chek over a housing development because you'll just break through the roofs with the Phos-Chek. It's just too heavy. So they are limited to begin with when they're fighting an urban forest fire, as we've been calling these. We have Captain Gene Murden of the Irvine Police Department on the telephone with us, and we'd sure like to hear from you, Captain, if you're there. Captain Murden? Can you hear me, sir? Captain Gene Murden of Irvine PD, we believed we had him. That would be the police department, I think, that's responsible for that Turtle Rock development. And we were hoping to talk to him and find out how the evacuation is going as we look at the fire line here at Turtle Rock, which is the south end of the city of Irvine. They've been asking people to get out. There's about 1,000 homes in that development, and they're getting them out of there while they still have plenty of time to get them out so that they can move in the fire trucks and the equipment and prepare to defend their houses from this fire, which is bearing right down on those homes. We're hoping to talk to the captain with the Irvine PD. We'll keep trying.
Well, it's important that we get some information from him. We have been watching the cars, a long procession of cars moving out of the area, and Irvine PD apparently is in charge. Commander, if you're on the air. Commander, we're here at Channel 7. Yes, sir. Gene? Wouldn't you know it?
Go ahead, Commander. Hello?
Hello? Is this Commander Murden?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Norden? Commander Norden, are you there?
Well, we're going to come back to you in a minute, Commander. We're having some problems with our phone communication right now. We're not alone, of course. That's been a problem in these fire areas. We have been hearing from officials throughout the day asking people to minimize their telephone traffic so that the lines can be kept open for the various fire agencies, police agencies, and the media, because as we've been hearing back to us, the information that we are able to impart generally is running just a little bit ahead of what the people out on the lines are able to provide.
Well, they're too busy working to be able to keep relaying information, so what we can see from the air is probably a pretty good picture, an overall informational picture of what's going on. We're watching 3 fires tonight, and this is one of them. This is the Laguna fire burning into the area of Turtle Rock. The evacuation's being ordered there right now. People are getting out of Turtle Rock. We're also keeping an eye on Sierra Madre, where the day-long Altadena fire has burned close to some houses in Sierra Madre, and Jeff Michael's out there watching that for us. And we've had the second helicopter up over Malibu, which is a fire that's been burning since yesterday and has still not burned out, although it has marched 12 miles and burned up 21,000 acres, but it is still an active fire. None of these fires is under control. None of these fires is contained tonight. And we are still in awe as we sit here hours into this and say, how is it possible that these things continue at this breakneck speed, this pace of eating up real estate, and yet they do.
And these are the big ones. We had a report earlier up in La Crescenta that there was...
up in La Cañada,
yeah,
there was...
I should say that a fire was beginning to burn in that area. And because of all of the other fires that are burning, we haven't even been able to get a handle on that one to find out what the status is. And again, it's a communication problem. And secondly, we don't know at this juncture who would respond to that particular fire if the local units there had been depleted, moving out up into the Pasadena, Altadena area earlier this evening.
The local fire departments are probably pretty well exhausted at this point. I'm sure that they're still on the job, but I would imagine they're tired. And we've seen fire departments from Tulare and Kern counties earlier in the day and hoping for reinforcements from farther north as well, because goodness knows we need them. As we said earlier, there are fires burning tonight not really being attended. That fire that was burning its way towards San Juan Capistrano, that was 1,000 acres at about 5 o'clock this evening, and they were just letting it burn because there were no homes threatened, and they had to concentrate their energies and their resources on Laguna Beach, where homes were going up. So,
Annie?
Yes, sir.
Let's say we get down to Rick Romero. He is in Turtle Beach right now. And Rick, bring us up to date from your vantage point.
Well, Harold and Ann, we just arrived here. We were in Laguna Beach, of course. We drove up the coastline north on Pacific Coast and came along Newport Coast. All along the way, we saw scenes like you see behind me. That ridge line is just like troops attacking. Fire all along that ridge line, and it continues all behind me. Right across the street, less than 50 yards from me, is the Turtle Rock development where all the homes are. With me right now are Jeff and John, 2 guys who live in the development. Tell me about the evacuation. They've asked you to leave, but you can't.
Yes, they asked us to leave about an hour ago. We went to leave. We were one of the last people leaving. We get out, and everybody's at a dead stop up around the corner. They're not letting anybody evacuate. So we just turned around and we figured might as well just sit here and watch it go.
What about your house? Are you concerned about it at all?
Very much so, because I've seen these guys sitting out here for a long time now, and nothing seems to be happening. I have no idea if they're going to start fighting this fire or leave. Hopefully they'll do something about it pretty quick. It's getting pretty close.
Did you guys pack up a lot of your belongings, and if so, what did you take?
Just photo album.
What about family? You got younger ones in the family, or what are they?
Wife. And they're gone already. They're over at Grandma's.
So, what about you?
Single. Well, I don't have anybody I have to worry about right now. Everybody lives pretty much out of the town.
Have most of the people, though, in your development either gotten in their car, or have left already?
Not everybody. There's a few down there, and they're just doing the same thing we're doing, just waiting it out till the traffic dies, and they let us out, or whatever's going on.
Good luck to you, both of you. Go ahead, Ann.
We may have to break away from you for just a second and see if we can clear up your audio. We've got a terrific buzz on that audio, but I'm dying to hear more from these young men. Maybe we'll get a break with our reception here in just a second. What they're telling us is that they are trying to get out of the Turtle Rock development, and there are so many people also trying to get out that they have not been able to leave, that the traffic getting out of Turtle Rock is backed up. Now, I'm sure that the fire departments took this under advisement and began the evacuation early. As we've seen, they are not yet in immediate jeopardy because we're watching that fire advance, and it is not at this point in a position to be leaping onto those houses. But the traffic was backed up, and we can see there the red tail lights of people trying to get out. And they're following orders, but there's 1,000 homes there, and it's a slow process.
It is rush hour of a different sense at this time of night, and many of those folks are like us. They're anticipating a major problem. Same time, they want to cooperate, and you know, they are being evacuated, and they are all trying to get to virtually the same spot. Now, you can imagine these evacuation centers, for the most part, we've been telling people, are high schools and the like, and probably have, you know, not enough. It's almost like going to a mini mall in this day and age. There aren't enough parking places for the cars that are trying to get in. Absolutely.
Frequently in a development, too, you may only have 1 or 2 routes in. If it's a development with a big main boulevard that takes you in and all the little roads feed off of that, then if you've got to get out of there and you're all heading for the same main exit road, you can have a pretty slow process, and we see them backed up here for many blocks trying to leave.
We're breaking up a little bit here, too, Ann, as Rick was, because of the atmospheric conditions right now, and that location is far south, and
turbulent.
we have to move our equipment around in such a way. It's just a very small window for us to get these signals to you. But this is the situation. These people are being evacuated tonight. They have been following the orders of fire officials for about the past 45 minutes. But as I started to say earlier, there are a lot of cars, and they're all heading virtually to the same place. And they're probably trying now to figure out where they're going to put the cars. They know where they want the people to end up inside the evacuation centers, but there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people trying to get out of that area right now, wisely so. Yes, if you're on the air, come on in.
Okay, Harold, this is Ron again. Something that we did have change here, and that is Irvine Police Department is at that intersection right there, allowing the people who are evacuating, they stop traffic in the other directions. And this is the first time just a few minutes ago that has occurred. And as we look back up the line of the people trying to get out, they are now moving.
Good.
And I know Rick was talking to a couple of guys that said they were at a dead stop. It'd be my suggestion maybe they'd get back in their car, and I think they can get out of there right now.
Well, that's good to know. That would be the logical thing. You know, when you're trying to empty a stadium full of people, you put some special traffic police out there and kind of speed the process up for an hour or however long it takes. And now we can see cars moving again, and that makes some sense. John North is ready to talk to us. And John, you've been everywhere today. Where are you now?
Let's see, I started in Santa Paula. No, I started in Thousand Oaks, then Santa Paula. I'm in Laguna.
Okay.
And let's, Dave Coons, if you'll just zoom past me a little bit, you can see up on the hill. I was about ready to talk about some optimism here. And then you see things like that flare up. And the hills surrounding me, there have been hundreds of homes.
Soil has moisture in it, whether it's a foot down or a half a foot. When you run that much hot air.
Mr. Crawford, one of the residents there a bit earlier, I'm kind of curious. He seemed to be very well prepared. He had goggles on, he had a face mask, and he had earphones. I wonder if someone gave him those things, because I know that firefighters were passing out some of the face.
There are 2 new ones open. The one that we had not heard of, that's at Saddleback College. So that one is now open. And, of course, the one at Woodbridge is now open for the people in Turtle Rock, and the other 2 that have been open all night. Thank you very much, Judy. Back to you, Paul.
All right, Kelly, thank you. Again, we're going to try to get a hold of Bob Petty. Bob, I understand you're back up there. Can you hear me? Hello, Robert Petty.
Okay, listen, we're right above the Laguna Beach fire now. This is south of the Laguna Canyon Road. We've had a major flare-up in a kind of a natural bowl, which was immediately east of where the fire had burned through all those homes before. This is the worst spot still left over here in the Laguna Canyon fire. I don't believe it's taken any new homes, but firefighters must have had quite a battle here trying to prevent it from doing so. Now, again, the conditions over here have greatly improved over what's happened earlier today. Those huge flames on the homes that have burned have died down, partially because there is no more home left to burn to the left of the flames that you're looking at now, and because the coastal winds have changed from those northeast hot, dry winds of the Santa Ana to the little bit of damp coastal winds pushing the cooler air back over these homes, burning it, pushing it back over the burned area. But inside the natural bowl that you're looking at now, surrounded by firefighters in their trucks and their engines, keeping it down in that bowl away from the homes up on that ridgeline. It doesn't appear, from my vantage point at about 800 feet above them, that there are any homes down inside that natural bowl. Apparently the hill's too steep to build on, too unstable if it was raining. But they're fighting very hard to keep water on the flames as they come up the steep sides of those hills towards the houses that are built up on roads immediately in front of the flames. Again, it doesn't appear any new homes have lost down here. The whole city of Laguna Beach has been evacuated, over 25,000 people, as we were just talking about. Fortunately, we've heard of no major injuries to any civilians, some injuries to firefighters, and by Petty's estimate down here, which is of course not official, we're estimating 400 homes in the Laguna Beach area from Corona del Mar or the El Moro Trailer Park all the way down here south of the Laguna Canyon Road. 400 homes plus damaged or completely destroyed. Again, this major flare-up inside the fire, not consuming any other homes, but certainly drawing the attention of firefighters as they hope to stop this fire or at least contain it someplace inside the burn area that's already been consumed southeast of the Laguna Canyon Road. This is Bob Petty reporting again from the Channel 4 helicopter over Laguna Beach. Back to you in the studio.
Bob, if the Petty estimate is correct about the number of homes damaged or destroyed in the Laguna Beach fire, then I believe when this is all over, this will have surpassed the Bel Air fire of 1961 that took 484 homes, and the Santa Barbara fire that you remember very well back in June of '90 that took 440. I think we're going to go flying by those figures.
I think so too, Paul. If you try, are you just talking about this one fire down here in Laguna fire?
No, sir. I'm talking
You're talking about the whole
total.
day's the losses throughout Southern California here in the Los Angeles. I think, yes, we're going to go by like that if those numbers, like they were standing still. Unfortunately, those are the sort of records that we don't want to set, but I believe that we probably have today, based on the conditions all throughout the Southland and the type of fires that these were. People apparently taking advantage in at least 2 cases of the conditions to somehow get a thrill or a kick out of watching fire consume people's lives, memories, hopes, and dreams. The one fire up in the Altadena area apparently maybe accidentally set just from a transient trying to keep warm, but definitely 2 other fires under suspicion of arson up in the Ventura area, and this fire that we're over now, a very suspicious nature that they're investigating. But again, as Emma Day from Orange County so succinctly put it, that's not their concern right now. Their concern now is to fight this fire, get it put out, then do the investigation, and the finger pointing at that point. You're looking at the major flare-up now. This is south of Laguna Canyon Road. It's actually south of Skyline, below the ridgeline that earlier tonight had home after home after home completely engulfed in flames. Those flames have died down to embers glowing.
Lost in the Laguna Beach area, and of course, the devastating fire earlier this afternoon in Emerald Bay, where at least 50 homes in that area were lost, million-dollar to multi-million-dollar homes. As I said earlier, the decision was made to contain the fire as best they can to Temple Hill, and they seem to have done that. The fire came roaring down Laguna Canyon Road, and then at one area called The Bend, it went to the left.
They have to improvise. John, if we still have you on the line, we're going to go to Rick Romero in just a second. What's the wind situation like where you are on the ground?
Where I am, it's very quiet right now.
Very quiet.
We talked about the firefighter. Actually, they did what they set out to do, and they held the line here.
Another quick question. Your last interview there, a very good speaking man who really was quite glib and was able to, not glib, but was able to explain very nicely how he felt and what had happened to him today. And I think that he said that some schools had burned. Did
Yes.
you hear that too? Are there some grade schools that have burned in that area too?
Yes, he said his children's schools, he named at least 2 of them, had burned to the ground.
Yeah, he said
by the way, that same gentleman, one of the people who was fighting the fire at his house, the house that was destroyed, was a firefighter whose house had earlier been destroyed in the same area.
Oh, my.
Okay, John, thank you. We'll get back to you shortly. Rick Romero, we go back to Rick right now. We want to emphasize once again that we are in an emergency situation in Southern California. Rick is in one of the areas that is facing an immediate crisis. And Rick, I think we've cleared up our technical problems. You're on the air.
Well, hopefully so. Harold and Ann, I mentioned before this ridgeline that is advancing onto this Turtle Rock development that's only about 25 yards from where I'm standing. If you're wondering if there are any firefighters along that ridgeline right now, there are none. Why? Well, they're standing by with numerous bulldozers and other heavy fire equipment. We don't have enough light to show you them standing by, but their idea, their strategy here is to set backfires as soon as it gets close enough to make it a safe backfire that they can work with, and then they hope that will eliminate the problem that they might have with it coming on to this Turtle Rock development, which is a relatively new development and also one that's quite dense. The one across the street here is mostly condominiums. Jeff and John, I talked to them a little bit earlier about the fact that they were unable to get out, and then we talked about the fact that you might be able to get out now that there are police officers out on the streets, but you said it's the problem within the development.
Yes, there's only 2 exits out of this development, and they're both just clogged, jam-packed with trailers and trucks and moving vans and all sorts of things right now. Fire trucks, they're just everywhere.
Does this make you think that perhaps the design of this particular development needs to be looked into?
Yes, possibly. I think they ought to consider it before this happens again.
How about you, John? What's your situation?
Yeah, I think they have too many people and vehicles in this whole neighborhood to get out at one time. Try and exit everybody at the same time while they're all in a panic is pretty difficult. I mean, everybody wants to get out and get to a safe area, and when it's packed, you'll start getting some real concerned citizens that can't get out.
Have you had a chance to talk to your family? I know you said you were single, but what about your mom, your dad?
Yes, I got to talk to them earlier, probably around 4 o'clock. I called and said that it was still way back on the hill, but now we're starting to see some of the ash coming down, getting pretty close, so they might be getting a little worried about it. Hopefully not. It's still a little ways away.
All right, Jeff and John, thank you very much. They're both residents of that Turtle Rock development right across the street. And he's right about the ash that's falling down like rain on us here. And I think that they have concern. The wind is not terrific. You talked about that a little bit earlier with John North. The wind is pretty calm out here. However, the smoke is going directly overhead. This would normally be a near full moon for us tonight. But as we look up into the sky, I'm not sure if Tim can get a shot of it, but it's a yellow harvest-like moon. That is because of the smoke that's coming off that ridgeline fire just beyond Turtle Rock development, and it is shrouding that moon, giving that yellowish glow that you see up there. And that is, of course, telling us which direction the smoke is coming, as well as the fire. This is Rick Romero reporting live from Turtle Rock. Back to you.
So, Rick, it would appear that the strategy is they're going to set backfires when the weather allows. Is that correct?
I think the weather is one concern, also the distance. It is still, although what you see in the way of this fire along the ridgeline on camera, it may appear a lot closer than it is. They want to get it a little bit closer before they set that backfire to make sure that the backfire itself is safe and not one that will get out of control.
Absolutely.
Well, that would depend, I would guess, on what happens with the wind. You can't set backfires if the backfire is going to be blown towards you.
Absolutely.
So it would depend on the wind, and then I suppose they bulldoze a fire break and then set the backfire behind that, huh?
And you're absolutely right. You've got it. That's exactly what they're planning on doing.
Nice little map we just put up. I don't know if you can see it, Rick, if you've got a monitor, but it shows us where Turtle Rock is and where Irvine is and where the fires, and you see Irvine and the 2 main highways there. And just off to the right edge of the screen, you can see Highway 133. That is the highway down into Laguna.
Well, and I'm not able to see that map, but I'm familiar with this area. As you know, Orange County's my beat. And what we're talking about is a planned development area, Turtle Rock, Irvine. In fact, there have been model planned developments for the rest of the country. In this area, you will see an awful lot of trees, more trees fully developed than you would in other new developments. And some of those trees are eucalyptus trees, and a lot of them by the campus, the university. The problem with eucalyptus trees is that they tend to be dry, very dry this time of year, and they've also got an oil to them. And that oil, combined with the fire, makes for a very intense flame.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Rick. We're going to go to Captain Ron now. Ron, we've just received late word The Governor, Pete Wilson, declared a state of emergency in Orange County tonight as the flames continue to move across that part of Southern California and into the Turtle Rock area and also up around Laguna Beach. According to the governor, and I'm quoting him now, "I want to assure families whose homes are in the path of these fires that we're doing everything we can to protect them." Governor Wilson saying that tonight about Orange County. Earlier in the day, the governor declared a state of emergency in Los Angeles and Ventura counties. But late tonight, Orange County has now been declared a state of emergency. Ron, pick it up and tell us what you can see, please.
Okay, thanks a lot, Harold. Well, that's definitely good news. And what we're looking at here is this area that is the closest to that Turtle Rock development. I'm actually on the more northerly side or away from the coastline side. And as I travel along here, I'm actually going to end up heading back almost in the direction of the Laguna fire, and we'll be able to see how intense some of this area is. And especially on the left side of your screen, there is a lot of fuel down there right now and quite a bit of flames. In fact, this is the biggest part of this western flank that we're looking at right now. This is where the flames are the biggest, and part of it is moving uphill, and of course anytime it moves uphill we have a lot of it. You can probably see pretty good in terms of how intense this fire is right now. Again, this is the area that is no more than 3/4 of a mile from this Turtle Rock development. And this line, if we can pan upwards, we can see as it goes back towards the ocean in a real uneven way as it burns towards that development.
Give us a ballpark if you can, Ron. I think you're pretty good at these distance guesses. How far has the fire crept now closer to Turtle Rock?
I'm going to say 1/4 of a mile or so, and maybe not quite that, but it is moving towards it. It's not moving real fast, and it was like it was before. It's kind of deceiving to me. It just seems like it's sitting there burning, but it must be deceiving because a while ago I'd say it never would have gotten this far. And now here we are almost on top of this Turtle Rock development.
Well, about 5 hours ago, 6 hours if you will at this point, that thing would have really been right on top of those homes because as we watched and you were showing us those live pictures today, it's one of the fastest moving fires we've ever experienced.
You mean when the wind was high?
When the wind
earlier?
was kicking earlier today, that thing was just racing across terrain such as this. So it still looks like, Ron, that we're not out of harm's way here in terms of the wind. It would appear over to the left side where we've got that high plume of smoke that the wind is starting to definitely impact the fire there.
I think so, Harold, and I think this is one of these areas where the fire kind of creates its own wind in here. That heat down there is just so intense that it's creating its own wind. And you know the unfortunate thing, and I'm glad to hear that they're going to be starting those backfires as soon as they feel that it's close enough. But the unfortunate thing on this thing, we've still got quite a few hours to daylight before they can get any air support in here. And I think if they had air support, there's a flat area between the fire and those homes. They could bring in all those tankers. They could lay down a lot of retardant in there, and this probably wouldn't be such a critical situation. We're starting to get a little bit of a downdraft here, and that's why I lost that flame. Let me pull a little more power. We'll get that flame back in here.
While you keep showing us these pictures of the fire advancing toward Turtle Rock, Ron, we're going to bring you some new information here.
Okay.
Ventura County Fire Department now, and this would be up in that Thousand Oaks to Malibu fire. They're saying 7 more homes have burned tonight. Well, they're saying in the Yerba Buena Road area near Sycamore Canyon. And this area not far from the LA County line, but the fire is threatening to move into Los Angeles County. So far, no homes have been lost in LA County, but they say 7 more in the Yerba Buena Road area.
That's just over the county line there up in Ventura.
Okay. The Thousand Oaks fire has now bypassed Camarillo State Hospital and is headed for the Conejo Grade. If you live out in that area, this is the latest from Ventura County. It's past the hospital, heading for the Conejo Grade. Pacific Coast Highway remains closed from Las Posas to the Los Angeles County line, and we've heard that boulders have been dumped onto the highway bed there by the fire as it has burned down to the highway. There's been boulders rolling down there, and of course there would be the fire equipment down there as well. So PCH is fragile at the best of times, and in emergencies, it's the first one to go, and it's gone at Laguna and up at Malibu both.
Captain Ron, we will come back to you. It looks like the fire is, as you said, it's generating a lot of energy on its own. Stephen No has gotten into the Malibu area, and Stephen is coming online. If he is online, we'll go to him. If not, we'll stay with this fire down in the Irvine area. But if Stephen No is ready to go, we'll take him. He moved into the Malibu area a short time ago. Stephen, if you can hear us, pick it up, please. All right, right now we are having difficulty getting sound out of that location. Once again, these fires are burning in parts of Southern California that are very difficult. Most of the areas are very hilly, a lot of valleys, and Malibu in particular is very difficult to get a signal out of, but we will correct that situation in just a moment, because it is very important that we get some information out of Malibu. We have been reporting that at least 18 homes we know so far have burned. We are not specific just yet with the information as to what part of Malibu that's occurring in.
We've had aerial pictures of Malibu, but Stephen No is our guy on the scene, and when he gets his signal up, and as Harold said, it's tough to get a signal out of there tonight, we will go back to him. There is new information now from Laguna Beach as far as evacuation centers. We've showed you the Dana Point High School, where they said 800 to 1,000 people have been through there. Now, there are churches who are trying to provide evacuation help, shelter, food, and clothing, and the parishioners at Coast Hills Community Church in Aliso Viejo have had a telephone clearinghouse going late today. About 30 people right now that they know of who are willing to take people in. If you're down in that area and you need a place to go, Coast Hills Community Church in Aliso Viejo is trying to help. And the pastor at St. Edward's has opened their church for people who need a roof over their head. And they've also activated, and this is a sweet idea, the school has a telephone tree, and they've asked the parents on the telephone tree to call one another and bring blankets to the church. St. Edward's is at 33926 Calle La Primavera. And they're bringing blankets in particular. People need blankets tonight to cuddle up into. You can go without a meal, but you don't want to lie there on the floor of a church and freeze.
Not even on a warm Southern California night.
Not even with this kind of warm weather going.
While you're bringing this information to us, we are showing visually the Red Cross evacuation centers. And for all the people in the impacted area, a good idea to jot them down and keep them handy.
And we are looking at the fire burning in the Irvine area, working its way, at times it seems slowly, but it's pretty relentless progress towards the development at Turtle Rock.
That was rather interesting early on. We heard from a father, a family man, a businessman who says, I own a tree trimming business and I'm not going to have any work in this area right now because, and that area, Rick Romero started to allude to it, is all part of the old Irvine company down there, the Irvine Development. And one of the things they did throughout that region was plant a lot of eucalyptus, much as they did down in the Rancho Santa Fe area of northern San Diego County. And while they're beautiful and they serve as windbreaks and they give you shade, when it's consumed by fire, they create a major problem. Not only the eucalyptus tree because of the oil base, but a lot of the shrubs throughout Southern California also have oil in them, and
that's why
it
they
causes
survive.
them to burn so tough.
That's why they survive in this climate and why they can get along in as little water as they can get along. You talk about native shrubs, or at least drought-resistant shrubs. Well, that's one of their survival techniques, is that they're an oily plant, and that's how they live. But when they burn, they go up. Stephen No, are you there in Malibu for us now?
All right, Stephen No.
You were talking about it just a little while ago, Yerba Buena at PCH, which is where we are. We're on the Ventura County side of the Los Angeles County-Ventura County line, standing in front of a fire that is sort of a continuation of the Green Meadow fire that started yesterday afternoon at about 1 p.m. And basically what it did was move south-southwest over the Santa Monica Mountains toward PCH, and PCH, as you said, in this area is closed. Joining us tonight live is Battalion Chief Dan Dingillo from the Los Angeles County Fire Department. We're talking about a fire here whose front is quite wide at this point, despite the winds that have sort of died down lately.
That's correct. As you.
All right. And this is mainly, you're in South County, correct? Updating us on what's going on in South County.
Right. We're at the CP right now, which is located at Main Beach Laguna.
All right. And everyone has been evacuated from that town, is that correct?
Well, no, not everyone. Only the areas where they were in need of danger, fire danger, those areas were evacuated. And it was done very well. There's been no reports of injuries or no reports of death in the area at this time.
The fire moving to the south, have you heard anything about San Clemente or any areas to the south of Laguna Beach?
I have not heard of anything in the San Clemente area. We know that there's a fire that broke out up near the Riverside border off the Ortega Highway. And I know that Sheriff told me that they flew over that area up there, and there appeared to be some loss of homes up in that area. But the fire there was moving towards the Lake Elsinore area, towards Riverside County, and not coming back this way.
All right, and Dick, while I've got you on the phone, the Ortega fire, we've heard concerns coming out of Coto de Caza, Dove Canyon, and Rancho Santa Margarita that there have been some voluntary evacuations in that area. Can you update us on that fire at all?
Well, that's the one I was just talking about up off the Ortega Highway there. The sheriff said that that fire looked to be at least 5 miles from Coto de Caza and was going in the opposite direction. So I can understand the concern with all the excellent coverage that has been on the TV channels. The people are going to see exactly what's happening there. And if they stay tuned and listen to that, they're going to have as much of a first-hand update as they can possibly get. We can understand the concern on the part of people, and if there's any thoughts in their mind about evacuation, of course, that would be the safe thing to do. However, if evacuation was needed, there would be law enforcement officers come through and make that announcement.
Okay, Lieutenant Dick Olson with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, we really appreciate you checking in with us and updating our viewers on what's going on out there. Thank you.
No problem.
And good efforts out there.
Thank you.
You were telling me it is attended. What this fire is attended? Is that?
And the captain said, "We'll help you save your house." And with that, he says, "You want to give a hand?" And so I did. I grabbed a hose, and I had a hose, and they had a couple other hoses, and we went in the backyard, and for the next 2.5 hours, fought the fire that came down within 7 feet of us.
7 feet?
7 feet, literally. And the palm tree, which is about 10 feet in front of us, was on fire. Fire flying all over, landing on each side of us. It was
what do you have to say
exciting.
about those firefighters?
They were wonderful. They were wonderful, professional. Every time they knew exactly what to do, where to take the fire. And
when we found you, you were still over there sitting on your porch. You still determined not to leave this home.
There's a couple of hot spots, and we have to watch them all night long. And if something happens, then we go and notify the firemen. They'll come up and put it out.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Jack Whitaker, again, a resident here in the Laguna Beach Hills area. And he told you about the heroic firefighting effort. There have been a lot of heroes, as you've been mentioning all evening here. We've seen many civilians who have just come up. They don't live in this area, but they've come up, they've helped their neighbors, and with risk to their own life, but they didn't care about that. They just wanted to help. They knew there was a need, and they came and they helped. Mike,
I think
Tricia?
the reviews are in on those firefighters. We have heard the same thing over and over from grateful residents all day long, Penny.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that report.
Sure. Now we have the very latest on the firestorms today. More than 79,000 acres have been charred. Hundreds of Southern California homes and buildings have been destroyed.
Walk around it. In any case, this is what so much of the Temple Hills area looks like. Nothing but burned out shells where beautiful mansions were once located. We have some pictures to show you taken earlier this evening. Now this fire, it looked like it was going to be contained very quickly, or at least that's the testimony from some of the people who witnessed this small brush fire, but the wind brought it down into the heavily populated, dense area so quickly it was impossible for firefighters to get a handle on it. Winds changed direction repeatedly during the initial few hours, sending hot embers cascading down to other homes down below, and they started to go up. It was like a wedding cake effect as the embers from the upper elevation started making their way down to some of the other homes below. I must point out, though, that firefighters were able to hold it here at Lower Temple Hills Road. They were able to keep it from the downtown area, and despite the fact the winds changed repeatedly on them, they held. And it was a combination of the effort by the fire department and some homeowners who had taken precautions a long time ago not to allow brush to build up around their homes, and inevitably they made their own fire break. But right now, as Bob Petty pointed out, it appears the wind is blowing whatever fire's left back into the burnt area. Firefighters are able to get into and extinguish, mop up what is left, so that if the winds do change direction later on tonight, they'll be better prepared in handling whatever disaster this fire still holds for this beautiful community of Laguna Beach. Conan Nolan reporting live from Laguna Beach. Paul Kelly, back to you.
Conan, thank you very much. We're going to take you out to Turtle Rock. That's the scene of another very, very hot spot. You're looking at aerials, or no, you're not. You're looking at Vicki Vargas. She's been there all night. What's going on, Vicki? Do they have that one close to control?
Not at all, Kelly. In fact, we just got word from county firefighters that obviously they brought in the recruits from out of the area here. What they're going to do is start setting backfires, which means they don't want it to come any further in this direction towards the homes, towards Turtle Rock. Instead, they will start lighting backfires in Bomber Canyon. They've got a couple head of cattle out there they're still concerned about. They say they're pretty much taking care of themselves. They also have a huge ranch, private property back in there. This is Irvine Ranch property. What they want to do is set these backfires so that the fire then burns back into itself in that dead area that's already been burnt, brush for the most part. The areas they're concerned about, Rick Chambers was reporting on, which would be the other side of this blaze. We see it die down, we see it come back up, but of course, if firefighters can get the upper hand, they will, and right now that means setting backfires from this end. We see with us now people from the Office of Emergency Services, the lead car here from the City of Woodland. Obviously, folks still arriving in Orange County from out of the area, having to pull in as many and all the resources they can. I'm Vicki Vargas reporting live from Irvine. Back to you.
Vicki, if you can stay with us just for a second, let's punch up that other shot we had of that fire line. And Vicki, I don't know if you've got a monitor whether you are or not. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can now, Paul.
Well, that really gives you an indication of just exactly what you're talking about, far from under control. That long, long line of fire that is slowly creeping its way down. It looks like a ridge down the hill.
And you would think the fewer ambers, the less glow we see, the more likely this fire would be out. But there's a lot of stuff between that fire and this road that hasn't burned. That's their concern. So that's why we want to set those brush fires. That should probably help explain it a little better.
All right, now are the homes that are in danger in Turtle Rock, are they below to the right of our screen there, Vicki?
I can barely hear you. You've got a lot of fire trucks going through right now.
All right, let me try it again. The homes that we are concerned about in Turtle Rock, are they to the right of our screen, below that line of fire?
No, they would be behind the camera. The camera is really up against the wall that will separate these homes from this fire. We've still got a two-lane road. This area they want to backfire. A couple another 10, 20 yards. A brick wall, and then the homes begin. But we've seen how quick this can move. You can understand why they're pulling people out of here, just in case.
We certainly can, and they have partially evacuated. Matter of fact, that's going on right now, Vicki Vargas. Up to Bob Petty, who's getting that shot for us for another perspective. Bob?
Well, Paul, I'm not trying to pour any water on the fire, so to speak, down here, but this line of fire that you're looking at is that bowl that's burned out just southeast of Laguna Canyon Road, a good 4 miles south of where Vicki is standing. Vicki still has a big line of fire out to the west of her and south of her, but the fire that you're looking at from our vantage point is that bowl that flared up with the coastal winds that the firefighters were so successful in keeping from burning any new homes. Quite a line of fire inside a natural bowl, burning up the steep sides. Each side of the streets lined with fire engines in defensive positions, keeping water on the homes and brush as that fire came up. And they were entirely successful in keeping that fire here, at least, from getting any new homes. The fire out to the north where Vicki is still flaring up, but luckily being pushed again by those onshore winds back onto itself, and those backfires hopefully going to keep the fuel from being available to that fire should the winds change location, change direction, and push it back towards Turtle Rock. But again, the fire you're looking at here, a natural bowl burnout about a mile southeast, east-southeast of the Laguna Canyon Road, not burning any new homes, but definitely causing the biggest flare-up down here in that Laguna Canyon fire, where The petty estimate is 400 plus homes from Corona del Mar all the way down here to the southern part of Laguna Beach where we are now.
All right, Bob Petty, that's why we have your eyes and your ears up there in that chopper, and you set us straight on that fire line. We thank you. Stand by. We'll be going back to you later on in this broadcast. Kelly?
Okay, and we're going to take you to another hot spot tonight where it all began. That's out in Thousand Oaks. That was yesterday, more than 24 hours ago. The fire is burning near Thousand Oaks in Ventura County.
So as soon as we get the latest information and more information, we'll update you on this. Reporting live from Laguna, back to you, Hal.
Okay, Sharon, before you go, what is the activity that's taking place around you right now? I notice right behind you there is considerable activity going on.
We have a number of things going on. Right now, it looks like we have the Orange County Search and Rescue Team standing right here behind me. They're getting ready to go up into the hills. Also, we have, to the left, we have members of the El Toro Search and Rescue Team. As I said before, they're on standby. Lots of activity, people just talking, planning their action, seeing where they're going to go next. At this point, we don't know. Everyone's on standby. Back to you, Hal.
Okay, Sharon, thanks for that report. Jan, did you have a bit of information for us about air tankers? Is that...
That's right. Apparently at daybreak tomorrow, 2 Air National Guard C-130 transports will be dispatched, and they're going to join the 26 air tankers that are now battling the blazes. Also, I'm sure as we all assumed, Governor Wilson will be asking President Clinton for federal disaster declaration, which is necessary to trigger the insurance of FEMA. And then FEMA can help with funds for cleanup and rebuilding once the fires are put out. We've got another 14 strike teams that are also on their way to the fires, and right now they will be joining the 300 fire engines and all the crews that are committed right now to the battle. So
okay, so
more help is on the way.
So the C-130s, of course, will be very effective. They can carry a tremendous load. Those are 4-engine turboprops, transports that are very versatile aircraft, and they should be able to carry quite a load of
one of the
fire
largest
retardant.
aircraft, I believe, is it not?
Well, they're
in the fleet.
Yeah, they are large. They will be one of the largest for dropping the fire retardant. That's correct. Okay, we want to go to Bob Navarro now for an update report. Do we have Bob available? Yes, we do have Bob. Okay, Bob, what is your position now? Last time we spoke to you...
My position is pretty much where it has been before, which is, of course, on Park Drive, about a mile north of Pacific Coast Highway. And Park Drive, for those of you that are familiar with Laguna Beach but don't live here, is where the Hotel Laguna is. And, of course, we're right up Park Drive and just to the left of Laguna Beach High School. As we reported earlier, Hal, the scores and scores of homes that have been lost behind us, that is Temple Hills, which is directly behind me, are pretty much burned out. There is a hot spot far behind us, but that seems to be going no place, thankfully. The wind has kicked up a tiny bit, but nothing at all to pose a threat. Without an official word, I would say that at least in this area, at least where I am and behind me, we're winding down in the fact that the worst that could happen, especially the homes behind me, has happened, and I'm moving because of traffic, and we don't anticipate anything to get a lot worse. The big problem, of course, throughout the evening has been not only the wind, but the lack of water. I was talking to one gentleman a little while ago. I was telling me that what they've taken and done to the swimming pools in the area near the fire is they've used them for water resource. Put these giant pumps in there, and they take up 2,500 or 3,000 gallons of water. And of course, civilian tankers have gone up the street one after the other with 5,000 gallons of water. And but again, as near as we can tell, and from what we hear officially and unofficially, the decision to hold the line at a portion of Temple Hills and Mystic Hills has been successful, at least to some degree.
Hi, Bob. Jan Carl here. Can you hear us here in the studio?
Jan, I can hear you, yes.
Okay. You mentioned in the last live shot that some of the residents were coming back into the area. Now, is that something that the fire officials, law officials are saying is okay? Are they sort of doing it without the approval? Is it an area that's safe to come back already?
Well, the area that we're in, which is along Park Avenue, is relatively safe. Of course, the caveat is always as long as the winds don't kick up. And the official word is, we think that it looks reasonably good and that it's contained. But the evacuation policy is sort of fluxed. One fire official said to me, you really can't force people to leave. So the orders were given, and a lot of people left, a lot of people are coming back, and a lot of people stayed.
Okay,
so
Bob.
That's the best.
Yeah, go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry, Hal. Go ahead.
That's it's like after you, Alphonse. The situation is that we did not mean to cut you off if you had a final thought.
I don't have a final thought except to say that from 2 o'clock on, in at least this corner of Southern California, absolutely hellacious, especially in Emerald Bay for about an hour and 10 minutes. 2 or 3 times, Rodney Gilmore and myself were caught in the middle of firestorms with houses burning all around us. No place to go really, but just to watch them go and pray to God that they didn't roll across us. And to watch those firefighters with little or no water cursing every time they lose another home, and then to watch a spurt come through strong and clear again. It was a touching sight, an inspirational sight, an awesome sight, and of course, also very tragic.
What happened as far as that water was concerned? Was just a lack of pressure, or did they run out of water? Do you know?
Well, I had it explained to me here about an hour and a half. It was very simple. Things got dangerous, and everybody in Laguna Beach and surrounding areas turned on the hoses. Water the lawns, water their houses, water the roofs, and of course, the pressure dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped. Oh. And by the time, as you well know, you revert water to this area, it takes time.
Okay, can you stand by, Bob? We want to cut away from you now, go live to Steve Lenz for a development on the Sierra Madre fire. Steve?
Hal, we are looking toward Oak Crest. This is in Sierra Madre. We're up here against the hill once again. The flare-up has come over toward the Oak Crest Street. Now, there are fire units on that street. We can't see them back there in the dark, of course.
We were talking earlier over the Ventura County line, which is burning right now, a rather ferocious fire going up there, right down to the LA County line, just a little bit north of Malibu. Same situation we have been monitoring with Jeff Michael. He has been over in an area that Sierra Madre, which is also actively burning at this hour. No reports of any new homes burning there, but we do know that we have lost a number of them through Altadena and Pasadena, 100 in that area. And I'm just bringing you up to date, if you've joined us tonight, the status of the fires in Southern California. As you look at this fire line, which began early today in the Laguna Beach area, they tell us that they believe a person alongside the road torched the freeway, torched the side of the hills. The fire began burning up both sides, east and west. It went off into one area, which at that time was virtually uninhabited and was wide open spaces. The other side burned up, ran right directly into some houses, and from there firestorms were created. We witnessed, Ann and I witnessed at least 40 homes burning to the ground. Later, that same fire would go into the El Moro Trailer Park, mobile home park, destroying over 90% of the mobile homes that were there. Now, the fire that I spoke of on the other side of the highway continued to burn along a 15-mile front. It snaked around, came all the way down to the Pacific Ocean, and has now created this fire line we are witnessing tonight. And it approximately is approximately about 10 to 12 miles. So what we are watching now is the continuation of a fire that began early today as an arson fire. Now, just across the road, if you will, just down the road from there is the Ortega fire. And we pointed out earlier that the Ortega Highway is the one when you go down I-5 and say you're headed down to San Diego, you get down to San Juan Capistrano, it's on the right with the Mission. You turn left, and now you're on the Ortega Highway. Go back in about 3 miles, and they have got a hellacious fire burning tonight as well. Homes are threatened there, and fire resources are stretched thin. And visually, you can understand why when you look at this one small sector of Southern California burning at this hour.
Here's a fire that we have not talked about for a long time, but just to, again, talk about the scope of what's been happening today, which is difficult to grasp because it is so huge. 6,700-acre fire that burned in Escondido in San Diego County. That fire in Escondido burned 5 homes, damaged some pens, and burned an outbuilding at the San Diego Wild Animal Park, but officials at the Wild Animal Park are telling us tonight that the animals were safe. The condors, the precious condors that we've been trying to keep in Southern California and breed, were moved out of there as a precaution. Can't have anything happening to them. And thick clouds of smoke were seen from the Space Shuttle Columbia. astronauts beamed down videotape pictures that they were taking from 172 miles above the Earth. And if you can believe, we said earlier that this is a national story. Kids, this is a global story. This is such a big fire, these combinations of fires, that the smoke is visible from the space shuttle. And we have so much flame happening in Southern California.
Let's go to Captain Ron. And Ron, if you will bring us up to date as we continue to update the fire situation.
Okay, Harold, as we first started our shot out there, we were over the city, and that was actually the Turtle Rock area. And there was one thing that was missing as we went by, and that was those long lines of cars that we saw just about 45 minutes ago as everyone was trying to get out of there. We see just a few stragglers that are remaining as they make their way out of that community, but for the most part, 99% of that community, it appears from us, has left it. We swung around, and we're just finishing now the entire line from the one side of the Turtle Rock community, and now this is all the way up to the extreme far edge. And get an idea, this side by far is the worst in terms of the heaviest fire, but this is the less threatening portion as far as that Turtle Rock community goes. But there is a lot of fuel in this last area. The fire does continue to move that way ever so slowly, it appears to us anyway, but we know that it is moving that way. And there's been some wind changes up here. The wind is very strange up here to us. On one side of the fire, we'll find it's one direction. We come around to the other side, and it's another direction. We've just moved into an area right now where the temperature is just considerably cooler. On the other side where we started out, a little closer to the community, the air is very hot, but right in this area, the air is very cool. Kind of feels good. It's almost like turning on the air conditioning here in the helicopter.
Well, you can use it, Ron. You've been up there a long time today.
Yeah.
We appreciate the effort. Let's go down to an evacuation center now and check in with Art Rascone. He is in the Dana Point area, and we have been talking, Art, about the people who have left their homes. Pick up the story from there and tell us what those folks are thinking and what they're doing right now.
Okay, Harold, we have established communication this time. I'm here at the Dana Point Evacuation Center, as you said. Most of these people who are in this area at this evacuation center are from the Laguna Niguel area, and they were evacuated earlier this evening, as you know, because of the tremendous amount of fire and flames that was hitting most of the homes in that area. Let's just take a look around behind me. You see an entire row of food. Most of the food has been donated by various restaurants around in this area, and you have approximately 800 people here. Let's talk with this young lady. What's your situation?
Well, I was working, and we were all told to be evacuated immediately. And when I spoke with my parents on the phone, they said to meet me at my grandmother's house. And I went there, and they're gone now. And so I came here hoping they would be here.
How's the home, you know?
The fire was only about a mile away from us, so we were fairly safe. That was 2 or 3 hours ago, and my family is not here. I don't know where they are.
Okay, thank you. We wish you the best. There are approximately 200 elderly residents as well that were brought into the shelter earlier this evening. There's an elderly facility not too far from here, and they had to bring them in wheelchairs. And there are about 200 beds on the other side of the room over there that we're not allowed to get back into that area where they have been put down for the night. Let's talk with a couple of these residents as well. Can we talk with you for a moment?
Sure.
What's your situation?
I'm a teacher at Laguna Beach High School, so I'm just here helping out.
And initially, we should make mention that Laguna Beach High School was initially one of the evacuation sites, was it not?
That's correct, until about 4 o'clock when we had to be evacuated, and we came down to Dana Hills High School.
And the reason it had to be evacuated was because the fire was just getting too close.
It was getting too close, and it looked like it was, from what we heard, it was attacking the elementary schools and the middle school.
Okay. And in fact, a couple of the elementary schools and that high school was partly damaged as well. So most of the residences come down here. You have about 800 people at this shelter. They say they can hold up to 2,000 people. So there is plenty more room, and they expect many more individuals to come by as well later tonight. Steve Woods, American Red Cross spokesperson, how's the situation now? Is it still pretty grave?
Outside, it's still pretty unpredictable, and we're really just following the weather and the fire department reports and responding to however the wind seems to be turning things right now.
What's the mood of the people here? It seems to be fairly upbeat.
fairly upbeat. Some people are pulling together and helping one another out. We have a lot of community spirit coming in, offering places to stay, things to help out people who have lost things or just can't get home right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen. Sort of to cheer people up, you notice over here they have an Aladdin video showing for the kids. You have video games as well somewhere else for the kids. You have toys over here to play with for kids. I've counted at least 300 kids at this shelter alone, and the mood seems to be fairly upbeat. Although people here have witnessed a great deal in their lives, it is certainly going to be with them for quite a long time. Reporting live from the Dana Point area, Art Rescon, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Art, our hearts go out to these people. You know that people are telling each other stories right now about what they saw in their neighborhoods before they had to leave, or what they heard during the day, comparing the immediate histories of the last 24 hours. And now we've heard from several people. There were a couple of children earlier tonight, and now that young lady who have been separated from their families, hadn't seen their parents, the two little girls I'm thinking of from earlier in the evening, who had been at the evacuation center since school got out and were hoping that somebody was coming to join them there. So there are families that have been split up and families that have lost everything, and this is a very, very tough evening in the Laguna Beach area and out in Malibu too, I would imagine. Stephen Noe is out there, and let's go out to him right now and get an updated situation on this other fire.
And we're just a little bit west of Malibu on the Ventura County side of the Los Angeles County-Ventura County line along Peace.
Thank you for updating us all throughout the day here. You've done yeoman's duty, no question about it. We're going to come back. We're going to update you on all the fire fronts and the situations in Southern California at this hour.
And we'll have some of the shelters that you can go to, and also some very important information on how you can protect your home if you're in the line of fire. Next.
Well, you really have an exciting job with being on the front lines of all this.
Just beneath the surface of your skin, surrounding the cells, that's where the athlete's foot fungus grows. So that's where you have to get to cure your athlete's foot. Mycotin.
Back that fire up so that they build a small one and it joins the big one, and hopefully they'll both evaporate at the same time.
Burn up carbohydrates like nothing you've ever seen, and then we'll put them back on the line in the morning, and then hopefully begin 12-hour cycles for them. But more than half of the crews that are working this fire right now have been working for 48 hours straight.
And how many crews do we have out here so far?
Well, as far as individual firefighters, we have in excess of 1,500, and the Governor's Office of Emergency Services has identified this as the highest priority fire in the state, which means we get the most rotary aircraft, the most fixed-wing aircraft to support our fire tomorrow morning, and the most fire engines. So we've got another 40 to 50 fire engines that are en route all the way from Northern California throughout the state, so lots of resources coming.
I know this is a long shot question, but how soon will this be contained, or is this too soon to tell?
I really would like to think that considering the threat of the northeast winds pushing it towards the Pacific Ocean, we're pretty much there. So I think you're going to find that the spread of fire, in other words, an increase in the size of the perimeter, is pretty unlikely. I mean, that's easy for me to say, and I hope we don't have a dramatic change in the winds. However, there are a tremendous number of homes that have not been damaged and that have either been saved or simply not threatened yet. And as long as there are hot embers in those areas and the chance for sporadic winds to pick up again tomorrow, the threat of losing more homes continues. So we continue to have crews moving through these neighborhoods, hitting spot fires, identifying roof fires as they begin, and taking preventative measures. And we'll be here for another 3 or 4 days doing mop-up on that. But as far as the containment of the perimeter, I'd like to think that we won't have any increase in the size beyond where it is right now.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. So there you have it. This is the story for now. We'll keep you posted from the command center. Reporting live from Laguna, back to you, Hal.
Okay, Sharon, we always have to consider about looking ahead and rebuilding what has been destroyed in this terrible disaster.
Now, we have a list of some of the Red Cross evacuation centers by county, so familiarize yourself just in case. In Riverside County, you have the French Valley Airport site there, also a site at the Seventh-day Adventist Church. That's at 27025 Girard Street in Hemet. In Ventura County, we have one at Thousand Oaks, Thousand Park High School, and in Ojai we have Nordhoff High School, and in Santa Paula at Santa Paula High School. Down in San Diego County, Orange Glen School, 2861 East Valley Parkway, Escondido, San Bernardino, Mora Junior High School, 1550 East Highland, and Pasadena Elliott Middle School and Sierra Madre Recreational Center. For a report now on one of those evacuation centers, we have this report from Vicki Vargas.
I'm Vicki Vargas in Corona Del Mar High School, where the Red Cross has set up an emergency evacuation center. We're told that at least 30 people plan to spend the night here. At least 60 have been in and out since this center opened at 4:30. The ultimate information, of course, coming from television reports, which people are watching. With me now, Bob Howard. You haven't been evacuated, but you wanted to do what to help out tonight?
Well, we were flooded out in the Baldwin Hills flood, Vicki, and we just thought we'd come by and see if we could help, so that's really why we're here.
You surprised to see so many people literally without a place to stay tonight?
Well, you know, I really thought there would be more. I thought that we'd see a lot more, but I guess they must be going south. I'm not sure where they're all headed right now, but there's some really sad stories and people that have lost everything they own, and yet they're all independent, and they really are sort of paying attention to the television and just seeing what's going on, and it's amazing.
Any people take you up on your offer tonight?
No, you know, it's really interesting. So far, people are just sort of, I think they're just absolutely shocked, and so anyway, we'll find some people if they want to come join us, and hopefully we can be of some help.
Okay, Bob, thank you very much. What I want to do now is walk you over this way. There's a message board that they have set up here at the Red Cross shelter. A lot of people finding folks they know through this message board. Information about dogs that have been found, about friends, people telling people where they are. It says to this person, call your husband. There's a phone number. A lot of people simply want to know what has happened to their loved ones. So this is one of the places where you can get information. This, of course, will be open around the clock, this emergency center, and information, of course, very important. Anyone who has information about a home in that area can call here. People who are looking for others can call here. That's about it. I'm going to wrap it up. This is Vicki Vargas reporting from Corona Del Mar High School.
And that's the latest from the update desk. Back to you, Paul and Kelly.
All right, John Beard, thank you very much. As we sit here, we take a look at our live shots now of what's remaining of these fires, and there is a whole lot remaining of these fires. If this day and night has indeed been a hell on earth, the hell has eased a little bit. The fires aren't out, but they are diminishing, and that we can be thankful for.
We have been told that we have 30,000 evacuees. We're out of time. Good night. We'll be here.
Channel 4 Sports is sponsored by Unical 76, where you find people who care about cars.
Is correct. Not only the residents of the community will be shocked tomorrow, but I think all of us will have to sit back and reflect on what probably will look like a miniature Mount St. Helens, because it has leveled entire sections of that fabulous seaside community of Laguna Beach.
300 houses lost is a lot of houses lost, and we could tell while the sun was up. We looked at blocks in the Laguna Canyon area where nothing was left standing, and you know, it's going to look a lot like that in the Altadena area too, because we looked at those pictures this morning and we saw blocks of houses burning there, and they're guessing something in the neighborhood of 100 homes have been lost there. It's quiet at John North's end of the fire, but this is the northwest flank of this fire now, the one that's burning towards Turtle Rock development, which is now pretty well emptied out. The last report we got from Rick Romero was that the lights had pretty well disappeared into the distance of the cars that were leaving that development, and they've been waiting for this fire to get close enough to the development that they could set back fires and try to prevent the fire from reaching those homes. And we're going to get back to Rick and see if they're doing that. But I believe first we're going to go to Joe McMahon, who is at the Irvine Evacuation Center, and this would be where some of those people from Turtle Rock are now. Joe.
Annie, you're absolutely correct. We're at Woodbridge High School here in Irvine, and many of those people from Turtle Rock Village have come here for safety and spend the night. We were told by the mayor of Irvine just a little while ago that they have a capacity of 4,000 people, and they're bringing food in. The Marines arrived here about 20 minutes ago with cots. Now, when we were interrupted the last time we were talking to you because of an audio and a battery problem, we were talking with Irvine police officer Glenn Gate. And Glenn, is this the only evacuation center set up here in Irvine so far?
Right now it is. We've been offered the Mormon temple next door for overflow, and we're putting cars there now, and we're now having people go over there if they wish.
Now, if somebody wanted to check on a loved one here at the center, how would they go about doing that?
If they live in the city, it's best that they come down because the phone lines are awfully tied up. I've provided you with a phone number. They can also call in, however, they're going to have to be patient. We want people to come in and sign in, even if they're not going to stay here. That way, if they decide to go to a local motel or hotel, they can, we know where they went, and their family and friends can call in and they know they're safe.
A good way to keep track of everybody that way then. Okay, now throughout the day we've seen numerous instances where people didn't want to leave areas that the police and the fire people were saying get out of. What's been the situation here in Irvine, particularly over at Turtle Rock?
Everybody's leaving now, and it's causing a lot of congestion. People here are concerned, looking for family and friends, and I think it's due to the traffic congestion. People are leaving. It's a mandatory evacuation at this point.
Okay, thank you very much, Glenn. And before we move on, I'm going to give you that telephone number. If you wanted to call here to Woodbridge High School, you might get your pencil and paper out to check on a loved one. Again, they may not be here, but at least if they check in, you'll know where to get a hold of them. The number is area code 714-786-4827. That's the evacuation center here at Woodbridge High School. Now we're going to talk with Marge Madden. Marge, you left your home over in Turtle Rock. What was the situation like then?
Well, the flames were about 100 feet high, right in out our back window, up on the ridge from Laguna. It came over the ridge, and I heard on the television that we were supposed to evacuate. So I came down here to Woodbridge to check in to make sure that my family could know where I was and everything.
Now, when we were driving in, we noticed a number of cars coming out of Turtle Rock, and in those cars there were a lot of personal belongings. Is that what most people were doing in your neighborhood?
Well, I think most of them were. Everybody had their garage doors open and were filling up their trunks with clothes and personal belongings. I couldn't think what to take, so I just took my photographs and got in the car and left. But I never in a million years believed it would come from Laguna Beach all the way over the hill to us.
Now, I'm going to ask you to just turn here a second, and is that our picture up here with the, are we in the box here? Okay, I want you to look at that picture, Marge, and that's the fire. What goes through your mind seeing those flames, knowing your house could be in the way?
Well, it frightens me to death. As I say, never in a million years figured it would ever get to us. But I've been watching it all day and creep up over the hill. And then when I finally left, it was getting a little scary. So I decided I'd leave. And coming down Ridgeline was just wall-to-wall cars. But the police have the traffic all regulated, and they're doing a good job.
Okay. Marge, thank you, and best of luck.
Might I say you did an excellent job all day today. I watched you all day, and you did a fine job.
Thank you, Marge, very much. Everybody did on Eyewitness News Day, all the reporters and all the photographers, everybody involved in this coverage. It's a sad thing. It's nice to hear a compliment, but it's sad that it's about something so tragic as the fires we've been having. Again, let me give you this telephone number here at the Woodbridge High School. This is the evacuation center here in Irvine. The telephone number is 714, that's the area code, 714-786-4827. So you can check here. The lines are going to be clogged, but if you want to keep trying, if one of your loved ones comes here, they'll register, and they may still be here, or they may just register and move on to a hotel or a motel to spend the night. But at least you'll know they're safe. And we'll keep you up to date. I'm Joe McMahon reporting live from Woodbridge High School. Back to you in Hollywood.
Thanks, Joe. And we echo the woman's compliment, Joe. You probably were the only reporter chased out of a flaming mobile home park today by exploding propane tanks and shrapnel from mobile homes that were burning to the ground. You're lucky to be alive, my friend. Okay, we're going to shift our attention now from south. We're going to go back up north. Yesterday, a arsonist apparently started a fire up in Altadena, Pasadena area.
The Earth, courtesy of the Space Shuttle Columbia. It was passing over the west coast this afternoon when it took these pictures. Now you can see the gray areas of smoke that show the areas that are burning there on your screen. Fire itself shows up as white areas on the videotape. Columbia is on a health and science mission, but took time out to show us just how we look from many, many miles away from space.
About 172 miles up, if you can believe that. A lot closer to home, Dave Barker is in the Irvine area near Turtle Rock. And Dave, I got to ask you, How close is this fire to UC Irvine at this point?
Yeah, let me get to that in a second, Tricia. That is the question. I'm going to tell you about that in a moment, but let me show you what's happening here. If you don't really know where Turtle Rock is, it's just adjacent to Irvine here in Orange County. But as you can see, the hills here just literally alive with fire here. This is an extension, of course, of the Laguna fire heading this way. Now, we've been watching tree after tree after tree just shooting up in fire, and that's really what's spreading this, almost like a tragic game of dominoes. And this is an area just packed with residential homes, and a full evacuation order is on tonight. On our way here, we just passed cavalcades and lines of cars leaving here. And if the inferno does come here, this is country. There's a lot of dry brush in this area that's going to fuel the inferno towards the residential areas here. And Tricia, again, as you said, the big concern here is UC Irvine, directly on a path of this fire. We were just there a few moments ago, and the students are packing up their cars and getting out of that area. Greg, come on over here a minute. This is Greg Sizik. He's a resident of the area here. Are you going to get out of here soon?
I've already evacuated along with my neighbors, but I was able to get back and check on the house and want to keep my eye on things and see how it's going.
Just give me a couple of words to the scene behind you. It's an awesome scene of this.
It is pretty amazing. I was able to sneak up there earlier this afternoon, about 3 miles back, and there were no flames visible. And now the flames are getting steadily closer.
Great, good luck. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's the situation here from Irvine. Back to you, Tricia. Mike.
Thanks very much, Dave. When this special hour-long edition of Action News continues, we'll go back live to that especially treacherous fire in Sierra Madre. Now, that one has tricked firefighters time and time again tonight.
And we're going to compare tonight's disaster and the fires that we've had today to the infamous Bel Air fire back in 1961, right after this.
Down at the bottom, so we're waiting to see what happens.
You know, if you're telling us that they're feeling that they've managed this fire at this point and they're even able to set backfires, Jeff, then that's pretty much the situation in all of our hotspots right now, because that's pretty much the message we were getting out of Turtle Rock. The fire moving very slowly there now. It's not being blown very hard. John North told us that in the southeast flank of that Laguna fire, the firefighters kind of feeling they've got a handle on it right now. Out at Malibu, the winds were calm, the fire's still burning, but manageably, where people can get around and do something about it. And so maybe we're in a lull period right now, hopefully a lull that will last for a while.
Well, Ann, it's certainly a lull period as far as the wind is concerned. I think it's probably been for about 2 hours now, maybe even more. This whole hillside has been blessed by very calm conditions as far as the Santa Anas go. And every firefighter, captain, battalion chief I've talked to has said, if this wind does kick up, we're in big trouble, but the forecast they have is that the wind should not kick up tonight.
Great. Well, we're looking at the contrast, Jeff, from what we saw earlier today when the Santa Anas were blowing like crazy, and rather than the flames going straight up in the air as they are now, they were absolutely flattened down. They were ferocious, and but we could certainly tell that the wind was blowing very strongly. And we look at a picture now, and as you said, as lay people, it looks ominous. We see all of those sparks, all of those embers going skyward, but in contrast with what we've been seeing and what we're hearing from the officials, they call this manageable. And they know what they're talking about, but it still looks ominous from where we are right now.
Harold, can I put out one message?
Please.
One of the men who own one of the houses up here, and we're looking at this hillside that now is starting to flame up again, but I think that's from a backfire, is 83-year-old Harold Spears. He was evacuated earlier this afternoon or early this evening from his home. He is staying down at a Howard Johnson's, and the ladies on the other side of the fence here who know him want him to know that his house is still okay and it's all under control. I would certainly think he'd be worried about that. sitting there in a hotel room not knowing what to do.
Yeah, good for you for bringing us that information. You're darn right.
A question now, this Sierra Madre fire where you are is sort of the continuation of the morning's Altadena fire. Now, is this the hot spot at this moment for that entire fire area?
Yeah, and I think they're telling me that it's moving east slowly, and we've continued to move east slowly. So I'd say this canyon, and then maybe one canyon that we can't see over. This is pretty much the only hot spot, and everyone says it's under control.
Good enough. We like hearing that. Let's go down to another real bad hot spot, the one we have been following ever since it broke out late this afternoon. Captain Ron, on the air, we are looking at the Irvine fire, an extension of the Laguna Beach fire. And this is the fire that's taken the largest toll in the number of homes and buildings. Also, Ron, while we bring you in, we want to point out that 15 firefighters and 5 residents are now recovering from their injuries after battling the 13 major blazes from Ventura County to the Mexican border. Ron?
Yes, Harold.
Okay, bring us
Okay,
up to date.
I have something quite good to report. A couple of things. They've started the backfires, just like Jeff was saying in the Sierra Madre. They've actually started them here in Turtle Rock. And what we're looking at here, of course, is not the backfire. This is actually the fire line. And if we can get in and we can take a look at this, actually we'll notice that the smoke is not burning out towards Turtle Rock, but in fact is burning back towards over the area that has already been burned. And the wind is actually pretty light out here, and what we're seeing is some actual breaks in the fire line. That's because it ended up being blown and pushed back into itself, and of course it's already burned, so it ends up going out. And it looks like a broken chain loops as it continues on. And in this portion of the fire right here, things are looking real good. And this is actually the area that is heading straight towards where they have the backfires burning right now. The only tough part that we have on this, and I'm going to move a little bit further towards the north here, and that's up in a canyon right over here. And in this area over here, the fire has really flared up. And this one is going a lot different, but the wind, however, is not pushing it towards the Turtle Rock area. So I'm hoping that this wind pattern continues out here, and I'll go over even to the rough area. I think you can get a good idea of what I'm talking about right there. Notice that the smoke is going right back up the hill where it's already been burned, and even the flames is heading back that direction. And here just to the left, I'll go ahead and turn to the left just a little bit. This is probably the worst area in terms of the amount of flame, and even this is being blown back, and there's even now some breaks in this area right here. So we're hoping that this wind condition continues.
Boy, that's the best looking wind condition we've seen in hours and hours. To see the wind actually blowing the smoke back on the fire. Are you getting do you have a little needle in the cockpit there, Ron, that shows which direction it's coming from? Is it a west wind?
No, there's no needle here in the cockpit.
No needle?
No, we wish we had one of those, but what we're doing is just watching the direction of the smoke in this thing, and even the fire as it blows back that way. We're hoping it continues like that.
Sometimes, Ron, I get the impression that the fire is burning right down to the water's edge, but I know that that is an optical illusion, that it is in fact burning in open fields, correct?
Yes, that is correct. We're quite a ways from the ocean right now.
All right, we want to continue to clarify that, because when we speak of areas like Laguna, we know that that is directly on the water's edge. But this particular, as we go south or towards San Clemente, actually cuts inland. Am I correct with that assumption?
I think that's right.
Okay, now we've gone through that throughout the day, and we're not going to do it again.
We've struggled with this geography down here.
I'll tell you, it depends on which way I turn my paper. One minute I think I got it, and the next minute I don't. How is it, Ron, piloting the ship at this hour? That's a pretty good barometer for me.
You know what? It's actually a lot nicer out here. The air has actually calmed down quite a bit, and we're floating along like we normally do in an evening flight. Obviously, if we get over towards the fire, some of those updrafts, we feel it. But out here in the open air, it's quite comfortable, and the air is cool still. And we're enjoying this cool air. You can believe that.
That's good. It looks good, and it's particularly gratifying to see that smoke blowing back and to see the breaks in the fire line. You know, that was an unbroken fire line when you and I and Harold all started in on this early this afternoon. Yeah. This is the first time that we've seen the breaks. And that's a very
Yeah, that is.
that's a very good look. It was an unbroken line for hours and hours and hours.
We're hoping those people in the shelter down there in that Woodbridge High School are watching Channel 7 because I know they'll be happy to hear that.
It should cheer them up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we want to give them as much good news as we can.
Yes.
Ron, we're going to head back up north a little bit and bring Stephen O in once again. He's just over the Ventura County line. And Steve, what's the situation from where you are?
Well, we're west of Malibu, and that fire continues to burn south toward PCH, that Green Meadow fire, a continuation of the fire that began yesterday afternoon. We've talked a lot about the people who've been affected. We haven't really had a chance to talk to a lot of firefighters, and there are a group of gentlemen here behind me from the Culver City Fire Department, finally at midnight or thereabouts, enjoying dinner here tonight. We're going to walk on over to where these gentlemen are. You're eating awfully fast. You have steak, beans, and some lettuce there. Yeah, some good chow. Tell us what it's like fighting this fire so far. It's midnight. Tell us how long you've been out here, what it's been like.
We got up here at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. We relieved our other strike team. We've protected probably about 5 structures here today. And we just did now really get a break to get something to eat. And the thing I think we're enjoying the most here is the fresh air down at the beach here.
Or the relative fresh air, because the ash is starting to fall here along PCH, which means the fire is a lot closer than it was a little while ago.
Yeah, that's correct, but you're not having the smoke conditions that we're having up there in the canyons. It's a lot fresher here than it is up in there.
Okay, we're going to go over here to my left just a little bit. I'm going to step so I don't fall. Tell us what it's been like fighting the fire up there, up above PCH at Yerba Buena.
It's been real interesting. We're used to fighting structures. Not really used to fighting the brush fires like this, so it's been a different experience for us.
Are you surprised at how fast the fire moves along the brush here?
Definitely. We see it a lot on films, but unless you're there in person seeing it, it's a totally different experience.
What is it like fighting the fire at night? No street lights, no real reference points up there as far as lights are concerned.
Well, as long as you got the flames there and the moon out, you can pretty much see most around you. So it's not that bad as far as visibility goes.
Where are you folks getting the food from today? I understand a lot of firefighters are getting free food from people who are nice enough to bring the food along.
Who are they?
I don't know. Any idea?
LA County Sheriff's Department or Correctional Division or something. I'm not sure.
Okay. Just tastes good. We don't care where it comes from.
As long as it tastes good. All right. And Harold, anything you want to add to the firefighters? Ask them here tonight?
Yeah, tell them thanks.
Harold and Ann Martin would like to say thanks to all the firefighters out here fighting the fire in the front line. It's an incredibly challenging job, and it takes some superhuman effort, I think, to fight a fire, especially like this. Is there anything, final thoughts that you'd like to add?
Well, if we didn't enjoy doing what we're doing, we wouldn't be here. And it's a lot of hard work. It's rewarding, fulfilling, and we'll be going home tomorrow probably about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, let's hope so. This is a very critical part of actually your entire operation, because if you don't get a chance to rest, you guys aren't going to be very efficient out in the field, and you might be susceptible to injury. As you shove a banana in your mouth.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Ann?
Stephen, I think they've done a wonderful job,
Okay.
and we certainly admire their courage. We probably ought to let them eat.
Okay.
Let them eat.
In peace.
I've been told by my parents back at the station to leave you alone so you can have dinner.
Thank
sort
you,
of in the
Stephen.
privacy of your own embankment here. I'm going to throw it back to you in the studio.
Okay, that young gentleman with the bandana under his cap seemed to be from the Culver City Fire Department.
Yes.
It's interesting to hear this is apparently his first wildfire, and it is a whole lot
This is
different
the backfires
from fighting...
at Turtle Rock.
Yeah.
Yes, they're okay. Here we are looking
It's,
at the backfire. That's the line that's closest to us on the screen then, Ron, is the backfires? Or
Yes, that is the one closest
the little
to us
ones.
is the backfire. We're directly over the community of Turtle Rock here. And about the only people that we see moving around is Irvine Police Department. It seems like they're doing an excellent job out here. Of course, they're patrolling the streets, making sure that everybody is evacuated, and then preventing anyone that might want to take advantage of a community that doesn't have anyone here. And we're watching them patrol all of these streets and taking care of the citizens that have evacuated this area. The backfires look like it's moving in the right direction, away from the homes, and things are looking real good out here so far.
You know, those backfires, Ron, that's risky business sometimes. You know, they train and they understand the principle of it all, but that's not a foolproof operation, is it?
It sure isn't. I know that these guys, they've done all of the training. They have all the experience. However, I think when they light that fire, they're hoping that it does move in the right direction. And so far, it seems to be working good.
Well, they waited until the wind changed. About an hour ago, you were telling us they were waiting until the fire got just a little bit closer to Turtle Rock, and also until the wind was at least calm. And not too long ago, we also could see that the wind was burning back on itself, and that's the perfect time.
And that seems to be the way that it's blowing now, and it's still, it's very, very light, but it is not blowing over the city. It's actually blowing out over the open air between the wildfire and the backfire.
That's good. That's good. Laura Diaz on the ground might be able to bring us up to date on traffic right now. We've been looking at these cars trying to get out of Turtle Rock. How's it look right now, Laura?
Well, actually, I think it's quite a bit improved from when we first arrived here about an hour ago. We're at the corner of University and Ridgeline. This is University as you head out east. Folks here are now hearing that they cannot go up to their homes because this area has been evacuated, and as you would suspect, some of them are quite concerned about it. What they did was they put up cones now, so it's very clear that people are not able to proceed south on Ridgeline. What that means is for people who are insistent about going up to check on their homes, that it's quite a trek. It's uphill, and it can be anywhere as much as 3 miles. Valerie Clark is standing by here with me. She is trying to help her friend who lives up here. Yep. Tell us about this walk. We saw people doing it in the dark. It's a long haul.
They're not letting us drive, so we're running up there, going to grab everything that we can grab, and I've got a car up here, so we're just going to stuff it full and get out. It's like snowing flakes here with ashes, so we're on our way. Got to run.
Okay, thanks, Valerie. Quite literally, she is going to run. We appreciate you talking to us. She stood by for us a little bit. It, of course, has been a problem for people because they want to see how their homes are doing, and it's a natural inclination to want to check on your personal possessions, but authorities are telling us that it's very important that they stay out of the area. In fact, they think there are about 100 families who've been evacuated, and they're saying right now that the fire is about a half-mile away. This is, of course, a precaution, but they think it's necessary. They're hoping in about 2 or 3 hours that people will be allowed back into their homes, but that's just a general assessment right now. Nobody knows that for sure. Right now, you can see that quite a few folks have gathered out on the streets. Most of the people you're seeing out here this evening, authority, we have the Irvine Police Department directing traffic. Most of the people do not live in this area up here. We're talking about Bonita Canyon, South Hill, and Turtle Rock Drive. Most of the people you see out here this evening do not live in those particular areas. They're just coming to take in the view and to see what's happening. A lot of folks up and around this evening just wanting to find out what's happening right here in their own backyard. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live from Irvine. Back to you.
Well, you know, it seems to be human nature, Laura, in Southern California, whether it's a traffic accident, people want to slow down and rubberneck, or if we have a natural disaster such as a fire, there's a certain element of folks that say, well, I've got to get down there and look at it firsthand.
That's true. 2 folks came up to us and they told us we are looky-loos, so they knew what they were.
And nowadays they bring their video cameras with them, and did you see the fella up at Malibu, Laura? He's out there, he'd come down with his camera just to sort of get a little memento of the day.
Very Southern California.
I guess it is.
Hey, Laura, we see a lot of ash blowing around there. What's it like? What do you think the temperature is now? Is it in the 70s at this late hour?
It's cooled off quite a bit. Actually, earlier when I was in Laguna Canyon, I didn't have my jacket on at all, and I was quite comfortable. But it seems to be that a little bit of a wind, but it's a cooler wind, as though it's coming off the ocean. Earlier, it was hot, and we had some hot embers on us.
Well, that cool weather is going to be helpful tonight.
Hope so.
It's looking good right there. There's a backfire burning to try to save these homes. The wind is blowing back on itself, the fire blowing back on itself tonight in Laguna. And in Malibu, they were telling us the winds were calm, the fire's still burning, but they're trying to get a handle on it. In Sierra Madre, they are able to light backfires to protect houses. Firemen there are saying that it's manageable now. So all in all, we are looking pretty good right now compared to where we were just a couple hours ago, Harold.
That is so nice to hear.
It might be just a brief respite, however. Dallas Raines pointed out that the Santa Anas generally subside during the evening, and he anticipated that they would be picking up in the morning. He wasn't going to go out and be specific as to what kind of speed they may return to the Southland, but he said we can expect the Santa Anas to continue for the next couple of days. So this respite right now, no matter how brief it is so beneficial in this particular area to try to save those houses in the Turtle Rock area. as well as the other fires burning in Southern California. It allows firefighters such as the fellows we saw up in the Ventura County line area an opportunity to step back, get a breath of fresh air, eat some food, and relax a little bit before they have to pick it up and pack it back into these hilly areas and resume fighting those fires probably early on in the morning.
Jeff Michael, out at Sierra Madre, can we go out to you one more time here and find out how things look at this point?
Actually, Ann, things look real good out here. I think that the hill behind me, as you can see, it's a lot blacker than it was even the last time you came and talked to us. There's still some flame lapping over this last ridge to the right, Dave, camera right. Oh, you see something I didn't here off to the left. Okay, well, you know, you see that as soon as the water hits, it causes those embers to stir up, and it looks pretty darn spectacular, but through the trees I can see the water nozzles kind of trying to attack that area. If they're concerned about anything right now, according to one firefighter, they're concerned about the power lines out here, to make sure that they keep a lot of water on those, because they certainly don't want those to come down on top of the house. One good piece of news out here, I was talking to a firefighter. He said that the humidity apparently is up, upwards of 30 or 40% up here. And I can tell you it's a lot cooler, certainly a lot cooler than it was last night. So I think that's got to work in their favor as well, along with the fact that there is no wind. And there's a lot of people out here with an awful lot of hoses.
So that's when what you're saying there earlier was that it's when those hoses hit a hot spot is when we see the sparks go flaring up.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of pressure in those hoses, and it just stirs the embers up and gets them into the air right away. And then after that happens, that initial flare-up, it usually kind of knocks back down again.
Well, it has been an incredible day in Southern California. It began yesterday, of course, but it really got going just before the sun came up today. And it is really something. The eyes of the country have been on Southern California. We know that we have been on in various cities, San Francisco, Seattle, and New York, and Chicago, broadcasting simultaneously to the people there because there's so much interest. This is very unique to Southern California, these kinds of fires, but never before in our memories have we seen this many fires doing this much damage and consuming this much acreage during one 24-hour period. It has been phenomenal. We are still happy to report to this point there has not been any loss of life. We have had at least 15 firefighters suffering injuries. Some of our firefighters are in critical condition. Some civilians who were helping out also apparently suffered serious injuries. But despite all of this fire, and they have moved rapidly, people have absolutely had to run for their lives today. We are happy to report as of this evening at midnight, there has not been a loss of life.
There's no way at this point to guess how many millions of dollars worth of damage has been done, but the latest estimate that we have on the loss of property today is that more than 450 homes and buildings have been burned today, have been lost. 450, and probably 80,000 plus acres in all the counties that have been involved in the fires today. So we're looking at a fire of legendary size. This one will go down with all the big ones that have burned in the Southland over all the past decades. This was an amazing fire today. And of course, it is not over. We're still looking at it burning, still burning in Malibu, still burning in Sierra Madre, still burning down here in Laguna, where they've set backfires to try to keep it away from homes. And we're just hoping that the respite lasts long enough for some of this backfire and bulldozer work to really give firefighters a chance to control it.
Annie, on that note, that is going to wrap it up for us. On a personal note, we collectively would like to thank all of our teammates on Eyewitness News. They have been on the fire lines, men and women, since 6 o'clock this morning, and they have done a phenomenal job, and a tip of the hat to all of them. We are going to say goodnight to you now. We will take a brief break here on KABC TV Channel 7 in Los Angeles, and then we will resume our coverage throughout the evening with Paul Dandridge and Steve Wolford. We thank you for watching Channel 7 tonight, and we hope we have been of service to you. Good night.
Good night.
Get the new Mazda 626 with dual airbags, an available V6 engine, the best basic warranty in its class, made in America with exceptional style. And if you're in the mood for value, just look at what your Mazda dealer has for you now. We make the exceptional affordable. Mazda, it just feels right.
They brought computer technology to a tradition-bound business, and by their first anniversary reached a volume of 2.2 billion shares. Their stock market soon became the model for markets around the world. And today, 20 years later, NASDAQ is trading stock in more companies than any other market on earth. You can't buy shares in this innovative, fast-growing company, but you can share in their success. NASDAQ, the stock market for the next 100 years.
Punk rock. Classic rock. Marriage on the Rocks. Classic rock. Hard rock. Classic rock. Moon rock. There's all kinds of rock, but in LA, there's only one classic rock. 97.1 KLSX. Howard Stern all morning. Classic rock all day.
We have to have a communication system that never fails.
Patty was losing calls. Losing calls to her could possibly mean losing a life.
If the ambulance crews can't talk to the dispatch center, we can't run an ambulance business. If I could bring my monthly costs down, I could afford to budget state-of-the-art telephone system. That's what MCI did.
I had a great sense of responsibility.
MCI backs the product.
You try to do the good thing.
She sat there and really listened.
The American Dimensions collection from Ethan Allen. Eclectic and most agreeably priced. For people who really love to live at home. Right now, there's a sale going on at your local Ethan Allen.
Start smart with Eyewitness News this morning at 6 a.m.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Paul Danvidge, along with Steve Warford, as Eyewitness News continues its special coverage of the fires of '93. A quick recap: 450 homes destroyed, 80,000 acres have been burned. We have reporters throughout Southern California as we continue this morning with our special coverage. Steve.
You're looking at some live pictures now from Newscopter 7, and if we can go ahead and put that back on full screen of the Turtle Rock area where an evacuation has been underway tonight. The line of flames that you're seeing in the foreground, you're seeing two lines of fire at the halfway up the screen and to the top of the screen. The line in the front is probably the backfire if Captain Ron hasn't moved his position all the way around. But those are the backfires that were being set to head off that initial wall of fire that is along the top of your screen and save a number of homes in the Turtle Rock area. One of the other areas that's being watched very closely right now is Irvine, which is near Turtle Rock. And for the latest on what's happening there, we'll go to Rick Romero live with a news van on the ground. Rick?
Well, Steve, actually, I am right across the street from that Turtle Rock development that you've been talking about, just about 25 yards away. Behind me, you can see all of that backfire that was just set, about 5 minutes ago. That backfire is moving back into that ridge line. And they did that about 5 minutes ago because the wind did change some direction. When we first got here, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, the wind was blowing the smoke ever so slightly, but it was blowing it in our direction towards Turtle Rock and over our heads. Right now, that smoke is blowing away from me. If it weren't, I wouldn't even be able to stand here and breathe. And they have a number of firefighters here, trucks, a bulldozer not too far to bring in the break that they will need to make as they work. Water trucks are coming in just to make sure that this is a safe backfire that goes on. Let me take you one more step over this direction here, and you can see a high-tension power line here, a power pole. And it is very high up so that the flames don't reach it. It is also made of concrete and steel, therefore it will not burn, and there is no problem with that. Some of the neighbors here had been asking us about that when they saw that they were setting the backfires very near that high-tension power line. But this backfire is good news for the Turtle Rock residents because that does mean that they've got it basically under control in this area, and they are working now with a defensive line, and rather an offensive line, to get into that ridge of fire that has been approaching much like soldiers in a military operation. This is Rick Romero reporting live from Turtle Rock. Back to you.
Rick, as we stay with your picture, this, of course, is the fire that started, I guess, around 1:30 or so this afternoon, Steve, when we were watching the beginning of it in a live remote that we had from Laguna Canyon Road. It went all the way out, of course, to the ocean and then back again now over past the Irvine area. And as we're talking about Turtle Rock, which, by the way, is just east of UC Irvine, to give you an idea and get you situated as to where these fires are. The fact that it's blowing back against itself, if you will, over an area that has already burned is good news.
This was a surprise to some of the people that were talking to us earlier this evening on the phone in the Irvine area, because by late afternoon anyway, they had felt that they were pretty much out of harm's way as that fire continued to move out of that area, and they were quite surprised and distressed to see flames later on in the afternoon and early evening coming back in their direction. So once again, we're looking at some live pictures from Newscopter 7. Well, actually, I believe this is probably from Rick Romero's vantage point.
And the latest numbers we have out of Laguna, 310 homes damaged or destroyed, and at one point, a large part of Laguna Beach, the residents there were told to evacuate. And again, we're talking about Turtle Rock now as we look at this, and those folks were told to evacuate, and that has been going on throughout the night. I think we're going to go to who now? Jeff Michael in Sierra Madre, if he's there. All right, we're going to stay with this for just a moment. The other areas that have been affected, 100 homes, of course, damaged and destroyed, or destroyed or damaged in 100 homes in Altadena. Laguna Beach is what we're looking at now. 3,500 plus acres, 310 homes destroyed, 5 square miles, and 24,000 people were told to evacuate, and many tried on clogged highways in the area.
The winds at this point are going to become a factor overnight. Dallas Rains earlier this evening had said that we're looking at Santa Ana conditions probably for the next couple of days. But at last report, Stephen No had been in Malibu and said that the winds there were calm. Firefighters were able to take a break, get something to eat, rest up a little bit, because over the next 12 hours, they'll definitely be busy. And Jeff Michael had reported a little while ago that the winds in the Sierra Madre area had been calm, which is good news, at least for now, because it gives firefighters a chance to get some backfires started with a much higher degree of predictability. They don't have to worry about the backfires coming back on them. And it just makes overall conditions easier. Laura Diaz had said that the winds were cooler, and Captain Ron had said earlier tonight that the winds aloft where he was were notably cooler, that it felt like somebody had turned the air conditioning on in Newscopter 7.
Rick Romero, if you're still there, as we pan along this long ribbon of fire, I don't see any firefighters or any activity going on there, but I assume it is just out of camera range, and perhaps we can... There it is.
Yeah, Tim Danson's trying to give you a shot now. They are in silhouette, perhaps, to your vantage point there. You can see a few firefighters. They have been walking along, setting these backfires. They've got a device that shoots out a liquid that is also on fire and then sets the brush on fire, a very simple device. And there is a water truck moving along with that crew, just in the event that there would be some sort of a reason that backfire would change direction. And they are prepared to do that. By the way, you were talking about the weather conditions a little bit ago, and as you know, I live down here in the Orange County area and quite close to the coast, and the last few nights we have had fog that has come in, and that fog, of course, is added moisture, which is a friend to a firefighter. We haven't seen the fog yet. We're hoping that, of course, will occur again tonight, as it has for the last few nights. If it does, that certainly will be an aid to the firefighters, giving them less reason to be concerned with the weather conditions. And, of course, if the wind stays down, which, as you can tell right now, there is very little wind. The smoke that is behind me is going in a vertical fashion right up to the sky and up to Newscopter 7 that is there.
Rick, absolutely right. Unfortunately, about 3 a.m. last night was when that wind started up again, and we can keep our fingers crossed that it won't be a repeat of last night.
Absolutely.
As we mentioned a moment ago, Jeff Michael has been following the situation in Sierra Madre. He will join us in just a moment, but we'd like to take a quick break, and we'll continue with our coverage in just a moment, so please stay with us.
Giant Cerritos Ford's final clearance is underway. We've slashed prices on hundreds of 93 vehicles. Look at these incredible values. Escort Sport with air conditioning for only $89.90. Or Aerostar minivans with air conditioning, just $12,990. Luxurious new Thunderbirds with power windows and locks, tilt wheel cruise control, even factory air, only $13,990. Cerritos Ford always means great values and great customer service. That's Cerritos Ford, 605 Freeway, South Street, exit Cerritos.
Name the toughest thing to clean in your bathroom.
That slimy ring my kids leave in the tub.
That awful-looking film on the shower doors. That's why there's new Comet Pine Bath Spray. It cleans the toughest kinds of grime. Comet Pine Bath Spray cuts through soap, scum, and hard water stains better than leading bath sprays. Gets everything incredibly clean.
It even got that chalky stuff off my faucets.
New Comet Pine Bath Spray. When others can't cut it, Comet can. Also look for original Comet Bath Spray.
Seems like now that we have Teddy, everything is different. Whoa. Good thing IKEA has a changing room. It's not easy shopping with a stinky baby. We've never been to a furnishing store that was so kid-friendly. They'll even warm bottles for you. And they have a playroom for when Teddy gets older. You know, no matter how much you buy, it's never enough. It's really amazing how many things a tiny person needs. I was thinking, whoever designed IKEA must have had like 10 kids in their family.
From the Designer Collection at Stroud's, totally coordinated fashion ensembles by Laura Ashley for Revman. Choose this new 200-thread no-iron Rubens or new Hamilton in rich fall colors. And now, for a limited time only, take an extra 20% off Laura Ashley's Quartet sheet sets, now $31.99 twin. Bramble sheet sets, now only $39.99 twin. Take an extra 20% off Bramble bath accessories too. Stroud's, no one sells linens for less.
We're back live once again. Channel 7 Eyewitness News continuing coverage of a number of wildfires that are sweeping across Southern California, and as has been the case throughout the afternoon and evening, just when it seems as though some flames are dying down, something happens again, the wind kicks up, whatever, and some flames just come out of nowhere again. And you're looking at some live pictures now from the Irvine area near Turtle Rock. Rick Romero is on the ground with a news van to bring us up to date on what's happening. Rick?
Well, Steve, I am at Turtle Rock, just right across the street from that development. It's only about 25 yards away. Behind me, you can see the backfire that was set about 15, 20 minutes ago. And now we see like a curtain of smoke rising up from that backfire, and you cannot see where that backfire is headed, but there behind that curtain is a ridge of fire that has been coming from the Laguna Canyon area. All day long it has been burning in this direction, and it has taken some time, but it has reached relatively close to the homes that are here. The homes, I think we talked about this earlier, have been evacuated. For the most part, almost everybody left. They at first had some difficulty in leaving, and the reason was there are only 2 exits out of the development, and they tried to get out all at once, many of them with moving vans, trailers, and just about all the belongings that they could muster. And were unable to get out until they gave it some time and allowed most of that initial traffic to flow out. Also, they put traffic officers out onto the main streets so that they were able to, again, flow in a more orderly fashion. And there are firefighters and crew members, a water truck, there are Caterpillar trucks out here, all in readiness in case this backfire or the wind should change direction and cause that backfire to come closer to the homes that are not too far from me. This is Rick Romero reporting live from Turtle Rock. Back to you.
Okay, the firefighters are doing what they should do at a time when the winds are dying just a little bit, dying down a little bit. Now, Turtle Rock is a part of Irvine, of course, and we have a chopper shot now with Captain Ron. Winds dying down a little bit, Ron?
Well, at least the winds are continuing to blow this fire away from the Turtle Rock area, both not only the backfire, which is important right now, of course, to the fire department, but even just beyond that, on the top part of our screen, for about the last half hour, 45 minutes, the wind has been blowing the fire back into itself, and we're looking at large spots or breaks in that fire line that it's actually gone out as it blows itself back against it. And of course, this is real good news in that in those areas, of course, it's not advancing at all. And the areas where we do see it, it's advancing very, very slowly because that wind is just pushing it right back in that direction.
And the lights we were seeing at the bottom of the screen just a little while ago below the backfire, that's basically the home development, isn't it?
That's actually the community there of Turtle Rock, and they lit those fires just on the other side of the street of the last house, and they waited till the wind was just perfect, and as we saw them flying right over the top of it now, that backfire moved completely away from those houses, and it's still burning towards this fire that we're looking at right now.
Ron, I understand you're a little short on fuel, so we want to let you go take a break and make sure that you have enough to keep us with the good pictures.
Okay,
so
I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the picture we're looking at now is okay. This is once again Turtle Rock, and the purpose, very basically, behind burning a backfire or setting a backfire, is to let that a fire line that is intentionally set burn back toward the main fire line, so it consumes the fuel ahead of it and lets the two walls of fire join and meet themselves, and at that point there's no more fuel for the fire. At this point, because the winds have died down, it's much less risky than it has been this afternoon, because so many times through the day we've heard people say that the winds had died down and they felt much more secure, only to have the winds turn from a different direction, which is essentially what has happened with the fire right now that you're looking at in Irvine. It had gone past this area and worked its way back over.
And Steve, we're going to keep an eye on this fire throughout the night. The other area that we have been watching throughout the day is Altadena, where at least 75 homes were destroyed. In that area right now, Jeff Michael is going to bring us up to date on how that fire is, and we can see to some extent how that fire is right above you, Jeff.
Yeah, fire's looking good right now, Paul. It's looking good is a kind of a nebulous term at this point. It looks fairly spectacular and still somewhat ominous, but according to the firefighters, they say they have it in control. That's just one of the canyons that you saw leading down to Mike Hoffman's home. It's hard to miss Mike's house. It's a huge house here down at the base of the canyon. Mike is watering down, I guess, all of the clippings that the guys have just taken off with a chainsaw. Are you worried about this, or do you think the backfires have handled it, Mike?
I'm not worried about it right now. The guys here, the fire people, have been telling me I'm out of the trouble zone now, and it seems to be leaving me, and so I'm real happy about that.
Well, it certainly didn't get down this far,
No.
or too far, because of the lack of wind.
The lack of wind, yeah, they just missed me altogether, and I'm real happy. It really creeped down the hill real slowly, and the fire people just waited, and then waited till it got down right to the road up above there and just give it a squirt, and it seems to be just proceeding east.
When are you going to bring your wife and your kids back home?
And furniture? Tomorrow. Yeah, we'll get back here tomorrow. I want the kids to feel reassured that everything's okay. So we'll be back here tomorrow.
All right. Well,
in the afternoon, probably.
I hope it's not a premature congratulations that we give to you there, because as you know, we said that fire is still right on the crest there.
Right.
You expect it to come down the your side of the hill?
I don't think so. I thought they said they would push it around that, so I'm hoping that'll happen. And it does look that way. It seems to be going around the backside. And they've got two hotshot crews here, I guess they call them, and they've been doing a great job. All of them have been. Really saved my house, I'll tell you that.
Okay, Mike Hoffman, hey, thanks very much.
Hey,
Congratulations, the hotshot crews that we've talked about all night. Certainly the best of the strike teams that LA County has to offer. Also, we've mentioned this before, but Sierra Madre, and that's where we are. We're in the northeast section of Sierra Madre. This is one of the only town in LA County that still functions on an entirely volunteer firefighting force. They certainly have a lot of help up here from LA County and West Covina and the others, but they're entirely volunteer up here, and they're doing a very good job. Reporting live from Sierra Madre, I'm Jeff Michael. Back to both of you guys.
Jeff, we've been talking about 13 major fires burning throughout Southern California, still out of control. This is one of them. And this one, they've made an arrest, haven't they? They had a transient, a homeless person who they arrested, and they say he set the fire.
Exactly. They made that arrest earlier today over in Altadena.
And the other unfortunate incident identified with this is that we had someone arrested for taking something out of somebody's car as they were trying to evacuate the area. That took place in Altadena as well. So, and Altadena, again, has been hard hit. At least 75 homes have been destroyed in that area.
Right.
We were just noting also, Jeff, that the fire that you are now watching that has worked into Sierra Madre is at this point roughly 21 hours old, because I believe the first calls came in at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning yesterday morning.
You know, Steve, let me interrupt you here.
Go ahead.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, But I've been up here probably now in this section of the canyon for a good 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. And I'm starting to feel a breeze picking up a little bit here. You know, I'm not the judge to say that that's enough to bring it down this hill, but it's the first wind that we have felt at all. In fact, all of us have been talking about how calm it is, but it's there's something definitely picking up, and it's just happened over the last 45 seconds or so.
All right, we are going to keep an eye on this fire, as we will continue to keep an eye on all the fires that are burning, as I said, out of control in Southern California. We'll get back to Jeff and Rick Romero and to Captain Ron. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with us.
From Walt Disney Pictures, live dangerously, love recklessly, impressive, and celebrate wildly.
That's it. Next time you drive.
The Three Musketeers, rated PG, starts Friday, November 12th. Critics call it the most wildly imaginative movie ever. Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Eureka!
Expect the impossible, raves Time magazine. It's a work of sheer genius. The Nightmare Before Christmas, rated PG, now playing.
Who wouldn't want healthy, shiny hair? Mine wasn't always so healthy. It used to end up here. Then I started using Pantene Pro V. It's the only shampoo with Pantene's Pro Vitamin formula. The Pro Vitamins penetrate your hair, improving it deep down, making it so healthy, it's got to shine.
Pantene Pro V, for hair so healthy it shines.
Give it a try. You'll see.
Day after day, we humans search for variety. At El Pollo Loco, we understand. So we're introducing 6 new burritos, one for almost every day of the week. So on Monday, you try the bean, rice, and cheese. Tuesday, the flame broiled chicken burrito. Wednesday, the grilled steak burrito. Thursday, the hot and spicy burrito. Friday, the whole wheat burrito. Saturday, you lose complete control and have it all. And Sunday, you rest. El Pollo Loco. Go back to what's real. El Pollo Loco's 6 new burritos, priced from just 99 cents.
Because Pontiac values your safety, every new Firebird is equipped with driver and passenger airbags, anti-lock brakes, and safety cage construction. Because Pontiac values your satisfaction, every new Firebird is equipped the way you want it, with such features as air conditioning, and priced the way you like it. Because this is more than a new Firebird. It's a new way to buy a car. The all-new Firebird, only $15,590. At your Southern California Pontiac dealer today.
We continue our special coverage of the fires of '93 in Southern California. One of the areas that was hit about this time last night, we thought it was pretty much to bed, was the Thousand Oaks fire that started in Los Robles at the golf course there, and it went out to the ocean at the Leo Carrillo State Beach, and in that area at least 10 homes were destroyed and 6 firefighters were injured. At this point, Stephen O is in Malibu. He's going to bring us up to date on what he can see and tell us from there. Stephen.
Hi, Paul. We're just a little bit west of Malibu on the Ventura County side of the Los Angeles County and Ventura County line. And as you say, the fire that began yesterday afternoon has somehow made its way south over the Santa Monica Mountains. Now, behind me here, you can see some of the fire burning, the smoke blowing in a westerly direction along with the wind, and the flames themselves coming down the hill, generally in a southerly direction, burning south along Yerba Buena Lane here off of PCH, north of PCH. The fire is a lot closer to PCH than it was, about an hour or two ago, and we can tell that simply by where the flames are, as well as the ash that is now starting to fall along PCH here. A lot of the firefighters from Ventura County Fire have had a very long night and day, and they are now, most of them at least along PCH, are having their last dinner and probably going to go back to get a little rest and relaxation at this point. We talked to some people earlier here tonight. They are worried about this area because over to the right here, you can take a look. There is a restaurant here called Neptune's Nest, and for the people, Neptune's Nest, net that is, as in fishing net. And to the people who are familiar with this area, it is a very important place to them, and they would not like to see the fire make its way so south that it would take this restaurant, Neptune's Net, along in its path. Again, the fire and the flames up to the left here. We're watching the glow over the top of the ridge along the Santa Monica Mountains, and we really can't tell where the fire is going to go, even based on the way the wind is blowing, because the wind is so erratic in this area. Yerba Buena Lane up here north of PCH is a very remote area, very windy road. There are isolated homes up there, and firefighters have been doing a very good job of preventing damage to many of the homes up there. But as you say, there are some homes that have been lost. The exact numbers we do not know at this point. Reporting live, I'm Stephen No, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Stephen, before you go, give us a wind check. Since you've been out there a while, is it pretty much the same? That everyone's wondering about how it's going to do tonight as we wait and watch. The wind is dying down, Stephen, if you can tell us? Or how is it? I guess Stephen can't hear us right now.
Okay, we're having some audio problems. One of the other places that we have been watching the wind, we'll switch back now to Jeff Michael, who has been keeping an eye on the Sierra Madre fire. No, I understand we're going to go to Rick Romero first with the latest on what's happening in Irvine. Rick?
Well, Steve, a moment ago we were telling you about the backfire here just across from the Turtle Rock development. You can see that backfire is burning itself out. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do, and that is to run out of fuel as it approaches the ridgeline of fire that is beyond that veil of smoke that you see there. But let me take you past these bulldozers and over here, and you can see that there's quite a bit of fuel still left to be burned, and that is a bit of an orchard of oak trees, if you will, that is right there, and it's burning rather heavily. And this is unfortunate. Certainly oak trees that are that size have been there for some time, and to see those go up in flames is, well, it's not a pleasant sight. Sparking up embers and black smoke coming up there. You can see it. There are firefighters just within a few yards of those oak trees, and they're keeping a close eye on that. They've got water trucks as well as the bulldozers to do whatever they need to make sure that those flames don't end up going across the street to the development that we've talked about, Turtle Rock, which is, by the way, a very dense development. This particular development is mostly condominiums and townhomes. There are a number of units here that are in jeopardy if this fire should get out of hand. But as I mentioned, the firefighters are doing the job that they're supposed to be doing, and they're keeping a close eye on that. And as we've talked about all night long, firefighters are doing one heck of a job in making sure that not too many homes go up, especially in this area.
Rick, you're very close, obviously, to the to Turtle Rock. The people there were told to evacuate. I assume that some of them are still around and watching this fire rather intently.
In fact, a few minutes ago when we were on live, there was somebody standing right next to me, a homeowner from that Turtle Rock development, and he was, of course, listening to find out new information as we were telling it. And just a few minutes ago, Irvine Police Department came by and said, "Are you a member of the media? Are you a member of the firefighters?" And they said no, and they were asked to leave. And I'm assuming that right now that they're all planning on getting out of here just as everybody else has in this development.
But it's a better picture than it was, say, 2 hours ago, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is. 2 hours ago, we were looking over here. In fact, I think Joe McMahon talked to a woman that lives in the Turtle Rock area. She said she saw flames 100 feet in the air just outside her back window. And now we're not seeing that at all. In fact, we're seeing the backfire, which is probably about a couple feet in the air, doing its job and burning out the fuel.
Good news. Good news. Thank you, Rick.
We will take a quick break at this point and come back with some new information on some evacuations that are still underway, and also an update on at least one fire that is partially contained. So Eyewitness News will continue its coverage in just a moment. Stay with us.
So, do you like good, clean fun? Or would you rather play dirty? You can do it all in the two-wheel drive Jeep Cherokee Sport. It has a 190 horsepower engine, optional four-wheel anti-lock brakes, uniframe construction, and air at no extra charge. And with savings like this, Cherokee Sport doesn't play hard to get.
See your California Jeep and Eagle dealer.
The Bureau's reviewed these new Progresso soups you submitted. You've gone way beyond our guidelines. Paragraph 49 says, quote, soup noodles should be limp and mushy. These aren't limp and mushy noodles. They're rotini, tortellini, firm, delicious pasta. Your soup's yummy in Italian, but it's my job to protect mushy noodle lovers, so warn the people. Call them pasta soups.
Sure. Progresso pasta soups. They're not for mushy noodle lovers. They're for you.
Here's your chance to bring home video fun for the whole family.
Hey, Mr. Wilson!
With a lovable menace named Dennis. America's favorite comic strip kid comes to life in this outrageous family comedy.
He's only a boy, huh?
At a price everyone can afford. Plus, get up to $8 back in mail-in rebates from Crush Soda and the Super Nintendo video game. Bring home all the fun with Dennis the Menace, for sale wherever videos are sold.
Hey, you can see why new Ripple Crisp cereal is not the same old flake. Ordinary flakes are flat. They meet milk, the crunch goes downhill. Ripple Crisp is different. Only Ripple Crisp has ripples. See? Ripples keep it crunchier. And crunchier means you can savor that lightly sweet corn taste down to the bottom of the bowl. New Ripple Crisp. Golden corn or honey bran. Ripples make it crunchy. Crunchy makes it good.
You are here. He has the traveler's checks here. What can you do? Well, carry American Express checks for two. The only traveler's checks that one of you purchase, but either of you can use. Don't leave home without them.
Welcome back to Eyewitness News, special coverage of the fires, the wildfires that have hit Southern California. What a difference 24 hours makes. It is something that has not been seen at least in decades, if ever, so many fires over such a wide area, and there is no end in sight tonight by any means. We're looking at a live shot from Malibu, and Stephen, though, you're going to bring us up to date with something new, or you are going to talk to someone, as I understand it, in the area. Go ahead.
Yeah, Paul, first of all, apologize for not being able to hear you a little while ago. We're here along PCH, and north of us is the fire that is burning from that Green Meadow fire that started yesterday afternoon. We're on the Ventura County side of the Los Angeles County and Ventura County line. Joining us tonight is a gentleman named John DeVito. And John, you had a mobile home up off of Yerba Buena Lane. Tell me what happened here tonight.
Well, we've been kind of avoiding the fire and all the trauma all day, just running from one place to the other. I've got a couple of properties up there, and it's just you can only get so close to the flames, and it's just time to bail. So I was kind of by myself. I really didn't have any a fire crew there. So I had one place burnt, another place didn't, and I tried to get up to my my upper property, and we couldn't get there. The flames were coming over the road, and the power lines were down, and I've been spending the last 2 hours just trying to get out of the canyon, and we couldn't even get out of the canyon. So we finally made it down to PCH, and I still feel like I'm trapped in here trying to get out. So I don't know whether I want to go into Oxnard or try to go into Malibu. So,
John, as we take a look to the behind us here, to my right, as we take a look at the flames burning up there in this area along the Santa Monica Mountains, you got pretty close to the flames because I see a lot of black on your face. Now, at what point did you decide finally that you had to get out?
well, I'd like to go back in there. I ran out of, I don't have any more water.
But the firefighters at this point probably saying, it's probably not a good idea to go up there. It's dark, plus the fire is moving in a very unpredictable way.
I was ready to go back, but I don't have any more water. Everything's burned up. All my fire extinguishers are empty, so there's nothing else to do but to come down to the ocean and get some air. This is about the only fresh air we've had all day, so.
And you've been up there all day watching this fire come down south. Are you surprised about the way it's moving?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, it was just, it kind of circled around us, and it was coming up from two directions. At one point, I was looking at probably 3 miles of fire line, and it came around, and it was just, well, we came real close to getting trapped, so,
Weren't you told by the firefighters or perhaps some of the sheriff's deputies in this area to evacuate the area, seeing the fire coming down the hill? Did you ignore that order, or did you decide it was best that you stay for just a little while?
No, they just said to stay indoors. But
and no one told you to evacuate?
No, they haven't.
Is that largely because the area is so remote that perhaps your property is relatively isolated from everything else?
The fire didn't really get in our area until right about dusk. And it was right about the time that the water drops, the air drops quit, and it got dark, and it just seemed like there just wasn't quite the help after dark. I would have been a little lucky if it would have been during the day, but trying to fight the fire at night is just a little bit unorganized in the nighttime. So
Stay with us here, John, for just a sec. Paul and Steve, is there anything that you want to add or ask John DeVito
I was
about?
just reflecting. I mean, John looks like he has been in a battle.
Well, hang on, John.
No, and he looks like he's been in a war and has maybe not won. How close did the flames get to him, and how much was his life in danger?
Paul is asking, and I can't hear him as someone else is talking in my ear, but Paul is asking about your appearance. It seems as if you walked out of a war zone up there.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely a war zone. You know, I've been, I had to tear apart one of my neighbor's fences up there to get a pry bar to pry one of the telephone poles with power lines. You know, hopefully they were dead, but I was trapped. You know, I had to take my neighbor's fence, what was left of it, use it for a pry bar to try to move the power pole over far enough so we could get the car by. And the power lines are dragging on the roof of the car. And the rocks are, you know, hitting the drive shaft because, you know, boulders are coming down off of the hills. The fire loosens up a lot of rocks, and you can hear the rocks coming down. It was a real circus.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, John DeVito. Good luck to you. Thank you for joining us. Reporting live,
when you see my car,
I'm Stephen Noe, Channel 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you in the studio.
Stephen and John, thank you. We don't recommend to anybody who's watching this that you do what this man did, but I think on some level you have to admire his effort, that's for sure.
We're going to hold that shot, put the map up once again, and try to do a quick recap and bring you up to date on what's been happening out there. San Bernardino County, a fire earlier this afternoon, Yucaipa area. This is one that was apparently started by a power line that had been blown down. 4,700 acres destroyed on that, but the good news is at this point it is 60% contained. Also a 6,700 acre fire that would be in the Escondido area of San Diego County has destroyed 5 homes. That was between the San Diego Wild Animal Park and Lake Wolford. 24 condors had to be moved away from the Wild Animal Park. Fire damage there estimated at $1.2 million. Another fire at Hemet that we've been following. There are some evacuation orders for the Lake Skinner area along Black Mountain and De Bortola Road. That's the latest information, evacuation orders there. A fire in Box Springs, 80% contained, but not before it consumed 1,300 acres of land. And we're not alone in Southern California. Farther to the north, in Sonoma County, there was a report tonight of a brush fire that destroyed a home in Sonoma County and destroyed 800 acres of land. So it has been a busy night for firefighters across the state.
It certainly has, and they are pushed to the limit and beyond, and they need some help and some reinforcements and some rest. And maybe if the wind is dying down just a little bit tonight, they're getting a little bit of rest or fighting it while the fire does lie down. One of those fires we're going to check in with in just a moment, Laguna Beach, some 300 homes destroyed there. We'll check in with John North after we take this short break.
The Brita water filtering pitcher. To operate, turn on the tap. The tap water flows through Brita's replaceable filter. Copper and lead are dramatically reduced. Chlorine taste and odor virtually eliminated. But even if you don't remember how Brita works, you'll never forget how Brita tastes.
Available at Robinson's May and Bed Bath & Beyond.
Only good, healthy things grow in Mrs. Dash's garden, where Mrs. Dash has created a salt-free blend of 14 herbs and spices that give food a livelier, zestier flavor. Mrs. Dash, a garden of flavors in 6 varieties instead of salt.
Women tell me if they could afford it, they would only buy professional hair products. I tell them buy Tresemme. Tresemme gives you salon quality without the expensive salon price. Beautiful.
Professional, affordable, Tresemme.
I must have slept in here or there.
No, in front.
She doesn't have much of a past, just a photograph.
The people in the photograph I never knew. They were lost when I was a baby.
A memory.
What was I doing in that house today?
And a deadly mystery from 30 years ago.
Oh my God.
Flesh and Bone, rated R. Starts Friday, November 5th at theaters everywhere.
Hey, Nance, love the new Grand Am. It's got everything. Airbag, cassette, anti-lock brakes, even air. Really? And you know the best part? What? Pontiac's got this new value pricing. Great price right up front, not all the back and forth. So how much? Couple thousand less than Accord.
So how much?
Under 14,000.
Come on, I thought car prices were up.
Not on Grand Am.
Drive the new Grand Am at your Southern California Pontiac dealer today.
Back live once again, Channel 7 Eyewitness News continuing coverage of wildfires across Southern California. Jeff Michael is joining us now live with a news van in Sierra Madre, where the situation has apparently radically changed. Jeff?
Well, Steve, it's radically changed, but once again, it tends to be confusing out here. This is actually for the better. I know from the standpoint that our camera is at, it looks like this house is nearly on fire. That's the hill behind the house, probably about 50, 60 yards behind the house. This is the result of a backfire. Firefighters wanted to go ahead and get rid of the very last of this hill because it was burning so slowly. Off to the right here, you can see the canyon that comes down. This is one of 5 homes that was in danger, but firefighters believe is no longer in danger. This hill to my right is still somewhat a question mark. It could come down to the house, but they don't think it will. They have a fire line, or rather a hose laid at every house. There are 5 houses up here. They think they're all protected. And at this point, they say that everything looks good. Humidity is up. About 10 or 15 minutes ago, I think I last left you saying I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news, but there was wind kicking up. Well, that stopped. So we're fine again as far as wind goes. It's calm, and everyone's got their fingers crossed. Cool temperatures up here right now, too, in Sierra Madre, so everything looks good. Firefighters are just watching their backfire, making sure everything's okay.
And that house is evacuated, I take it,
No,
Jeff?
no, it's not evacuated.
It's not.
No, in fact, we talked to the homeowner. He got his wife and his children out. But no, he's here, as well as a couple of other people up here.
I don't imagine he's sleeping tonight, I would guess.
No.
He's probably wide awake and watching that hillside very, very closely.
You got it.
Jeff, as we're talking, just very briefly, it looks as though the flames behind you have kicked up again, and I don't know if that's because of just the focus and some of the optical
like a backfire to you?
tricks that are happening right now. But yeah, you're right, though. It is difficult to try to keep track of which ones are backfires and which ones deserve attention more than others. But this fire that we're looking at, I don't know if you have a monitor, but we're looking at that hillside on the right of you now. And do you know at this point if that's a backfire?
You know what? I don't think that whole side of that hill has been on fire for about the last hour and a half. It's flaring up, and I assume it's going to cross over to our side eventually. I don't think that side's a backfire. I think the other side was a backfire, but they haven't been worried about this hill either. They're just basically watching it and making sure that it burns in a kind of an orderly fashion. Once again, no wind up here. If there was a wind, there would be an entirely different story, and we probably wouldn't be here.
Okay, Jeff, and again, you're in the area where the Altadena fire took place. Some 75 homes were destroyed there. We're going to switch now down to Laguna Beach. This is a fire that started around 12 o'clock, Laguna Canyon Road, thereabouts. It was set, they tell us, and it has spread out to the ocean. And John North, you are there. How is that fire doing?
Well, it's cool this evening, which is nice, and it's moist, which is nicer, and there is no wind. It would appear that they've got pretty much a handle on the fire, at least on this edge, which is the southern leading edge of the fire. What you saw behind me just a few minutes ago was what remains of a home. We're on Skyline Drive. It appears that there were dozens of homes, perhaps over 100 in this area alone, that were destroyed by the fire. And as you said earlier, about 310 homes is the estimate, either destroyed or damaged severely by a fire that whipped through here caused by an arsonist. It's hard to imagine looking at this tonight what it looked like earlier, but let's take a look at some earlier video to give you an idea of what the fire was. It was just amazing. The fire whipped through these hills so fast. Just a few minutes after we arrived, many homes were going up in flames. The heat was intense. Firefighters were trying to draw a line at Park Avenue here on the southern flank. For a while after the mobile home park was destroyed over on the northern tier, this was the hottest spot for hours. And they did a pretty good job holding it here. We talked to a battalion chief.
First thing I heard was there's just a couple houses burning, you know, in Emerald Bay, and then a half an hour later there's 100 houses burning. And I ran into somebody's house. I'm looking at the television, and I just said, hey, that's my house. And our house burnt down to a crisp, you know, our motor home. Everything we owned was in there, everything burned, you know. There's nothing. We didn't get a chance to get anything out. There's no water pressure at all, so they had no water to fight the fire. So it started in one corner of our house and just swept all the way over and just took it all the way down.
You have kids?
They have two kids.
Everybody okay?
Everybody's okay. All their schools are burned down. Then we just transferred them, all these the right schools we wanted them in. Like instead of Top of War, went to El Moro and Thurston up there. All our schools are all gone. So
why'd you come up here?
I just want to see it, I don't know. I'm just in shock. I'm just here just to see what's going to happen to our town. I'm going to have to wake up to it tomorrow and live in this town. I own a tree service in town for 13 years. And there's going to be no more trees for me to trim. They're all burning up. So I don't know what I'm going to do now.
That was Rod Preston, and it's going to be quite a shock to everybody when they wake up and see the devastation in this town. This is John North reporting live from Laguna Beach.
John, essentially the whole town was told to evacuate earlier. I assume that if you can hear us, the evacuation is still in order. Is that correct?
For the most part, it is, yes. There were some 24,000 people who were told to leave their homes, and most of them did. There are several evacuation centers. At one of the evacuation centers at, I think it's Laguna Beach High School, 1,200 people had checked in around 3:30 this afternoon. Pretty devastating experience for this town. And as Rod Preston said, the town seems to have gone up in flames, and maybe his business as well.
All right.
John, thank you very much. We got to take a quick break. Once again, we'll try to get back, touch base with Rick Romero in Irvine, Stephen No, who's been following the events around Malibu, and Jeff Michael, Sierra Madre, let you know what's happening with those fires. So our coverage will continue in just a moment on Eyewitness News. Stay with us.
Dallas Falcon 14, high-speed ground over Westbrook.
Most powerful musical on earth. Andrew Lloyd Webber's Starlight Express, arriving nightly at the Las Vegas Hilton.
Southern Californians can spot a great value a mile away. Introducing the California value-priced Safari minivan by GMC Truck. An 8-passenger van with a driver's side facial airbag, anti-lock brakes, air conditioning, automatic transmission, AM/FM stereo cassette, and a powerful V6 engine. All for an MSRP of just $16,495. See your GMC Truck dealer today.
Will you ride with the strength of experience?
Hard water lime, crusting on our sinks and choking our faucets. But now there's new Lime Away Extra. Lime Away foams on contact as it penetrates, dissolving crusty lime scale and hard water stains, leaving your home clean and shiny. Get Lime Away with Lime Away. And now, for everyday soap scum and hard water film, there's Lime Away Impact Basin Tub and Tile Cleaner.
Hey, pal, what do you got there? Ooh, ice-cold milk and chocolate. Hey, you could nuke it and make hot chocolate.
Really?
Or not. Oh, yeah, give it a stir. Hey, can I lick the spoon?
Sure.
Oh, milk. Good fast food. Does the body good.
Please hold, Mr. Freeman.
Having a quick lunch, huh?
Yep.
Cottage
Transfer, Mr.
cheese,
Fox.
chopped apples, grapes, nifty spoon. Very healthy.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Hold on
And
one second.
what else is
I'm
in there?
transferring. Hold-
Huh?
Nuts. Ooh,
Whoops.
not you, Mr. Fox.
Cottage cheese. Good fast food for the makers of milk.
You were looking at a live picture from Sierra Madre as our special coverage here on Eyewitness News of the wildfires that have hit Southern California continues. Some 13 large blazes from Ventura County to the Mexican border. Some 450 homes have been destroyed. 80,000 acres have been burned.
Joining us now live with a news van from Irvine is Laura Diaz with an update on the fire that we've been watching there. Laura?
Steve, actually, we're at the base of the hill here. We're at University and Ridgeline, and this is in the Turtle Rock area where people have been kept out of their homes this evening because of the threat of fire coming at them. About 100 homes, most of them condominiums. The hard part has been that people were not allowed up to go and get their personal possessions, so many of them decided to make the trek on foot. These folks right here, we caught them as they were descending the hill. You can see that they've got some area rugs here. I think you had a little bit of crystal, and also you've got some luggage here. What did you decide to take with you?
Just, at first I didn't know what to take, but I've taken some photo albums, family pictures and things that are the most valuable, clothings and things that if we can't go up, get up there for a few days, we didn't have anything with us. We had to take some clothes and just whatever comes to mind. At that point, you don't know what you're taking. You're just taking whatever you think you might need.
People were kind enough to help you, weren't they? We saw you as folks were helping you carry down this luggage. I think you said you had to walk about a mile to get up the hill. So strangers stopped and helped you?
Yes, some people just asked us if you guys need any help, and we said sure. Because what happened was we couldn't take our car up, so somebody gave us a ride halfway down because they have to turn back up unless the police won't let them go back. So these people halfway down, they were walking down. They told us, hey, if you need some help. So it was very nice of them. We very appreciate it.
Thank you very much for talking to us. The Irvine Police Department told us just a little bit ago that they were actually going to allow people now to bring their cars in. That is, residents, if they can prove that they live in the area, they will be allowed to take their cars and go up and get a few possessions and bring them down the hill, which makes it a lot easier. Some people went as far as 3 miles on foot or running or on bike to get up there. It appears that the backfires are working here. This is the fire that began in Laguna Canyon and worked its way over here, and they were taking the precautions. They were concerned at one point the fire got within a half mile of people who live in this Turtle Rock area, and authorities didn't want to take any chances, so that's why they were keeping the residents out. They had evacuated the area. That is what we know here at this time. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live from Irvine. Back to the studio.
Laura, with all the evacuations, I imagine you saw a lot of people in cars packed up, and the folks you just talked to were without a car. Could they not get their car out?
Well, the thing was, Paul, is that they were keeping them out of this housing tract, so the closest they could get here was University and Ridgeline. When Walt and I first arrived on the scene, actually, there was traffic backed up for a long, long way. We didn't travel very far at all. In about 30 minutes, it seemed we got maybe a mile.
And there's a roadblock behind you, obviously.
Yes.
You have to have ID to get in there, or is nobody allowed in there?
Well, they were not allowing anybody up in a car, period. Mm-hmm. Some people who were enterprising were leaving their cars. If we pan off here to my left, we can see the blinker still on there as folks abandoned their cars, hoofed it up the hill and went to go get their possessions, check on their home, and come back down again. That could be as much as 6 miles round trip for some people.
You could just imagine what's going through their minds as they worry and try to hope that their homes are okay when they get back there.
Terribly frustrating, I believe. But you heard that we did get a little bit of good news that they now will be allowed to take their vehicles up there, so it won't be as hard a trip. It's pretty late.
That is good news. Thank you, Laura.
Thanks, Laura. The fire that we're looking at now live is Sierra Madre. We're going to take a quick break, go back to Jeff Michael, who is standing by there with the latest on what's happening on that fire. So please stay with us.
Let's talk washers and dryers, not those undersized, out-of-order, quarter-eating kids running around a hot, nasty laundromat kind of machines. Bobby, don't you put that in the dryer. I'm talking about name-brand, multi-cycle, privacy of your own home. Do your dirty laundry anytime you feel like it. Washer dryers, like you get it, your Get It Today store, RTO, rent-to-own. Right now, RTO's got a washer-dryer combo for only $17.99 a week. Free delivery, today, $17.99. Look us up in the white pages under RTO.
I'm helpless, I'm under your spell. How much, dear, it's not hard to tell. Now that you're here in my heart, I can see that for me, you're all I need.
We dare you to compare.
Compare the prices on the latest name brand and designer sweaters at Ross and at department stores.
We dare you.
Ross prices are much lower. Compare the prices on the exact same sweaters.
We dare you.
Ross prices are much lower. Even compare Ross prices to department store sale prices. Ross prices are much lower every day.
We dare you to compare.
If you're not shopping at Ross, you're paying too much.
Hi, my name is Tony, and I'm a Hyundai owner.
Every day, more and more people are coming out and admitting to being sensible.
Welcome back to Eyewitness News special coverage of the fires of '93. Some 13 fires burning throughout Southern California. That is the fire in Sierra Madre. It is something of a backfire. There are firefighters, crews just below the shot that you see there in the hills. And there is a home just below that. And we are told that it is not entirely evacuated, as we heard just a little while ago. The man has got his family out, but he is staying there through the night, and I'm sure keeping a close eye on the hills of Southern California, as we all are. We have a programming note. This, of course, is probably one of the bigger stories to hit Southern California in a long time, but there are still people who love their soaps, and we want to let you know when they are going to be on. As you can see there, All My Children coming up just shortly in about, 106, 206, One Life to Live, and 3:06 a.m. this morning, General Hospital.
If we can go back now to the live pictures from the Sierra Madre fire, and Jeff Michael is joining us now live. I don't know if he can hear us yet, but Jeff, are you there?
Yeah, I sure am, Steve.
Okay, go ahead and bring us up to date on what's happening back there.
I think it's looking pretty good. We're getting a little bit of a breeze coming down, so we'd be on the leeward side of the mountain. But frankly, with the backfires that they've set here, Steve, I don't think that breeze is going to do anything as far as threatening any of the homes. This is the main home down here in the kind of the vortex of this canyon, and then there's another house up here, another one behind it, and I think even another one on the other side of the ridge. There is still some flame up here on this the top of this mountain. There's been some talk about whether they're going to backfire this as well, and I don't think that they've made that decision as yet. We have passed this message along once before, but we're going to do it again. There is a man who owns 2 homes up here. He's 83 years old. His name is Harold Spears. He was evacuated by some of his friends and family and taken down to a Howard Johnson's. Really, I'm sure he's been very concerned about his house, especially about 45 minutes ago when the backfire and the flames were getting so close. His house is fine. So if he's listening or someone who knows him is listening, Mr. Spears, you're going to be able to come back to a home that is fully intact, as well as all of the homes up here in this section of Sierra Madre. Reporting live from Sierra Madre, Jeff Michael, back to you guys.
Thanks, Jeff. And the fire, a quick note that we're looking at right now, is 21 hours old. It was apparently started by a man, a transient, who basically started a fire at Altadena Drive and New York Drive to keep warm. It is now 5,000 acres later that have been destroyed.
He's under
in
arrest
custody.
tonight. Yes, he is. We're going to take another quick look, I believe, in Turtle Creek. Is that where we're going? Turtle Rock? And Rick Romero, you said the fire was kicking up a little bit earlier. Tell me what the status is now, if you will, please.
Sure. Paul and Steve, you can see right through a couple of caterpillars here the flames of backfire as it works its way up to a ridge line of fire. You can see the heavy flames at the bottom. Towards the top, perhaps you can see that fine line when it meets there. Well, I can give you the idea of what the results will be if we can pan over to this direction. Earlier, we had a backfire right here, just about, I would say about 50 feet away from us, that was set, went on up, ate up the fuel, and as you can see, pretty much it's dark. There are a few hot spots, but those will eventually burn themselves out as well.
So the backfire, yeah, the backfire is working.
Absolutely. They're doing exactly, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And fortunately, the people that live in Turtle Rock right across the street here, about 25 yards away, have little to worry about at this particular time. The winds are calm. They are going in a direction away from us. And as far as the homes that are across the street, in fact, I don't know, maybe we can even come across and pan over and show you. There's a bit of a ridge here, and if you see this ridge, it drops down, and there are townhomes and condominiums right in there. You might be able to see the roof of one of them right there. You can see just how close we are to the fire. And of course, all of these have been evacuated. They were evacuated some time ago because of the concern of this fire coming up from Laguna Canyon Road. So you can see this is exactly what's happening here. I have no interviews with some of the homeowners right now because they've all been evacuated, as I mentioned.
But I can imagine that they are watching you right now and listening to some rather good news that you're giving them, and we all hope it will continue, that the backfire and the firefighters who are on the line just behind you are successful, and that the wind continues to stay down, Rick?
I think the success will be in the weather that you've talked about. It's also the temperatures have dropped here, and as they've dropped, we can sense a little bit of moisture in the air. And I think earlier I talked to you about the fact that in this area there had been some fog in the evening and early morning the last few days, and we expect, or at least hope, that maybe we'll see some of that again tonight.
And Steve, as we continue to watch this, this is the fire we saw again this afternoon start up. I guess around 11:30, 12 we were watching it, and it went right out to the ocean and then back again now over in the Irvine area.
This is the fire that authorities highly suspect arson, just because it began in an area, Laguna Canyon Road, that it had no other reason to start other than if it had been intentionally set. And this, when it's all said and done, will be more than likely one of the costliest fires when it comes to property damage. 310 homes destroyed. And we're back now once again live to the fire at Sierra Madre.
It's kicking up, isn't it?
Yeah. Jeff, are you there?
Yeah, I sure am.
Okay. From our vantage point, Paul and I were just saying that it looked like this one's kicking up.
Well, Steve, if I can just kind of point out what the frame excludes and includes in the camera. We've pushed into these flames, which you saw are a couple of trees that are kicking up in that narrow valley area.
Okay.
And it's going to burn probably a little bit closer to us, and then it's going to go out, because that's the backfire area where it actually started.
Fortunately, it looks a lot worse. So thanks for putting that in perspective, Jeff.
Well, it has been quite a day. I said before, it's been quite a 24 hours, and we can hope the next 24 hours is a lot better. I don't think Southern California has ever seen anything like this before, the number of fires and the amount of damage. We are about to leave you now. Eyewitness News will bring you the very latest on the fires throughout the night. We're going to stay on this story, of course.
Just as a reminder, we saw the program notes a moment ago. Stay with us, because through the night we'll be bringing you your 3 favorite soap operas on ABC.
And once again, All My Children coming up next at 2:06, One Life to Live, and at 3:06, General Hospital.
Gene Gleason and Susan Campos will be back at 5 a.m. as we continue our coverage, and we'll be right here also as the situations warrant.